What's up? Welcome to this evening's live stream. I'm him. It's Thursday, February 27th. For whatever reason, I thought it was Friday, but yeah, I guess it's Thursday. That's why I say the date so I know what day it is. I don't lose track of time again. But yeah, I am going to be doing random things. I don't really have an agenda for the most part, but I have a bunch of clips that I have in my Discord that I can go through. And I can also talk a little bit about my camera too, right? So if y'all have questions, or maybe I'll just start yapping and see where it goes from there. I can turn it into content for a video that I will be releasing hopefully next week. It's going to be my overview video of the Sony A1 Mark II and kind of introducing a new series of videos that I'll be creating throughout the year, going over the ins and outs of the camera, doing deep dives into specific features, showing and explaining my camera settings and why I have them that way. And anyway, let me get some other things set up. No music today. I feel like dealing with it right now. And to be honest, sometimes I get copyrighted even though I have access to the music and I have to go and do stuff. I don't want to have to do stuff anymore. So I may not continue to have music. We'll see though. Okay, let's get this up there. Okay. By the way, if you are interested, there is a link in my description to the Discord. And I have a channel called After Hours Live, which serves as my dumping ground of sorts for videos, content, stuff that I will watch live on this stream when I have nothing better to do in my life. So yeah, I may end up doing that. Let's see, they're going to drag on so long. Okay. Yeah, so there is some topical news today. I was told earlier this week that a list was supposed to be released today. It's currently 8:25 here in Houston, which means that it's about 9:25, not about, it is 9:25 in DC, and it's 10:25 in Maine. So we only have 2 or 3 more hours left in the day for this to come true. And so far, it doesn't seem like it's going to come true. I have a whole bunch of thoughts about why we've had to wait this long, how this is somehow an issue of national security. I think that our government is corrupt. I'm going to just come out right out and say it. It's been corrupt for a long time. The politicians have been bought and paid for by corporations for the past 30, 40, 50, 60 years. Our government is captured. What? Let me turn off all of my things. Maybe do not disturb will. Yeah, I think people can get through on the do not disturb too. Oh no, perfect. Yeah, no one can get through on do not disturb. Perfect. It's only streaming where certain people can get through. All right, let's share the screen. Actually, before I share the screen, screw that. I don't really care about all that other stuff. I'm not even gonna lie. To be honest, I don't care about a lot of things. I care about a few things that I care about. So I'm gonna talk about those things first. Like the tea that I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking a roasted oolong tea. It's been brewed or steeped for 4 minutes and 30 seconds at 95 degrees Celsius. It's phenomenal. I made my own brown sugar syrup. I mean, I do it all the time. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. It's not a 1-to-1. So you may call it a super syrup. It's delicious. It's smoky. It's oaky. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not really good with using flowery words that don't mean anything, but it's delicious. There are some people who have had it themselves who also watch the stream. So maybe one of them will come one day and be like, oh, yeah, that shit's changed my life. People who don't even like tea, they end up liking it. I got to let some people know that I'm streaming. Give me a moment. Roscoe is starting to annoy me with all this click clacking. I don't know why the hell he doesn't just stay in one place. He always has to come over here. I'm not about to play with him. I don't understand why he keeps doing it. All right, let's turn on my teleprompter so I can get comments. Yeah, there we go. Put some comments up there. All right, and what else do I need to do? Is there something else I need to do? Oh, yes, we're talking about things I care about today. Like the tea that I just talked about. Oh, another thing. It's my little Tesla mug. Look at that. Little Tesla mug. It's nothing special, but on the inside, it's like plaid. Because I drink tea, I also have a small collection of mugs. And I really mean it. I only have like 4. But 2 of them are really special to me. 2 of them are from GitHub. It's the, gosh, here, let me pull it up right quick. The only way I can show you is to show you. So if we go to GitHub and let's go to my profile, for instance, and we'll see that I haven't been up to anything lately. I need to change this fairly soon, but you see the contributions graph, right? So it's basically a mug with the contributions. Now, I haven't been doing much development in a while, but maybe this year is going to be a return to true form. You can kind of see when I kind of stopped, you know, like I was all in for a little bit. And then I, had some other moments where I'm just like, yeah, I'm not going to be all in for right now. But yeah, I need to return to the true form. Roscoe is like the Auburn priest for. Yeah, touche. I can see that. Although I don't think the floor annoys Abba and Preach as much as Roscoe and his whining and his click clacking annoy me. Like if I didn't have to hear it, I would be okay. But I wear these headphones. These are my Sennheiser 660S, I think. These are open back, meaning I hear everything. Like I hear my fan going, my air filter in my room is going. Roscoe is sitting here looking at me. I don't know why he's in his weird position looking at me. Get away from me. I'm not about to play with you. I already took him on a walk and he kept trying to come back into the house. I'm just like, bro, either you're going to take this walk or you can just sit in the house and be bored. So he chose to come and sit in the house and be bored. And I'm okay with that. He's upset because I made some chicken. I didn't take any pictures of it. I had some company over for a little bit, so I didn't really do any video or any of that kind of thing. But it was delicious. As usual, I don't miss. He needs to be heard on even a riding video. Now, that's impossible. You can barely hear me on a riding video. Now, I don't know if if y'all have seen, I've recently released a riding video. For those of you who are new and don't know who I am, I'm him. And I'm a motorcycle rider. I have a bike that I ride from time to time. And I will show you the bike by going to my YouTube video. There is something in the middle of the video. I don't expect anyone to actually get to it because I look at the analytics. No one really gets to anything in these. When I released it a day ago. So I'll go to the clip. Oh, I'm actually right next to it. Here we go. Look at that. You see my beautiful bike. You can also hear my beautiful bike. Oh wait, you can't see it, but you can see it now. Look at that. See? All right, wait for it. Wait for it. Something's gonna happen. There you go. This is my bike. It's a 2024 Ducati Street Fighter V4S. Something I actually care about. I'm gonna talk about this because I care about it. Let's talk about what I've done to it because I haven't done a video on that yet, even though I keep saying I will do it. And maybe I will, There's still hope that I'll eventually release a video explaining all of the different things that I've done to the bike, as well as giving an actual review of the bike. I haven't done that yet. But yes, let's talk about what's been done. I have these billet aluminum hand grips, the Rizoma ones. They're amazing. I forgot to take them off my previous bike, so I had to spend even more money because they're more expensive now to buy them again. I have these bar end grips, which are also billet aluminum. Again, same issue. I had to buy them again. I have these, what do you call these? The shorty brake levers. These are the Rizoma shorty brake levers. The Rizoma mirrors, wing mirrors. I have a windshield. I think this is the Ducati windshield. And then on the front, which you'll see eventually, maybe, and maybe I'll just pull up Final Cut and I can show it to you directly. But on the front, I have the Evotech radiator guard, as well as the oil filter guard, or whatever, the oil cooler guard. I have an Evotech oil pan guard right here. So in case I decide to jump a curb, well, it'll still fuck up my bike, but I guess I'll feel better about it. I don't know. My mechanic offered it to me. I was like, yeah, whatever, just put it on. I don't care. I have the Rizoma clear clutch cover, which is beautiful. It's spinning right now. That's why it looks like that. I have carbon fiber frame covers. These are the Ducati Performance ones. Then I have these Gills rear sets. Amazing. I love them. The SC Project titanium exhaust. Again, I love it. It sounds amazing. It really makes this bike sound like a bike should sound. You can't really tell, but this is a carbon fiber rear mud guard thingamajig. It's the Ducati Performance one. I would like to get this right here in carbon fiber too, but I haven't seen it. And I'm not willing to pay a Kropovich $6,000 for the privilege of installing their exhaust, which gives me that. So I'm just gonna have to accept it. On this side, we have the carbon fiber swing arm cover. Again, Ducati Performance. And it's also got this titanium bit here, which is pretty cool. And then here is the carbon fiber Ducati Performance. What do you call this? I don't know what it is, but it's basically like it's the lower chain guard. These don't come on bikes by default. This is something that's required for racing. I just thought it looked dope, so I got it. It was only $300, or maybe it was, I don't know. I don't actually know how much it cost. It may have been $180. It wasn't expensive though. It was cheap enough. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Just throw it in the cart. Other thing is this right here. I have the, what do you call these things? The tail end rear eliminator, something like that. And it's got an integrated light. You can't really tell because this angle's not a great angle. I have this seat. This is the, what kind of seat is this? It's the upgraded like sport touring Ducati Performance seat. It's an inch taller than the stock seat, which is good for me. I am 6'4". For those of you who don't know, I needed a little bit more room, like less bend in my knee. That plus these rear sets, they do the trick. I also have this magneto cover. This is carbon fiber again. This Ducati Performance. Pretty much all the carbon fiber is Ducati, right? I mostly keep it consistent. Right here, I have the tank grips. These are also Ducati tank grips. Amazing. And then up here, you can kind of see it. This is my what do you call it? Like the tank guard or tanks. I forget what you call it, but this is in carbon fiber as well. And on the top, you can't really see it, but I have the Rizoma gas tank thing, majig. And I think that's it. Oh, no, that's a lot. There's more. I have the Rizoma turn signals. These are the sequential turn signals. So if you've ever seen the Mustang or the Audis, or I think those are the only two things that I've seen that do it. The lights, they blink in sequence sequentially, which is pretty dope. And then up here, I have the Rizoma reservoirs along with the mounting brackets. So all in all, my bike is better than yours. Just saying. Just got to point that out. Yeah, here we go right here. So get to see the bike. So that's second thing I care about. What else do I care about? I care about this camera, which I've recently started recording an intro overview of this camera. There's going to be a whole series. I don't know how many videos there are going to be, but there's probably going to be at least 30 going over the ins and outs of the camera. And it will conclude with a review of the camera. I will not expect that to be done and out until the end of the year. This year. I'm saying it on stream so that maybe I'll actually do it. But yes, that part. Yes, MJ years ago. I love that bike. It's actually a really cool bike. Like seriously, how do I explain it? I remember when the Ducati Street Fighter was announced. And I also remember when the original Ducati Street Fighters were out. This is before, before me, like before I was even knowing what the hell Ducati was, before I was in a position to even afford a Ducati. I I saw the Street Fighter. I was like, man, it would really be really cool to have one of those bikes. But back then, Ducati wasn't known for their reliability. Their typical Italian brand. It's all about the spirit, the how it makes you feel. It's the emotion, the character. They didn't really have the reliability or the resilience or any other stuff that you look for in a bike. And as someone who is like, I wasn't rolling in dough back then, I looked at the Japanese bikes. I wasn't interested in the European bikes because they had a reputation of not being as reliable. So I've always wanted, well, that's a lie. It's not always wanted. I've wanted a Street Fighter ever since I saw the Matrix movie. I think it was the Matrix 2. Is it the Matrix 2? Or was it Blade? It's either the Matrix. Let's see, Matrix 2. Let's go here. Matrix 2 Ducati. And I know it's not a Street Fighter in that, but that's what kind of like got me interested in Ducati. It's just like I saw this bike on the movie. Here it is right here. I don't know if I can watch this without YouTube demonetized. Well, I'm not monetized, but without them tripping. But ever since I saw this bike, I was just like, oh my gosh, I want one of these. The gold wheels, you don't even understand. The single-sided swing arm, they got rid of that. Can you believe it? Ducati no longer makes motorcycles with a single-sided swing arm. They now went to the dual swing arm. So I am very, very, very thankful that I went ahead and pulled the trigger last year because I was thinking about not doing it. I was just like, I already have a bike, a Monster. It's I love that. I love that bike. It was comfortable. It didn't get hot. The fuel economy was decent. It was actually great compared to this current bike. So I was just like, I don't need a bike. It also it's paid off. That's another big thing. Having things that are paid off where you don't have a note it's hard to explain to people who've never had it. But I've had the privilege of paying off 5 of my vehicles, and yeah, now I have a lease. And after this lease, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll probably just buy something cash, something cheap, like seriously cheap that I can buy in cash, and I'll just be done for life because I don't like the newer cars, the new modern cars that are coming out. I absolutely despise them. They feel like iPhones on wheels, and I don't want that. So anyway, this is Ducati, and this is kind of what it was the movie that kind of got me into it. And honestly, I think Blade is what introduced me to the Buell. Let's see, Blade motorcycle. It's not Fire Blade. It's in the movie Blade. Blade movie. By the way, for those of you who don't know, there was a black man that saved Marvel, the MCU, Blade. In case y'all don't know, it was Wesley Snipes. That man don't get the credit that he deserves. To this day, Blade is probably one of my all-time favorite movies from the MCU universe. After Iron Man and a couple other ones, they all became trash to me. And I don't know what year that was, but I haven't really watched any of those movies since. And that goes for even Black Panther. I saw that trash. Oh my gosh, it was shitty. If you like it, I'm sorry you have poor taste. But, we all can't have great taste in movies. I know that. I understand. But yes, let's look at this bike here. This is the bike that was in Blade. Well, I don't know if it was the Ducati. Let me see. Here we are. This is the bike right here. Oh, it was the Ducati. Okay, I thought it was a Buell. For whatever reason, I thought it was a Buell. But maybe not. And I'm too afraid to watch a clip because man, like YouTube is pretty trash these days. You can't even look at a clip of something. It is a Buell. Look at that. A Buell XB. We'll look at it. I'll just turn off the audio. How about that? Yeah, this scene right here, it did something for me. I've always been into motorcycle stuff. For real. No, I got into. I rode a dirt bike once in my life and fell. It put me in ICU for a while. This is the only thing I have to you can see from it now. I have this mark on my arm, but I was in ICU for a little over a week. So that was my first time on a bike, experiencing a bike, and I busted my ass. But In busting my ass, I learned a very valuable lesson. It doesn't matter how fast you're going. It doesn't matter if you're on the road or on the grass or in a driveway or whatever. You can fuck yourself up on one of these motorcycles, which is why, to this day, I do not ride without gear. I have gear on anytime I ride. And when I say gear, I'm talking about full gear. No helmet, a jacket, abrasion resistant pants, boots, gloves. I even wear earplugs because my ears are one of my great assets. Like just like my fingers. You want to protect those. So I used to do music. So obviously to do music, you need to be able to hear. So that plus I did recording, like recording engineering, mix engineering, and you need to use your ears. So I had to protect these assets. So I ride with earplugs. So yeah, let's see here. I need 30 videos of programming, not cameras face. Cameras face turquoise. I'm not doing 30 videos of programming. I've already tried that. People don't want to see programming. People don't want to improve themselves. You know what? That's what I found out is that people just want to be entertained. And you know what? That's fine. I can be entertaining sometimes, but most times I don't want to be entertaining. I would rather teach, but YouTube doesn't reward that. So I'm just going to drone and maybe people will like it. 1 week. I'm not sure what this is in regard to. 1 week of what? And what were your injuries? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. I just remember I did walk home. I remember that. I remember my arm was bloody as hell. And yeah, I don't know. That's what I remember. I don't remember much else. Now that's not to say that I had a concussion or anything. I don't think I did. But it happened when I was 14. I'm 36 now. So that's been about 22 years ago. So I don't remember. It's been too long ago. That was an emoji at the end of the camera comment. Oh, okay. Well, they don't show up on my end. I just see colon face dash turquoise dash covering dash eyes. 1 week ICU. Yeah, it was a week or maybe longer. I don't remember. Like I said, I'm dead as I don't remember. I don't remember much about it. I just remember that I was in the hospital for a while. And yeah, I didn't touch a bike again. Not because I didn't want to, but because, well, for one, nobody would buy me a bike. Because when you're 14, it's not like you can go and buy your own bike. You're not making that kind of money. Oh, wait, no, I wasn't 14. That's a lie. I was 13. I'm sorry. I was 13. Because when I was 14, I had a job. So I was working during the summer. So obviously I didn't have time to go out and ride a bike. But yeah, it must have been 13 or 12. I don't know. Maybe my mom knows. Maybe she knows. If she ends up popping in, she could be like, oh, you were this age. I don't remember though. All right, let's close out this. So yeah, motorcycle and Ducati. What's kind of crazy is that I never would have imagined that I would eventually own a Ducati. There are a lot of things that I've owned and accomplished that I never would have dreamed of. Case in point, I never in my life thought that I would own a Porsche, let alone 5 of them. I didn't even know what the hell Porsche was until like after college. And I used to call them douchebag cars. Me and my girlfriend at the time, we were just looking at like, they're just the dick cars because they kind of look phallic-like to me, at least. And it's interesting that I bought one. And I was like, oh, okay, I get it. I understand why people love these things. They are phenomenal vehicles. The first one was a Macan SUV. I had the Macan Turbo, 2018 model. And I traded in my Mercedes AMG C63S Coupe for that. I think that was a 2017. And let me tell you, to trade in a coupe for an SUV, the SUV has to be special. Because I wasn't going there to buy a Porsche SUV. I was going there to buy a GT3. And they're like, yeah, you're not getting that. But they offered to let me test drive that Macan Turbo. And I was just like, what the hell? It was so good. The next day, I showed up. I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. You can take this Mercedes. Oh my gosh, it was a phenomenal car. I love that thing. I don't know why I got rid of it. I probably should have kept it, but whatever. And then I love that car so much, I went and purchased a 911 GTS in cash. That was nice, and that got me introduced to the 911. And oh my gosh, man, that did something. It made me see the truth. I was like, you know what? I don't need a Lamborghini, a Ferrari, a McLaren, a Koenigsegg, or like any of those things, a Picani. I don't need any of that shit. I'm like, Porsche is probably where I'm going to stay. Like, I'm being honest. I'm just like, everything is law of diminishing returns after all. And I've had the privilege, I guess, of driving all those other cars that I've just listed. And I'm just like, for the price, they're not that much better. Like, I can't say that a McLaren is 2 to 3 times better than a GT3. Because, McLaren, at least the one that I would be looking at, is $400,000-$500,000. Whereas a GT3, my spec is about 200, 215, 220. No way in hell am I going to ever say that a McLaren is twice as good as a GT3. If anything, it's only maybe 5 or 10% better in certain aspects. But in reality, from a daily standpoint, it's not better. Not from a daily standpoint. Especially if you're someone like me, you just want to be low key. That was one of the coolest things about my car, is that I could ride around and most people had no idea. Like they just had no idea what kind of car it was or how expensive it was. And I love that. I don't need people trying to figure out what I have. I need people to think that I'm broke, because I am broke. I'm broke. But yeah, that's enough about the motorcycle. I love motorcycles. This camera, right? This is my little thing. I have my 40 mil f2.5 G lens on it with a filter. This is does it have it on here? Yes, it does. This is the Bloom Gold filter by Philip Bloom, and it's the 1/8 strength. I keep this on the front of one of my lenses, so it's either going to be on the front of this lens or the front of my Fuji X100V, because it's the same filter thread. It's 49 millimeter, and I love it, to be honest. It makes my images softer, which you may be wondering, why would you want your images to be softer? Why would you spend all this money on an imaging system that has a lot of megapixels, which gives you more sharpness? Well, it's all about aesthetics sometimes. Yes, you can have a tool that gives you perfection, that gives you the sharpest image possible, but that's just a capability. That's the way I look at all tools. It's the capability of being sharp that I value, not necessarily the fact that it's going to be that all the time. To bring it to cars and motorcycles, I have cars that can go over 200 miles an hour. Do I really need to go over 200 miles per hour? No. I've only done it. I won't say I've never done that. That would be illegal. But I like having the capability of going 200 miles an hour, should I want to. It's all about wants, like, it's just cool to be able to do something and say, you know what, if I wanted to, I could. Like, to me, that's pretty dope. It's all about having options. But yeah, anyway, back to the camera. Some of the things that I will be talking about over time, and maybe I'll talk about it now, who knows, are some of the reasons why I purchased this camera. In fact, I've already recorded it, but I'm going to talk about it again just because I can watch myself later. For those of you who don't know, I have owned a lot of Sony cameras. I switched over to the Sony system in 2015. Before then, I was on Samsung, and here I'll show y'all the cameras that I had from Samsung. I had the NX300, and I also had the Samsung NX500, and I was considering the NX1. So I had the NX300 in black. To this day, the NX series of cameras are by far the best user experience in cameras that I've ever experienced in my life. I was very sad when Samsung decided to exit the market, because they were truly innovating. I might buy this camera again. Yeah, I'm probably going to buy this camera again. This white one seems cool. I don't know if I need a lens or not. I just want to have the camera. But look at this. Look at the screen. You don't really get a sense of how large this screen is, but it's bigger than the screen on the back of my current camera. This camera came out in like 2012. Actually, hold on. I might be lying to you. Let's see. Samsung NX300 release date. 2013. Okay, I was off by one. Came out in 2013. That's 12 years ago. And look at this screen. I might have to buy this camera again. You know what? Yeah, I might have to buy this camera again. Let's go to eBay. I'm not going to buy it new. I shouldn't have sold it, to be honest, but you know, that's what I did. Samsung NX300. I sold my 500 too. I'll probably buy the 500. It's only 150. Yeah, maybe I'll get one of these just so I can make some content and explain why this is by far the best camera experience I've ever had. The touchscreen was responsive. Just think of your phone. Samsung, you know, even though I'm not a fan of their phones, I got to give them credit. Like, their hardware is really, really, really good. They make their own screens, their touch screens, their processors, all that. All of the stuff that you would expect in their Galaxy line of phones is in this camera. It's just it's a pleasant experience. Now this is the 300. Let's look at the 500. Probably just get the 500 and oh shit. What did I just do? Oops. Yeah, here we go. God, 750. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess I can justify it if it comes with a lens. It comes with a lens. God dang. 559. It comes with the. I had this lens too. If this is new, I can do it. I would do it just as a collector's item. Yeah. Maybe I need to go ahead and pull the trigger on one of these. I'm not gonna do it now. Obviously, it's probably not a good time to be purchasing cameras, especially for collecting. But you can see the big difference that they did. It came out with a flip out screen. And look at this. It's got a super AMOLED screen. Just let that sink in. Think of any camera. None of them have an AMOLED screen or an OLED screen. None of them. This is the same screen that was in their phones. It's bright as hell. It's responsive. It looks good. It's high resolution. Man, it's very embarrassing that the Koreans decided to leave. They should have stayed, because the Japanese, they're missing right now. That's all they do. And this right here, this is a case in point. This is not about to be a dunk on this camera, but this camera introduced almost no innovation from the previous generation of this camera. It's got the same imaging sensor. It's the 50 megapixel backside illuminated CMOS sensor is stacked. Same thing as the previous one. It even has the same processors. They didn't even change the imaging pipeline, the processing. They didn't even change that. It's the same. No more efficient, even though chips are more efficient than they were before. Same inefficient, same heat or lack of heat management. You know, it's the only thing they added was the AI focus detect chip. So it has the AI focus detect. But all in all, like, the internals of this camera are effectively the same. I mean, they improved the IBIS. They have the new IBIS system. You know, you get this new flip out screen, all that kind of crap. But pretty much everything else, other than the body's dope. Everything else is the same. It's business as usual. Whereas, you know, they could have improved the screen on the back, which is tiny. Here, I'll turn it on so you can see. See this tiny ass screen. Let me also put this on, I don't know, another mode, video mode maybe. Huh? Oh, I'm tripping. Put in video mode. Yeah. So you can see here in video mode, right? Like, the screen is tiny. All of this bezel up here, look at that. That's embarrassing. This is all bezel. Same down here, all bezel. It's just bezel. It's darker than the last one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it is. And it's still low resolution. Let me see if we can find some specs on this Samsung camera right quick. I'm about to do a comparison. Samsung NX500 specs. Wait, huh? Are these specs? I guess so. There we go. It's full. Okay, there we are. Let's look at display. Okay, I guess that's not going to work. I could have swore that I saw a display somewhere. Okay, well, sure. It's got a 3-inch display with one. This is an issue that I have. These camera manufacturers, they measure their displays in dots, which is retarded. Let me just be the first to say it. It's stupid as fuck. Every other display uses a unit called a pixel. But for whatever reason, they use dots here. Now, a dot and a pixel are not the same thing. Typically, when we're talking about pixels, we're also considering all of the subpixels. So a pixel is not just one thing, right? And maybe I can show this pixel CMOS sensor. So we can show, maybe we can do a microscopic, or sure, whatever that is. Okay. All right. Well, I was hoping that the picture I clicked on would be the picture that I see, but all right, let me zoom in here. Okay. This right here is a pixel. This whole thing is a pixel. A dot is just one of these things, or a subpixel is just one of these things. So when you're thinking about the fact that it's talking about 1 million dots, well, you really need to divide it by 3. And then you get it into pixel land. And then you realize that it's a ridiculously low resolution display on the back of these things. It's probably 640, 480 if I'm being honest. Let's see. Maybe ChatGPT can tell me how many pixels is 1.03 million dots when it comes to what? Camera displays. Yeah, the divide by 3, yeah, but okay, I was close. So it's between here, 720 by 480, 640 by 540. And yes, it depends on the aspect ratio. Given that the aspect ratio on this camera here is 3:2, I'm going to assume that the screen is also 3:2 or close to 3:2. So it's probably 640 by 540. Right, now that's for the Samsung. Now let's take a look to see what the hell? All right, I don't know what's going on. All right, so my browser seems to have crashed. So we'll start it up again. And let's look for Sony A1 II. And we are interested in specs. One of the few times in my life that I'm going to care about specs. And let's look for the display. $2 million, 2.95, 2.095. All right, so let's say, all right, how about 2.095 million dots? I want to say it's under 1,024 and by something. So it's probably going to be like 720 by something. Yeah, I was close. 1,024, 680 or 900 by 780. So fairly low resolution. It's not even HD, which, for a camera that can shoot up to 8K, you would expect maybe we can get a 1080p screen, maybe. No. No, sure, you can crop it. We don't need to use all the pixels all the time. Or hell, give us more than that. You know? Give me some more than that. Give me like a 1920 by 1200 pixel display where I can actually use it to establish my focus. But it's whatever. I use my EVF for that. The EVF is 9 point something million dots. Maybe it shows it on here somewhere. Let's see. And yes, the EVF is also measured in dots. EVF. Okay, well, that's not going to work. LCD screens. Viewfinder. Okay, here we are. It's got like 9 million. Okay, 9.43 million or 9.9. Okay, 9.44 million. Yeah, 44 million. I don't need it to show me the math. I just want the freaking number. God dang. I already know the math. I just wanted. Oh, here we go. So, yes. So my EVF is basically what I said I would like. It's a little bit more, you know, but 1920 is at least HD. By the way, that's one of the reasons why I wanted this camera, this A1 Mark II. The A7 IV's EVF is trash. It is trash. The magnification is not that great. The sharpness is not that great. The refresh rate is not that great. Pretty much it's just not great. The resolution is also terrible. I think it's like 3 million dots or something. It's not great. For whatever reason, Sony decided that it would be a great idea, and it was a great idea, to put this EVF, this 9.4 million dot EVF, on the A7S III, a camera that has a 12 megapixel camera sensor. And the A7 IV has a 24 megapixel, no, 33, a 33 megapixel sensor. And for whatever reason, it has a EVF that is a third of the resolution, which doesn't make sense to me. Now the A7R5, it does have the same EVF. However, the rolling shutter is trash. So one reason why I got this is that the sensor readout on this camera is insane. It's 50 megapixels. But I wonder, does it even say the sensor readout? Let's see. Sensor. Number of pixels. It doesn't. It's okay. All right. Well, let's see if we can find this information somewhere. So we'll go back and maybe DP Review will have it. Hopefully. Okay. Specifications. Maybe. Nah, this looks like it'll just be what Sony gives them, which is not useful to me. Let's see how it compares. I don't think that matters either. Okay, so I got to figure it out. So what's the sensor readout speed of the Sony A1? It's got the same sensor. Okay, so it's 4 milliseconds. It's the same on the A1 too, just FYI. It's got the same. Was I on there? Oh, wow. I was literally looking at it and I didn't realize it. Okay, yeah. So 4 milliseconds. So you can sync your flash up to 1/200th of a second, which is not that impressive now that I think about it. My Fuji can do better than that. Pretty much any camera with a leaf shutter can do significantly better than that. Orders of magnitude better. Huh. But yeah, all right. That's my Sony. It feels good in the hand. It does everything I need. I can do my photos. I can do videos. I can do slow motion. I can do time lapses. Of course, you can do that on all the other ones, but the slow motion on here is at 4K and it's 5x slow-mo. Can't really do that on all the other cameras. Now, one thing that I would have appreciated if Sony would have at least given us additional codecs for video, maybe allow me to record in 6K, or maybe give me 4K that doesn't use line skipping, like give me oversampled 4K. The A7 IV did it. I want to say that it was oversampling at a 7K down to 4K. Let's see, Sony A4 over sample 4K. Yeah, it is. Yeah, 7K. So for whatever reason, the cheaper camera, the consumer level camera, has better 4K than my flagship Sony A1 II. Let's let that sink in. A newer camera, the flagship camera, has worse 4K than the A7 IV. Something to keep in mind if you're trying to record 4K. I don't understand it because it's got a beyond 8K sensor. So like why not sample it from the full sensor? Why not give me open gate recording so that I could, if I want to, I can record one piece of content and then deliver it in multiple formats. What I mean by that is maybe I want to deliver it in 16:9. Maybe I want to deliver it in 9:16 vertical mode, right? Maybe I want to use a non-standard aspect ratio for my content. Being able to do open gate recording would allow me to do that. That would have been a really cool thing that Sony could have done. Like they don't necessarily need to improve the sensor per se, but maybe improve the processors and give us some additional options, like to record in 6K. Well, that would be, if you can record in 8K, which it can, then you should be able to record in 6K. And maybe give us 8K 60 frames per second. No, Canon and Nikon do it. Yet the camera that's more expensive than those two systems, it can't do it. It's only 8K, 30 frames per second at the max, 24 otherwise. You know, I would even accept 8K at a crop, like a small crop, to get 60. Would I ever use it? Probably not, but it would make me feel better about having spent all kinds of money on a camera. That being said, I don't really hold it against the camera. I'm like, it's fine. The 4K, even though it's a line skipped, it's good enough. I don't really care that much, mainly because I'm delivering it to YouTube. So, I mean, I only get a couple hundred views anyway. And on top of that, it's been compressed to hell on YouTube. So whatever. It would have been dope to be able to do recording to ProRes RAW in camera. That alone would be amazing. Just let me record it internally. I have CF Express cards, so it's not necessarily a bandwidth limitation. But for now, you know, you can still record RAW on these cameras so long as you are willing to install a monitor, like a recorder, and you do it via HDMI. You just output it via HDMI, you get RAW recording, which I don't think I would ever use because I've been able to do RAW recording for a while now, and I don't do it. Mainly because I have to have a monitor. I'm not even gonna lie. But even if I didn't, the file sizes are stupidly large, and I don't really want to have to go in and adjust exposure. Like I don't want to have to do that with video. That's one of the cool things that I like about video is that for the most part, I treat video as JPEG, where where it's like what you see is basically what you get, which I'm fine with because I have photography for going in and editing my photos and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, it's a little bit of things that I care about. A little camera. I also got some music stuff over there, which I did say I was going to try to share that. Maybe I will. I'm not going to share audio. Have to pay me for that. But I will at least point my camera over there. You can kind of see what I got going on over there. Put this in the, what kind of mode is this? The live stream mode. That's one of the cool things about these newer Sony cameras. They have live stream mode. Okay, so how do I, the new scene? All right, we'll go to camera. Oh, look at that. All right, put this in autofocus continuous. This is one of the things that I like about having the A1 is that you get dials on the top, and I'll show that in a second. Yeah, there you go. It's gonna eventually open up my aperture. Jack up the exposure a little bit. Yeah, so you can kind of see over there. I got my MPC and my KO2, and I got a keyboard back there that's kind of just hanging out. I got my other laptop over there. So that's what I got going on over there. That's the music stuff. I'm not really going to talk much about that because I don't intend to ever do music on YouTube again. But if I do anything music related, it would probably be a series of just explaining how do you use the MPC, because I have spent the past couple of years really learning how to use it. I can't say that I'm like great at it. You know? It's still a lot of technical things that need to be improved. However, uh, I know enough to be able to get done the stuff that I want to get done. You know, so I can make my little songs, all that kind of good stuff. All right. So with that, I guess I'm going to hop into talking about all these other things. So I have videos. Let me see where I left off, and I'll decide what I'm going to talk about from there. Man, there's a lot. I don't know if I want to go through these in order. Maybe I'll just. What is this? Oh, look at that. My man, whatever. I don't understand, but my teleprompter, because it uses USB-C, it keeps freezing. Anyway, if you had to give all your hobbies, if you had to give up all your hobbies for only one, what would you choose? I wouldn't. I don't. Who's going to force me to do any of that? Like, all of these things are things that I do in general, right? I don't need the equipment to do it. I make music in my head. I see things in my head. I have stories in my head. I don't have to get them out into the world for them to exist to me. So that's like saying, like, if I could be forced to not think, what would I not think about? It's like, well, I don't know if it works that way. Most of the things that I do start out in my head, and the only reason why I get a thing is just well, maybe I should get it out of my head, and so that I can listen to it like later, I guess. But even then, like, even the stuff that I've made in the past, like, it's still in my head, which is interesting. Now, that's not to say that what I end up producing is the thing that's exactly in my head. Sometimes I am limited by my own skill, especially when it comes to photography, or even on the NPC, because I recently switched over to trying to do everything on that. I started out on a keyboard on here, I can show it to you. Here, let me show you the keyboard I used to have. The Roland Phantom X8 with the hammer action keys. So I had this keyboard. So this is what I did most of my stuff on. And this along with FL Studio. So I've always been kind of tied to both. So like I started with FL Studio. I'm not even gonna lie. I started with FL Studio. And then I gradually got into Logic, which I hated. Honestly, I hated Logic, but that's what you can use on a Mac. So that's what I used. And this is what forced me into getting a keyboard. It didn't really force me. I wanted a keyboard, but this is what forced me into using my keyboard to do all of my arranging and all of my actual production, was because I really didn't like Logic at all. So I did as much as I could here, and then I would just track it out into Logic, and I would do all the mixing and all that kind of stuff, more arranging in Logic, because it's easier to move around clips that way. You know, you can add your loops and all that stuff, add effects. I would do all that in Logic. However, when I went to college, I got Pro Tools, and Pro Tools is by far my favorite audio editing software. And even to this day, I still remember all of the keyboard shortcuts. Like I know how to use Pro Tools better than I know how to use Ableton Live, and Ableton Live is the thing I've had installed on my computer for the past decade. And to this day, I still know how to use Pro Tools over Ableton Live. And I'm not saying I don't know how to use Ableton Live. I mean, like, I have to think when I use Ableton. Like, I had to, if I want to do something, I had to think about, well, how do you do that? I had to go look for shit. Whereas with Pro Tools, I know all the keyboard shortcuts. It's just second nature. It's like when I use my keyboard, right? So, doing all this shit right here, this is all second nature. I can do this and I don't have to think, right? Just how I use my computer. I don't have to think. Whereas with Ableton Live, if I want to do anything, I have to be like, oh, well, like, where is that thing? How do you do this? Like, it's a lot. Whereas with, like I'm saying, with Pro Tools, it's just like, oh yeah, if I want to zoom in, it's command bracket, If I want to select this audio clip, I can press Option and then Shift and then click out, like use my arrows and select everything. Basically, I can use Pro Tools without using my mouse. So that's how I know whether or not I know how to do something or not, is can I use it without taking my hands off the keyboard? Because in my opinion, the mouse is one of the shittiest input methods on a computer. It's like the last resort for me. Yes, it can be precise when you're trying to select like things on a screen, but I don't really like GUIs like that, graphical user interfaces. I prefer CLI or terminal based interfaces over, because everything is always in the same place. I don't have to look for shit. I can press a key on my keyboard to do something. I don't have to like take my hand off the keyboard, put my hand on the mouse, wiggle it to see where the hell the cursor is, go and look for something and then click on it. That's stupid to me. That's just dumb. Nobody got time for that. At least I don't got time for that. So when it comes to Ableton Live, like I avoid it because it's too difficult. It's too difficult. I would open it, but I'm afraid it's going to jack up my audio on the stream. I suck at everything except for keys and guitar. Well, maybe. Don't ask me to do anything else. I mean, if you know keys, like keyboard and guitar, that means that you know music. I don't look at the instrument as the thing that makes you musical. The instrument is just a tool. And that's one thing you'll get to know about me over time, is that all of these things are just tools. That's why I was like, I don't even know if I accept the premise of your question, the Premium Forges, is that, like, sure, if you're saying what tools would I get rid of, I would get rid of everything except my computer. If we're being honest. If I can only have one thing, it would be a computer. If we're talking about tools. But everything else is in here in your mind. Like, that's just how do you think, right? I would give up the MPC. I don't need it. I can do all this. Everything I can do on my MPC, I can do on my computer. And I know that because I've done it. And I also know that because the MPC is literally a computer. Pretty much everything are computers these days. They may not run an operating system like Windows or Mac OS, but they all run operating systems, and they all use x86. Some of them use ARM, the instruction sets. They all use commodity PC hardware like PCIe or PCI bus on the case in that. AD converters, like all the things that a normal general purpose computer has, they all have it. Same thing with this camera. Now, I may have some specialized chips, but at the end of the day, like, well, not with a camera, you couldn't use a computer, but you could use a laptop. So yeah, I'm still going to go buy, my computer. I can only have one thing because my computer has speakers. It has a microphone. It has a keyboard, this kind of keyboard. And you can use this keyboard to play keys like notes too. You can do all that. It has a trackpad and it has IO. So in my opinion, the computer is the ultimate general purpose tool, which is probably one of the reasons why I love computers so much, is that they can literally do anything. There are almost no limits to a computer. If it can be processed, a computer can do it. Let's see here. Mixing and effects is what F's me over, and laying out originals. I practically just do loops. Well, what type of effects are you doing? Let me see. I'm going to try to open up Ableton Live. If my stream crashes, maybe I'll come back. Maybe. I'll just go sit on my couch and read my book. I got some new books yesterday. I think I shared them. The deep learning book and my complex numbers books. I think I showed them. I've already read the first 2 chapters in my deep learning book. I'm on chapter 3 now. All right, let's see. It seems like it worked. Okay, look at that. Nothing crashed. That's good. What types of effects do you want to learn about? I can talk to you about effects. So stuff like this, right? I know these shortcuts, but they're not just second nature, right? Like, I mean, some of them are. But coming in here and then like if I want to find something, that worked. I was gonna say that didn't work, but maybe this is the newer version and it works now. Okay, let's look for a loop. I'm pretty sure I have loops on here. Sample library, maybe. Yeah, look at that. Let's see, goat loops. We're gonna do a goat loop, or no, we'll do a fire drum loop, maybe. Let's pick a tempo, maybe 92. No, I don't like that. Not feeling it. We're gonna go to goat loops. No, we're not. I don't like this. I don't like any of these. Ah, man. I'm not about to make my own stuff either. Not right now. All right, let me find something else that I like better. So we're gonna come up into samples. Is it samples? This is what I mean. I'm just not familiar with this. Like, all right, loop. Okay, all right, sure. Maybe I'll learn live. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Theme. See how slow I am on this? This is, oh my gosh. It's making me anxious already. It's too slow. Oh, here we are. All right, this one. Put this on 150. 150. Okay. And then I don't like this color. Yeah, this is better color. All right. Okay, so I have loop. Did that do anything? Okay, that did something. Man, I'm having to think. I don't like having to think. Drum loop. There we go. Okay. Percussion full drum loop. Don't like. I want something acoustic sounding. Yeah, some acoustic, but I don't know where I'm gonna get that at. Wait, can y'all even hear this? Y'all can't hear this, can you? I don't think this is going through my stream. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, no, it's going through the stream. It just may be extra loud for y'all. I don't think I can control the, I can. Here, I'll turn it down here. Okay, so you can hear it. Okay, all right, cool. All right, so I'm just looking for something. Oh, yeah. How about that? We'll take this right here. We'll just throw this over here, just, what the hell? God dang it. All right, delete all that, delete that, and we'll just play this. All right, it's making some weird noises, interestingly. All right, it might be this warp mode. Let's change this to complex. Okay, that's a little bit better. What I'll do is crank up the tempo to get rid of some of those artifacts. Okay, all right, cool. All right, so we have a loop. What effects give you problems? There are all kinds of effects. I mean, all of them, they kind of fall into just a few things. You have filters, EQs, which I don't know if you really want to consider an EQ an effect, but sure, we could call it an effect if you want. We have dynamics, we have harmonic effects, and we have like delay / reverb style effects, like temporal effects. Oh, and I guess we also have pitch effects. So I would call those modulation, like modulation effects, things that modulate certain aspects of a signal. So what do you want to know? Like, you want to start with compression? That's a really important one, I think. Compression. Let me see if I how do you do stuff on here? Audio effects. For what it's worth, I use not Ableton. What is this shit? My UAD console. I have all these things going right now on my channels. So you see here, I have this stuff going, and there's compression here as well. But it's part of a channel strip that I'm using, this API channel strip. And I also have some emulation for, what do you call these things? A mic pre, which has built-in compression as well as de-esser and some other things. So I normally do it on my device itself because it has DSP. So I record it with effects in that way. All right. So Zanny says may as well to compression, I guess. Okay, sure. So let me find compression. Compressor. Okay. I guess I'm going to use this compressor first, and then I'll maybe switch to some other compressor that has um, other types of things that I can do. This is just the Ableton Live built-in compressor. All right, so I'm gonna turn it off. We'll play the loop. Now, before I go and start talking about what compression does, compression, the name is a little confusing, I think, because if you're like me and you think of what compression is, you think in terms of computer science, like taking something and reducing the size. That's not necessarily what compression is doing in the audio context, but it is kind of in a way. And here's what it does. It can increase. How about that? Compression can be used to increase the perceived loudness of a sample. When I say sample, I mean just like sample rate. Digital audio is all samples because you're sampling audio at a specific rate. So just think of it as an audio file, if that helps. So we'll play this. I'm gonna turn the attack down to 1 though, which basically is off. So every decibel of input is going to output 1 decibel of output. So that's what ratio here means. It's the ratio of input to output. If I increase this is saying that for every 1.1 decibels of input, output it as 1 decibel. Or if we increase it even more, for every 2 decibels of output a decibel. So this is squashing. So maybe that's where the compression is coming in. It squashes the dynamics of your signal. I was about to say maybe I should just play a sine wave, but I think that would be too boring for you all, so I won't do it. But if you really want to understand this, you just think about it in terms of sine waves. You have a sine wave with an amplitude. Hopefully you all know waves have amplitude. That's what compression is dealing with. That's what dynamics are. It's the amplitude, the max to lowest volume, if you want to look at it that way. And what it's going to do is say, as a wave input comes in, let's say it's a decibel, or let's say it's 3 decibels loud. Well, right now at this 2 to 1, it's going to output it as 1.5 decibels. So let's kind of show that. I'll put this at 0. And I'm also going to put my attack down all the way down to 0. I'm going to keep my release all the way up for now. Gain is going to be where it is. There's no EQ, so I don't have to worry about it right now. My threshold, man, it'll be dope if it's out of line, but I'm going to keep the threshold at 0 dB, meaning that no compression will take place unless the input signal goes beyond that threshold. This GR means gain reduction. This is just the amount of reduction of gain that's happening. So gain reduction will only happen if the threshold is met. So think about it this way. This ratio is only going to take effect for a signal that goes above the threshold. And once it is above that threshold, this ratio is going to control the amount of decibel output per given unit of decibel input. All right, so we'll play this and I'll turn on the compressor. And you should notice there shouldn't be a difference. All right, so nothing's happening because no compression is taking place. Now, I'm going to turn down my threshold by, let's say, 18 decibels. So let's say -18. And you'll notice that nothing happens. The reason why is because I have a 1-to-1 ratio, which is basically off. Now, let's change this release to something so we can actually start to see stuff when I start adjusting my ratio. Let's put this to maybe 60. And I'll put this to 0.03. Attack, before I continue, I'll define what these things are doing. So attack is how quickly the compressor responds to that unit of input being above the threshold. So let's say that you have a spike, a transient, a peak, and it lasts for 0.01 milliseconds. The compressor will not latch on to it. It won't do anything to it. However, if that transient or that peak or whatever, if it's above that threshold for 0.03 milliseconds or longer, the compressor is going to take it and it's going to pull the volume down. It may be also useful to think of a compressor in terms of what it's actually doing. In the old days, we had people who would ride the fader, right? So let's say let's play pretend compressor. Obviously, I can't do it because this is too fast. But let's say that crash. I don't want that crash to be loud, so I know it's going to come. And then I'll bring it up. That's what compression is doing. It's automating this right here. It's literally just automating volume. Now, obviously, it's hard to be accurate. It's hard to be consistent. So we're going to use a compressor to do it for us. So let's turn this back on. And I'm going to turn on, well, before I do that, I'm going to look to see. So this right here is the crash. How do I know that? Well, after a while, you get used to reading rhythm. Like if you just know music, you'll see that this right here, these ghost notes right here, these 16ths, that's just space, right? However, this crash right here is alone by itself. So I know that's my crash. Now, the thing with compressors is that it's general purpose, right? It's the entire signal, which is good and a bad thing, but mostly a bad thing in this case, because I can't just isolate that symbol unless I do some other processing. Anyway, let's get back into how this is going to affect the sound. Okay, so I'm going to start to increase the ratio. And you'll notice that this top thing right here, this is the gain reduction, is starting to take some effect. Let's make this a little more. Okay, so I think what I might need to do is have a, gosh, this is what I mean. Like, I don't know how to do shit here. Maybe I'll put it here so that we can see. Is it going to stay on top? No, it's not. God dang it. All right, let's put it here. Okay, we're not going to be able to see it that well here either. So I'm going to have to look for a meter. I'm sure there's one that exists in Ableton Live, I hope. Let's see if there's a meter of some sort. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm tripping hard. I forgot I have a meter showing right now. Look on the bottom of my screen. On the left, the bottom left. See that right there? That's the volume. This is a very accurate meter. Okay, so when I play this, it should go through there as well. All right, so you can see that I'm hovering at around -35 dBu. All right, so let's start cranking up the compression and notice what happens to the level. You see that? So as I increase the ratio, and I eventually put it to infinity, the one which is basically a limiter, a brick wall limiter, you saw that it went from -35 LU or -34 or whatever it was to -40 LU. All right, you saw that? Yeah, I'll play it again so you can see it. All right, so hopefully you can see that. So it's changing the volume of things. However, this is automated, so you can start to have some interesting effects. You should have noticed it changed the timbre of the sound as well. It almost felt flat because it's removing dynamics. Dynamics is the difference between the highs and the lows. So what it's doing is it's removing those high transients by turning them down. So the overall signal is flatter with less transients. And you can see that by looking on the bottom right of my screen. Now the signal isn't loud enough, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit. So just prepare yourselves. Now, what I want you to pay attention to are like the wave on the right. As I decrease the compression, you actually start to see that wave shape open up. And as I increase the compression, you start to see that it basically clamps down and it becomes fairly homogeneous. I'll do it again. I can't talk because if I talk, you'll see me talking, like you'll see it in the waveform. So let me let it settle. All right, hopefully you can see it. Now I'm using this as a visual aid because unless you've trained your ears to hear it, you won't hear it initially. But to me, it's obvious as hell. Now let's get a little bit more into the weeds on it, a little bit. So I've been adjusting the attack. I'm sorry, the ratio. Let's move on to attack. Now think about it this way. Remember, I said that this determines how much signal or how long the signal needs to be above the threshold before the compressor latches onto it and turns it down by the amount of gain that you specified in your ratio. Now, when you think about it, or not even think about it, when you're looking at it, we have audio, we have this right here. You see all these transients right here? We have this transient, and the transient is just like a snap from low to high. Just think of it that way. So we have all these peaks right here. Well, if we have a short attack, that means that we can start to remove these peaks right here. We can start to affect the transients. So let's do that. We'll go back to here and we're going to keep the ratio fairly high. I'm going to use a 4:1 ratio. And let's start off with the attack being at 1 or 0.01 millisecond. And I'm going to increase the release to 100 for now. We'll come back to that a little bit later. Okay, so let's do some things. Let's play it. And I'm going to turn it down because it's a little loud for me. Now, notice what happens as I increase the attack. You're going to hear more of the transient come in. And the way that maybe what you should be listening for is it's less staccato. Like if you're familiar with ADSR, your attack, your delay, not your delay, your what's the D? Your duration, your sustain, and your release. If you're familiar with that relationship and how that affects your sample, you can almost think of your attack as going with the A. It's the A. Like how long does it take for the thing to actually happen? And then you can kind of hear it. Let's make it long. So for the most part, the transients are untouched. You should be able to hear that. I'll turn it up a little bit for you. Let's bring it down a little. So hopefully you can hear these things, right? Now, obviously, different types of samples, sounds, whatever you want to call them, they're going to have different like waveform shapes. So depending on what you're doing, like you're going to hear it more or less, but it's fairly straightforward. Release is the opposite of attack. It's all right. Well, the signal has dipped below the threshold. How long do we like wait before we turn the compressor off? Essentially, it's basically what it's doing. So I'll play with this. Release is important too, but it's harder to demonstrate in this particular case. However, we can get a more lively sound by having the release be lower. The reason why is because we're only capturing the transients, the peaks, and we'll listen to it. So it's obvious as hell to me. Hopefully you're listening with good headphones. If not, you probably won't hear it. But what you should listen for is there's room noise in this sample, this loop sample. There's room noise. Pay close attention to it. It sounds like it's somewhat echoey when there's no release. However, when I add the release on, it pulls that out. The reason why it's pulling that out is because effectively the compressor latches on and brings down all those dynamics, and then it doesn't pull it out. It doesn't release it. So it's basically turning it down so you hear less of that. So I'm going to turn this up a little bit more so you can hear it better. You hear how there's a little bit of reverb noise or room noise. It sounds like it's in a bigger room. Watch as I increase the release. All of a sudden it tightens up. It's almost as if there's a blanket being placed on the walls of the room, and we have noise panels, like it's covering the sound a little bit. So you're still hearing most of the sound, but all of those high frequencies, those are being just yanked out. Right now, so far, all we've talked about is just the mechanics. It's like basics of how it works. There's also the artistry behind it. Like, there's a problem that you may be trying to solve, or maybe there's a specific sound you're after. You can achieve it with a compressor, maybe. I'm going to change this to be peak instead of RMS. That way we can actually see what it's doing on the peaks. And we see here, this is how the release is affecting, right? So as I increase this or decrease the release, we'll see that it'll let go faster. Okay, so those are the main parts of a compressor. Now there's some other things that are relatively important, like knee. This right here, you can think of this as a curve. So is there, I'm trying to think. I have something that shows compression. Actually, gosh, what is it? I think I might have to go into my plugins. It may be an audio unit, because I have a compressor that. Do I have a compressor that does this? I do, but it's in Final Cut. I will have to open up Final Cut. I don't know if I feel like doing that right now. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to open up Final Cut. So apologies. Anyway, back to the compressor. We'll just stick with this compressor, even though it doesn't have certain things that I would like it to have. And there are other compressors here, so we'll play with some of the other ones too, and all that. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is right here. Oh, this is the curve that I was looking for. All right, so this attack and this release and this ratio, this is what the curve would look like, right? So think of it this way. As input comes in on this curve, it's going to change how much output it is. And then this is where the knee is. So knee is essentially saying, all right, well, how far, how can I explain it? Knee is basically saying, I want to gradually increase the amount of compression, so I don't want it to just be a fixed point. So you'll notice that here, if I put it at 0, compression is either on or off, but maybe I want a transition zone. So I get to specify it in decibels, because decibels is a range. It's technically what it is. So I can say, all right, I want 6 decibels of range of when the compressor goes from full off to full on. So you could think of it as a smoothing function almost. All right, so right now it's at 6 dB. Let's put it at 0 dB. So now it's just going to be on or off, and it's going to change the way it sounds too. Let's. Now watch what happens as I increase the knee. more of the sound is being compressed. It's not all at this 4-to-1 ratio. It's going to basically divide this knee by this. So you're going to have a transition. So more of the signal is being compressed, but it eases into the compression. Depends on what you're doing. Maybe you want that, maybe you don't. But most likely you want it if you don't want the compressor to just have that sound, because compressors will add a sound. Some of them will. This compressor right here is a fairly clean compressor. There are other compressors that add harmonics and do other things. All right, so let's mangle the sound a little bit. So we can completely change the sound of this compressor. Now, you may notice that as I made my changes to this compressor, I completely changed the sound, and you should have been able to hear more of the snare of I don't know what you call it, the little part that's underneath the drum, you know, the tight ribbon of metal or whatever that is, that the thing that creates the snap. You start to be able to hear that more. You can extend it out because that's quiet, and because with the compressor, I am turning down the loud parts. I can then increase the quiet parts. That's what this out is right here. This is the compensation, essentially. Every compressor has it, which is the makeup right here. It's the makeup gain. It's basically that. All right, so I'm doing my own makeup, but I think this right here will do it automatically for you, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, let's play it again. We'll do some more playing around. All right, so just with a little bit of effort, we now have a completely different sound. It's the same sample, but it sounds completely different. So compressors are really powerful. They allow you to do a lot of things to change the sound. Now, there's some other things that are important. This compressor here, not all compressors are equal. Some of them just deal with dynamics, but it seems that this compressor allows you to EQ before the compressor. All right, bro, have a good night. Well, I don't know. I might be loud tomorrow. We'll see. So when it comes to this compressor here, we can also EQ before the compressor. Maybe you'd be like, why would I want to do that? Well, certain frequencies have more energy. Typically, lower frequencies have more energy. And maybe you don't want those lower frequencies to influence how much compression is happening to your signal. Maybe you do. But let's say that you don't. So in this case, we have this kick drum. Maybe I don't want a lot of that kick to influence my compressor. So let's play around. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. It's loud for me. All right, so this is dry. With the compressor, let's turn it down a little bit. Okay, let's add an EQ. And what I'm gonna do is, this right here is a high pass filter. And I'll jack it up. Okay, so what you're hearing here is the EQ, the effect of the EQ on the signal. And what that's effectively doing is cutting out all these frequencies that have a lot of energy below 410 hertz, which has the effect of reducing the amount of input that's going into the compressor, input volume, input gain, whatever it is, volume technically, which influences the amount of the reduction, the ratio, the gain reduction that's happening. Now, you may need to have good headphones for this, But there is a slight difference in the sound. One sounds tighter. The reason why is because the compressor is only working on less of the signal. And because it's working on less of the signal and there's less input, there's less gain reduction happening. And maybe we can show that. Here's the gain reduction here. Right around -7, -8. Let's turn off the EQ. And now it goes to -9, -11, 12. I put the EQ back on and it jots down to -6, -8. Right? So there's less gain reduction, which changes the timbre of the sound. So normally what I used to do, and I mean, this compressor has it built in, but normally my chain of effects or processing is I want to cut out the frequencies I don't want to process, EQ or filter. I want to do my processing. And then I want to do another EQ to accentuate the frequencies or whatever that I want to accentuate. And in between the two EQs is all my processing. So it may be dynamics, it may be harmonics, it may be modulation, it may be temporal type stuff, that kind of thing. So let's get into another area of compression. Not all compressors have this, but this one does. So we're going to play with it. This one has a side chain. And for this, I need to find another sound. Let's look for a bass sound. Type loop. Sure, I'm just going to take it. I don't really care. I'm not trying to make anything. This is all for a point, right? So I'm going to create another compressor on here. Let's do a little bit of mixing. Okay. So what you may have noticed is that it almost seems like the bass, I think this is the bass, yeah. The bass is kind of hiding behind the drums. Now there are two ways we can affect this, right? Like we use compression, to increase the volume. That's what a lot of the reason you would use it. It changes the sound, but because you're doing gain reduction, you can then increase the amount of gain output to make it louder. Perceived loudness. It's not actually louder. It's just perceived louder. But let's look at another compressor right quick. This is where I get into, I'm like, man, it slows me down. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay. Compressor, there we go. Add this compressor and we're going to sidechain and I'm going to select my drums. So what this is going to do is instead of using the bass as the thing that's going to cause the gain reduction, it's going to use the output from my drum track to control the gain reduction. And here, you'll see what I mean. Let's go ahead and play it. So I'm going to go ahead and bring down my threshold. I'm going to change the attack. We'll do auto for the release. And I can crank it too. All right. Now, here's why I'm doing this. Maybe I want my kick to pop through, maybe, right? So by doing this, I allow my kick room to pop through. It's going to turn down the bass every time that kick comes through. I'm looking for the output gain. Oh, here we are. Okay. So what I'm now going to do is do it the opposite way. So I'm going to use my bass as a side chain to here. So we'll do bass. Now, what you may have noticed is that somehow now you can hear that bass. It comes in a lot louder. I'll turn it off. And we'll come over to here as well. Turn that off. And let's also decrease this right here. Get some real compression going. All right, cool. That's compression. It controls your dynamics. Simple, right? It's not that much to deal with. Now, there's some other types of effects. What's another one that's cool to go through right now? I think we're going to do harmonics. So there's all types of harmonics. You have your even order or your odd order. Or we can go in terms of types. So we can say you have distortion, you have saturation. And honestly, those are only, I mean, I guess you have bit reduction, I guess, if you want to consider that. So let's find in fact, I'm going to delete some things. We're going to do some new clips. Maybe, no, we're going to keep this drum clip. But I'm going to put another compressor on it. We'll use this glue compressor. And let's get about that much gain reduction going. Okay, now let's do some saturation. We could do, we're going to play with all different kinds, I suppose. So let's take saturator first. All right, so there are these different algorithms for the way it's going to clip or saturate. Clip, same difference. Right now it's on analog clip, but we'll play with some of these, see what they do. All right, so right now, there's not much drive happening. There's none at all. However, it's still coloring the sound. I don't really have a good way of showing you that right now. I don't think. Do I have a spectral graph here? If I have a spectrometer, maybe. Yeah, it's not even worth doing. Let's just play. Let's just listen. So we're gonna crank up the drive. You hear what it's doing? Hopefully y'all can hear that. It should be very obvious. If it's not, I don't really know what to tell you. But yeah. We can also turn on soft clipping too. Let's do that, soft clipper. Notice it just makes the sound a lot richer. It's adding harmonics to the signal based off of the input, obviously. And this is the analog clip, so let's listen to some other ones. Let's do the soft sine. And you know what? I'm going to keep this constant. Let's keep this at 6 dB, and we'll keep the soft clip on for now. So this is soft sine. All right. Now let's do bass shaper. This isn't a good one for this, but we'll use it anyways. And I'm going to drive this so you can hear what it sounds like, the character of this particular algorithm. Now, you may notice that it's louder. And yes, saturators can increase the volume because, again, it's adding harmonics, it's adding additional waves, which gets summed up, which increases the volume because there's more waves. That's how it works. So a good practice, if you want to only have the saturation, but you don't want the loudness, is you will come in and adjust this output. That's what this output is here for, by the way. So let's say that with this 6 dB of drive, maybe I'm going to counterbalance it with negative 6 dB of output to keep the same loudness, but then I get the sound, the character that I'm after. All right, let's try this hard curve. So you should hear this like gritty is clipping and all that kind of stuff, but it's not clipping. Clipping means something very specific. And I'm going to try not to conflate these words for you, but clipping is when there is no additional information that you can stuff in a word. All right, what's a word? All right, so in computers, in digital audio, everything is a bit. All right, you have bits, 1, 0. Now, a byte is 8 bits. All right, so a word is going to be longer than that. It's typically going to be 2 bytes, but it's depending on the architecture of your system. So on 16-bit architecture, which we're not on 16-bit machine, but let's say we were, a word would be 2 bytes. If we're on 32 bits, a word I want to say is 4 bytes. And on 64 bits, I want to say is double that. Right. So after a certain amount of, after you get, let's just stay with bytes. How about that? Instead of getting too in the weeds, I'll open up Excalidraw right quick. And we'll draw one of these theme digs, and we'll try to draw some lines. Wait a minute. Can I just copy that? Okay. Guess we'll put one right here, I guess. Then we'll move this one over a little bit. I'm only going to have 8 spaces, or 8 spaces. So I think I need one more. Maybe. Is that 8? I can't count. I'm very bad at counting. Let me, that's a lie. I'm not bad at counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I'm bad at counting. I was lying. All right, let's make some room for another one. Move that over a little bit. Move this over a little bit. Okay. All right. Cool. So this is 8 bits or a byte. And because we are in base 2, how do I know I'm in base 2? Well, this thing right here can have one of 2 values. It can either be a 0 or a 1. So that tells me how many potential digits I have, which is my base. Make this a little bit larger. All right, so make this smaller. Move this over here. Right, so because I only have 2 choices, this is base 2. B2, binary, bicycle, 2, binary. All right, so let's do some labels right quick. I don't need to. This is the 0th bit. This is the 7th bit. If you want to be more generic, this is the n minus 1 bit, and this is n minus 7, or you can call it 0 and then n minus 1, whatever you want to say, right? So this whole thing right here is a byte. Now, the biggest number that I can represent with a byte is 255. How do I know that? Well, with just a little bit of thought, just a little bit. We can see here that 2 to the 8 is equal to 2 times, oh wait, that's not 2. 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. This is what exponentiation is, by the way. It's just multiplication. Instead of doing something stupid as hell like this, you just write this. It's a lot easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. Now you may be wondering, why did I just say 255? There's a reason. Just wait for it. We'll say that this right here is equal to 256. However, you got to keep in mind, we start from 0. 0 is a value. You have 256 possible values, including 0, which means that the highest value that you can represent here is 255, because 0 is a value. Let's see what 0 looks like. 0, 0. Oh, that's not a 0. That's a 0. 0, 0, 0. Wait, what? Sorry, give me a second. Okay, there we go. 0. What the hell? All right, fine. I'll click it. Oh my gosh, this is painful. I'll just copy it this way, right? So we have 0. Oops. This is a valid number. It represents 0. This is one of the options. The other option is all of these can be 1s. Right? All of these can be 1s. It's 255. Okay. So, clipping is when you have a signal, a sample that has been sampled, and the number that represented can't be represented in the amount of space that we have, or in the bandwidth, or the amount of bits that we have. So let's say that I get a sample that's 278. Well, I can't represent 278 in only 8 bits. I need at least 9 to do it. So as a result, the thing that's going to get recorded is 1111111, a clip. And when you look at it in a graph, it's literally a flat line for that unit of time, instead of it being what you would expect, which is oscillating signal. It's just a flat line. Right. So this is what clipping is. Saturation is not technically clipping. Clipping is what happens when there is not enough bits to represent a specific sample. And it doesn't have to be audio. It could be video, like an image sensor. It could be a lot of things. Pretty much anything that's coming from a sensor, it can clip. So hopefully that's useful to someone. All that to say that saturation and drive, overdrive, and all that other kind of crap is not clipping. Clipping has a very specific sound. And I don't know if I can, I don't think I can, well, I'm trying to think how I can, I think I can emulate it. I can't use my audio system here to emulate it because it's 32-bit float. So there's no way that I can clip it. So I got to figure out another way of showing or demonstrating what clipping sounds like. And I should have a bit reducer somewhere here. I think, is there a bit reduction thing? Bit warmer. Oh man, okay, maybe not. I have it on my MPC. There's a bit reducer, but I don't see any of that here. Maybe I have it in one of my plugins. Let's see. Who would have it? Would it be Cable? God, no, it would be not Excite. Sound Toys. Yeah, I think one of these has a bit reducer. Let's see. Decap, whatever that is. I think this could be it. Let's try it. Nah, it's not bit reduction. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'm not gonna be able to show this off for you. Yeah. Oh well. Oh wait. Maybe retro. Maybe this can do it. Yeah, let's try this. Distort. Nah, it doesn't have it either. All right, well, never mind. What I was going to try to do is use a bit reducer to simulate what clipping sounds like. But if you all have heard clipping, it sounds like trash, like literal trash. Yeah. Anyway, so we'll keep going. So we were on hard curve. This is a sinusoid fold. Digital clip. Okay, this is a simulation of what clipping would sound like. It's close enough. It's not exact because it's still saturation, but it's closer to what digital clipping sounds like. So that's the closest I'm gonna get. And we'll have wave shaper. And here's the raw. So it's adding character to the sound, right? So saturation. There's all kinds of really cool things that saturation does. In fact, I use saturation in my motorcycle vlogs. You know, yeah, I'm adding additional harmonics to add bite to the sound of my bike. Now it sounds. Let's see if there are vocals on here. Maybe there are vocals. Vocal chops. Are these on mine? Yeah. Let's try to get a harmony.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win.
All right, yeah. Let's take this. Let's take this little clip here. Wait, what? All right, so we're gonna take this clip. We'll just dump it here. Oops. And I actually don't want to keep this drum loop. I think I'm done with that for now. If I need something else, we'll bring it back.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain.
All right, another thing I'm gonna do is wait, what? Is let's not make this beat. This will be complex, bro.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly.
And I'm gonna change the format.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win the game, but I might try again. If I learn my lesson, babe, it's a possibility. I don't know if I'll see you again, or is this the end? I don't know.
Okay, all right, cool. We're gonna add some saturation to this. In fact, we're gonna do more than that. We're gonna do a little bit more processing. We can see what we could do with it. Let's find audio effects. Man, I like my MPC better. It's so much easier. Like having to search for things is too much effort. Okay. I don't think I really need to worry too much about EQ, but I'm going to throw it on it anyways, just so that we can see what it's like to use some EQ.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my
I'm going to
brain.
add some
I was doing
more
silly
breathy.
things just to make you look at
Oh,
me.
wait, that's not the right one. I want this to be a band pass. All right.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win the game, but I might try again. If I learn my lesson, babe, it's a possibility. I don't know if I'll see you again, or is this the end? I don't know. Standing in the rain, water on my window pane.
Okay. All right, cool. So we have some of that. Now let's throw in a compressor. And I'm going to just use this glue compressor. Why not? It's simple. That's the only reason I'm using it. Just be real. Let's change the attack to 0.3. We'll keep the release at 0.4. We'll put the ratio to 2 so it's not over compressed. And I'm also pull down my threshold so we actually get compression.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win the game, but I might try again if I learn my lesson, babe. It's a possibility. I don't.
Okay, cool. Let's do some other things. Do I already have a reverb on here? It looks like I don't. Or do I? Oh, I do. All right, perfect. So yeah, I'm going to send some of this track. Send is a little bit different. I'm not going to get into that, but I'm going to send some of this audio over to these send tracks over here. And why do I not see that here? Do I have to do it here? Okay. So I'm going to send some to the reverb track.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me.
I'm also sending some to the delay track.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win the game, but I might try again if I learn my.
All right, cool. We could do some other things, you know, like this is what I mean, like it's duplicate. Oh, okay, duplicate. It's just Command D. All right, perfect. All right, cool. So I am going to come over to here. We're going to turn them all down. Wait, which one is which? Yeah, we're going to turn these two down to maybe here. And then, all right. Okay. This is what I mean by it's like, it's hard for me to do this because I don't know how you do shit on here. I want to pan. Oh, I found it. Haha, I'm done. So we'll pan these left, right.
Standing in the rain, feather down.
Now they're all the same, right? So I need to do something to change them a little bit, change the timing so that it sounds like they're different takes. So what I'm gonna do is kind of shift them a little bit, and there should be something here. Shifter, does that do it? Is this a time shift?
Standing in the rain.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, it is a time shift. So this is shifting pitch a little bit. So we're gonna do this on two of them. Why is it not? Oh, it's at hertz. Okay. Sure. All right, cool. So this is 50 hertz. So we'll do another one at not 50 hertz. We'll pull it up maybe another 0.25.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me.
Now, I don't want these to be going to the processing, so I'm going to turn those off. And because these are like side channels, I also am going to increase the amount of, what do you call these things? I'm going to change the type of EQ. So this is going to be a high pass filter, and we'll bring it to about right here-ish, maybe range. And I hope I can copy this. And we'll paste it over to here. Paste. Okay.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make.
All right. And I'm going to have reverb on here. I'm going to pull that down. I'm going to put my delay on these two more.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win the game, but I might try again if I learn my lesson, babe. It's a possibility. I don't know if I'll see you again.
All right, there's some other things we can do too. So we'll come into the actual sample, and where is the pitch? Okay, so I can make my own chord essentially. I don't know what key I'm in, but I'm gonna drop one of these down by 3 semitones.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win the game, but I might.
All right, we'll do that here too. And both of these should be the same. I don't know how to make it the same.
Standing in the rain, feather down.
All right, you see it's out of pitch, so we'll go to 3.
Standing in the rain, feather down in my brain. I was doing silly things just to make you look at me.
We'll just go down a whole octave.
But I might try again if I learn my lesson, babe. It's a possibility. I don't know if I'll see you again, or is this the end? I don't know.
So one of these, I am going to bring the format a lot down, maybe. right there. They don't need to be all the way the same.
Standing in the rain, further down in my brain, I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win the game, but I might try again if I learn my lesson, babe. It's a possibility. Standing in the rain, water on my window pane, I was doing silly things just to make you mad. In between red and blue, yeah, tell the truth, there's nothing to.
All right, cool. So we have some of that stuff, and now this is gonna give me some range to play around. So I'm gonna add. I'm gonna create another track. Oh wait, no, that's not how you create a track in here. Is it here? All right, hold on. I got to figure out how do you create a freaking. I need to create a specific type of track. Create. Oh, a return track here. Yeah, that's what I want to do. So I'm going to send both of these to my new return track, 100%. No, I'm not. I'm gonna do 50% almost. All right, and then I'm gonna throw some saturation because that's the thing we were playing with, right? So we'll throw saturation on this, and let's go with maybe the analog clip. That's good enough. We'll soft clip it.
Standing in the rain, water on my window pane, I was doing silly things just to make you mad. In between red and blue, yeah, tell the truth, there's nothing to lose. Well, already gone and it's late, so it's best that I be home. You taught me to let go. In between red and blue, yeah, tell the truth, there's nothing to lose. Well,
all right, we could do some other things to there too. So I want it to be even more saturated. So I'm going to add distortion, which is another type of saturation, but it's not. It's distortion. they're different. It's different words. All right, let's get a distortion. Is there even a distortion on here? There's not. God damn it. Okay, well, that's fine. I have my own plugins for that. So we'll take Decapitator from Sound Toys right here. And I should put Little Altar Boy on one of these. So I'm gonna turn this one off for now, and we're gonna play with this one, and I'll just pick a preset. Angry Box.
Standing in the rain, water on my window pane, I was doing silly things just to make you mad. In between red and blue, yeah. Standing in the rain, further down in my brain, I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win the game, but I might try again if I learn my lesson, babe. It's a possibility.
All right, sound pretty cool. I'm going to throw Little Altar Boy on this main one right here, which is a pretty cool little plugin. All right. And again, I don't want to deal with anything. We're just going to take a preset. Ah, shit. Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck. That sucks. It looks like cause I make my own presets. It looks like they're not here, and I don't know how to fix that. And I'm not about to figure it out right now. So I'll just take small chorus. I don't know. See what it sounds like.
Standing in the rain, further down in my brain, I was doing silly things just to make you look at me. Couldn't win the game, but I might try again if I learn my lesson, babe. It's a possibility. I don't know if I'll see you again. Is this the end? I don't know. Standing in the rain.
All right, we got some sounds. All right, it makes it different. Yeah, phase 1 got released, but it's like 80% redacted. Why is these even in phases? And what the hell, like, one of the things I don't like is that they were trying to make it out to be like, oh, we want to protect the victims. But it's like nobody's concerned about who the victims are. We're concerned about who the perpetrators are. The perpetrators have zero to do with the victims. It's like, bump that. We don't care about the victims. Not in that way. Like, we're not trying to see who. We're more concerned about the people who perpetrated the crimes. There's more to. I don't know. I don't believe that. I think it's all bullshit. I'm gonna be real. But let's go and look. Let's go and see what is it called? Epstein. Then they just release it to influencers? See, are there any names in here? No. No names. Okay, let's go to the next one. Remarks, maneuvers, Bell Coleman. I don't know if that's a pilot or something else. Jeffrey. Okay, well, no, these are definitely names, I think. Jeffrey's a name. I don't know who that is. Maybe that's a pilot, though. Remarks, procedures, maneuvers, endorsements. All right, I don't know what that means because it's a mix of different things. Flight log, release, part 1. Okay, so it looks like all of the flight log is there, but it's not clear. Are these names or something else? Let's see. Contact books. Oh, okay, redacted. My gosh. I don't like this. I want to know who are the names that are redacted. This isn't good enough. Is this Paul Allen? If Bill Clinton isn't on here, we have issues. Bill. All right, I don't see Clinton. Clinton was on these planes. I don't see him on it. I don't know if I care about the masseuse list, but what the fuck is this? What is this? Why do they even need to? What is there more to? What more is there? Obviously, they're not showing us anything. This is pathetic. So most of it is blacked out. You can't see anything. Most of the names that are important are blacked out. And they can't say it's to protect the victims. Redactions for personal contact information. Nah, bullshit. Their information is not the same. This is from like decades ago. They don't have the same numbers. And even if they have the same address, fuck them. Yeah, this is bullshit. I don't see Clinton on here. I know Bill was on that plane. Hold on, let's see if Winfrey is on it, because I know she was on that plane too. I don't see Winfrey. Let's see if Combs is on here. I don't see Combs, Carter. I know Combs was on these planes. So it's on. Yeah, I don't see. Nah, this is bullshit. I don't trust it. Yeah, this is my issue. Is that they gave it to influencers first, which is propaganda. They're out here taking these pictures of themselves. It's just like this is all political theater. It's bullshit. Look at Bill, his saxophone playing ass. He know he was on that island. All right, well. So much for that. So much for transparency. So much for on day one. All these things to be released. You know what actually happened on day one? Project Starship or Stargate or whatever the hell they're calling that shit. That was day one. It wasn't releasing these things, the JFK, the MLK. We know who did it. All right, at this point, the fact that they've kept it hidden and under wraps for this long shows me exactly who did it. It was our own government. our CIA, our FBI. They honestly, they murdered every other black leader, every black leader who's ever tried to do anything. And then they gave us these pathetic ass bitches like Cardi B. She's not even black, but she likes to pretend like she is. Honestly, I think it's time for a reset. I don't think there's a checks and balances. I think our government is just far too gone at this point. I think the only thing that's going to resolve it is a reset. And if you don't know what I mean, just think about it. The French did it. They're very proud of it. We did it. Well, not we, but our forefathers did it, and we are very proud of it. Many other people around the world have did it, and their government went the way of the dodo. I think that's the only thing that needs to happen now. I think we're too far gone. We're too far gone. Our government has been captured. It's not for us. It's been painfully obvious for a long while. But at this point, it's almost like they're making a mockery of us now. And I'm using they on purpose now because it's very clear to me that it's us and them. They refer to us as the American people as if they're not American. So I think it's time to just accept them for what they say. If they say the American people and they don't include themselves amongst that, then they are not American. So fuck them. Pretty soon, I think that's going to happen. Like, violence is the answer. I'm not saying it's not. In every other case, that's been the thing that's changed things. It's always interesting to me that it's always the people who are saying, no. Violence is never the answer, while they're the ones who have their foot on your neck and telling you, oh no, like you need to do it peacefully, while they're not doing it peacefully. I'm not calling for it. I'm just saying that's the history. And if you refuse to acknowledge that, that just means you're ignorant. You haven't read enough books. You don't know enough shit. You're dumb in a word. If you read enough books, you will realize that throughout history, when you don't give a people an outlet to make change in a non-peaceful way, they make change. It's that simple. Anyway, let's look at some stuff on the internet. Where did I leave off? I think I started putting what do you call it? Like little emojis for things that I finished. So that's kind of what I'm looking for right now. Okay, I found it. I used the icebox for things that I don't really care about. I'm not going to talk about. All right, give me a second. I'm about to put Roscoe up. All right. Western men losing their edge. I can see that. Now, I'm going to give y'all an option. And I'm not going to wait for that long. So answer within 10 seconds or while I go get my tea. We can either watch Western men losing their edge, or we can watch this lecture. Actually, no, never mind. I think it'll cause my stream to become like, what do you call it? Like child something, age restricted. Yeah, I think it'll cause it to be age restricted. So maybe not that one. So either Western men losing their edge. If you want to watch this one, you should watch it. You won't just find it because it's hidden. Believe it or not, it's an unlisted video. So if you want to watch it, go to my Discord after hours. It's at 10:25 on Discord. Doesn't show, so I don't know. Just look for it. It's LBJ versus Mouse versus Nehru versus Khrushchev. So either Western men losing their edge, or yes, what created is a bubble. What we created is a bubble. Which one? Losing their edge? All right, sure. You answered, so that's the one we'll go with. That's how it works. First person answers.
Hello, my friends.
That's what we go with. So this is from Ask an Older Man. He's out in Dubai. He's an islander. He's from the Caribbean. I forget which islands, but one of those islands out there. Let's go ahead and give it a like. You can find the link on my Discord, or you could just look at it here. Here, I'll show it. There you are. That's the link.
Welcome back to another session with the older man. Today, my friends, is Saturday the 15th, the day after that big day that every man just got frustrated about, Valentine's Day. That was yesterday.
Oh shit, I forgot all about Valentine's Day. I was not frustrated at all. I forgot that was a day that existed. 'Cause I don't give a shit. And to be fair, it's not simply because I don't have a girlfriend anymore. But it's just like it never mattered to me because for the most part, I never got shit for Valentine's Day. I always had to go out and spend my money. And it's quite nice not having to worry about spending my money on some ungrateful ass person.
Listen, I don't do Valentine's Day. Just letting you guys know, that's not my thing. Never done it. And thankfully I got a wife who's understanding of these things, right? But I just want to have a general chat about how men are conditioned to think that they should not only every day go out and provide and protect and give and give and give to a woman, but on one day he got to do a little extra more, as if a woman would accept a man that didn't do anything at all for 364 days out of the year. But on that one day, he has to do something. And of course, on her birthday, and of course, on Christmas, and of course, on Mother's Day, and all of the other days that belongs to a man just showing with monetary value that he loves his woman. And just that idea, the idea that the man has to...
Do y'all know the history of Valentine's Day? Just out of curiosity. It's a pagan holiday. Well, it was adopted from a pagan holiday, but yeah. Before we start this video, I heard an interesting perspective today. W men, I would prefer to call them L men. How about that? On top in terms of economic status and how they treat their wife. Wait, I don't know what you're talking about now. What are we talking about? I'm confused. W men on top in terms of economic status and how they treat their wives. What's the W men? And what's the perspective? I don't know what the perspective is. You got to share. He might mean with. Oh, Western. Okay, my bad. No, W could have meant William, man, you know? When I hear W, I think of me, William. All right, so Western men on top in terms of economic status and how they treat their wives. On top where? I don't understand. On top of what? Like men from other countries. By the way, Jimmy, you do realize that you can pop in. I'm in Discord. Maybe you don't know this. I said this hours ago, like literally hours ago. I'm in Discord right now. I'm hanging in general. This goes for anyone. If y'all want to just pop in and chat, yes, people will be able to hear you or whatever. But if you want to just pop in, you can ask it there. But if not, that's fine. I'll struggle with you here for a little bit, not too long though. Like men from other countries put their hands up, if you know what I mean. I don't. What do you mean? Like an exasperation? I don't know. I'm gonna just say, all right, maybe. And we say other countries. The West is a bunch of countries. Here, let me show you what the West is in graphical terms. Do I have Earth on here? No, I don't. I thought I had Google Earth on my computer, but I guess I don't. Maybe I had it at one point in my life. So West, Canada, United States, Mexico, pretty much all of South America, almost all of Europe are all Western. So like there's a bunch of countries that make up the West. And on top of that, we also have Australia. Even though it's technically east, but hey, you know what? If you keep going west, you eventually end up in the east, and vice versa. There's some other countries that are fairly westernized, and I'm using that word carefully. Westernized, like Japan and Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and some of not really, not really. Only some of the major cities and only certain groups, small amount of groups. Yo, what's up? I hear somebody's just joined. Hello, whoever this is. Who is this?
I won't be on.
Oh, this is you. Oh, okay, what's up?
When I say they put their hands up, I kind of didn't want my YouTube, I don't know, out there like that. But anyway, I mean like boxing, like beating them up.
Oh yeah, well, what about that? And I don't think
Like-
I don't think that's that common, to be honest.
I
think
don't know.
that-
I didn't
think
read
that's
into
a
the
minority.
papers that I saw under that tweet, but apparently it's like orders of magnitude worse in like, I guess, other countries that aren't Westerns, like Russia or Eastern Europe and things like that.
So that could be true.
Sub-Saharan Africa.
Let's assume that is true. All right. So let's assume that it is orders of magnitude. Well, in order to establish what that is, we first have to know what it is here. It's fairly low here in America. That's the only thing I can go based off of. So if we increase it by an order of magnitude, it's so low here that even if you increase it by an order of magnitude, that's still not that high. You know,
Okay,
you get
I
what
can
I
see
mean?
that.
Right. So it's like, let's say that it happens at a per capita rate of like 10 per capita. So for every 1,000 relationships or partnerships or whatever you want to call it, 10 of them experience that. So if we increase it by an order of magnitude, that's 100 per 1,000, which is still a minority. You know, a very small. It's 10%. That's still a small minority. So if we do a couple of orders of magnitude, then all right, and that's 100%. So I don't think that's the case. So yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that I don't think it's as prevalent as you'd think in general.
Okay,
Yeah, because
again, this is just off of like one tweet that I saw and like some people talking about underneath. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I have heard that no, in certain regions of the world, it is higher than in others. You know what? Let's see. What would that be? Domestic violence per capita by country. Let's see. Oh, the island. I don't know. Percentage of women who were physically assaulted very substantially. All right. Is this going to give me data or is this just no data? Well, there are a lot of places that probably don't have data. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that doesn't show me. I thought this would show me a table, but maybe not. Because I'm dumb. I just want to see a table of something, a picture or something. Oh, wait, here we are. So we have, all right, that's not it. Okay, so here we are. Lifetime, and all right, perfect. So Central Europe, Central Asia, 18%. And this is grouped by, wait, what is this grouped by? Oh, never mind. This is the spread. Okay, my bad. So lifetime, 18%, 16% in Central Europe, and 21% in Eastern Europe. Interesting. So it is higher. So that matches with what you're saying. Also was Asia. Most of Russia is in Asia. So I wonder how much of this Central Asia is really just Russia. High income, Asia Pacific, 21%. Australia and all of the regions, New Zealand, all that, 23%. Western Europe is 20%. Southern Latin America is 25%. North America is 25%. That includes all of North America, I'd imagine. One thing that does stand out is the Andean Latin America, like Western South America, in the Andes. North Africa is quite high. So this is MENA region. South Asia, this is India, essentially. It's very high. So, wow, it's higher than I would have imagined. Oceania is Indonesia and parts of basically Australia, Indonesia, and Polynesia, all of those. This is high, 50%. Sub-Saharan Africa, Central Sub-Saharan Africa is 44. West Africa is lower, which is what I would expect. So the world is 27%. So if we go about the world, a lot of places aren't that much higher or lower than that, which is, I don't know if maybe that's a good thing. Maybe. Let's see here. Past year prevalence, physical. So yeah, I see bigger circles here. That means something. We see Oceania here. That's the largest circle. So it seems like this is where it happens at the most. And also, second would be here in Central Africa. And then third and fourth, or tied for third, would be Western South America and MENA region right here. So, yeah, I mean, it happens, but I now take the mindset of, what did they do to make it happen? You know, I think they call it victim blaming, but I don't give a shit about that anymore. I've moved past that now. I'm just like, what did the other person do to call it, like, to make the person mad enough to do something? Maybe it's nothing, but I don't know. Maybe it's something.
Yeah, I mean, with that, I guess there is a little bit of that. But at the same time, it's like I'm sure in your life you've definitely met people that are just like easily irritable for like no reason, like the smallest thing sets them off. You know?
Yeah. Although, being set off and then being physical are different. Most of the people who I know who are irritable or like easily set off, they don't immediately become violent. Now,
Same.
that's not to say that there aren't people who are more violent, but I'm gonna be real. Most people who I've grew up around, they will talk about becoming violent and they will go through the motions of becoming comes to that point of actually being violent, that never actually happens. I'm sure you see it. It's like with the small dogs that bark. Like they do all that barking, and then when you start to say, okay, they tend to not, they tend to go back behind their owner, that type of shit, where it's just a lot of chirping. Now that being said, we do have violence, but a lot of those people end up in prison. So, they kind of select themselves out of a sample pool. Cruz says this little bro is like that, where it's like talking all the shit, act like they're gonna do something until it's time to do something, and then they decide that we don't need to do anything. Yeah, never. Yeah, I think that's most people. Now, that being said, I do understand that's not everyone. What I'm more interested in though is the amount of incidents that involve a female attacking a male. I think that happens way more than the opposite.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be reported less and taken less seriously.
Yeah, honestly, it rarely gets reported. And even if it does, nothing happens. Like, you may be arrested for reporting it. I can't think of any relationship that I've been in where I wasn't physically assaulted. Just being real. Like, dead ass.
Well, when you say physically assaulted, right? Is this one of those things where you're kind of just like being coy, where it's like, okay, it was kind of like a fight, but it was like no big deal, you got shoved? Or is it kind of like, oh, shit's getting actually physical?
Well, is shoving not physical?
It is physical, but like,
is punching physical?
I don't know. Are you pressing charges against like
I can't press
one of
charges.
Your guys if you get?
Well, if a guy did it, of course, because I can. But if a female does it, nothing's gonna happen. So it's just like,
if it's one of your homies and you guys get like a little bit heated, right? One random night, you guys are like, I don't know. You guys get a little bit heated and he like shoves you a little bit, you shove him back. Are you pressing charges?
Yeah. Fuck that. Why the hell are you putting your hands on me like that? Yeah. But that's never happened because for the most part, it seems like most of my guy
people
friends, it's like they understand. There's a very fundamental understanding between men that if you do certain things,
for sure.
Like you can't control the outcome.
Situation.
Right. Whereas, if any of my friends decide to punch me, hell yeah. The hell? Nah, like they ask and go to jail at that point, because it's like obviously we not friends if that's how you gonna do me,
right.
You may be looking at it's just a shove, but there are folks who have been shoved and they fall down and they hit the back of their head and they don't wake back up. There are also people who will maybe hit their head and they're not the same. So like just to say, it's just a shove, it's like, well, a shove can turn into all kinds of different things. Whether you mean to hurt someone or not, that's irrelevant to me. So yeah, like I have been slapped, I've been punched, I've been pushed, generally only by females, never by guys. Now, what's going to happen if I go to the police? Probably nothing. They'll probably arrest me, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
So
that's kind of sad, but
Well, it is what it is. This is why I now I have this mindset now where I'm like, we create the world we live in, and the best way to get people like me to not give a fuck about what happens to women is for women to do shit to me, and then when I try to say something about it, no one gives a shit. So if we live in this world where we're equal, what that means to me is that I must reciprocate. If a female gets pushed, okay, well, I should not give a shit. Goes both ways, right? And let's say that I push a female, I'm going to jail. If I slap a female, I'm going to jail. If I punch a female, I'm going to jail. So if it's assault in one way, then it has to be assault the other way, which is why I say all the times I've been assaulted has been by a female. Just being honest. Now with a guy, I don't know if I would exactly press charges because if we both get into a fight, we would both get in trouble. And I think at the end of the fight, you're good. I think that's how we are though. It's just okay, yeah, we're gonna squabble a little bit, and afterwards maybe we become friends. Stuff like that. I don't think I would press charges, but if you just push me and I'm not gonna do anything because I'm afraid to go to jail, hell yeah, one of us is going to jail. It ain't gonna be me. I don't really play that anymore. I used to have this code bullshit, because where I grew up, but now I'm just fuck all of them. I don't care about that code. It doesn't serve me. And I become selfish in my older age. Why should I care about what's going to happen? This is another person who decided to put their hands on me. Let the police come and deal with them. If they end up dying from the interaction with the police, well, in my mind, it's they should have knew better than to put their hands on me. Let's see, gay DV is lower than hetero, but lesbo DV matches. Yeah, it's high. It's not just that. The divorce rate is also much, much higher. So it begs the question, who's really the problem in these relationships? I don't have the data right now, but if you want to share it, you can share it, but you can't share it in the chat. You have to put it in Discord. This is for casual economists, by the way.
With that divorce rate thing, right? How do I formulate this question? I feel like the way a lot of people are getting into relationships are kind of crazy, where it's you fill out some online form and you start scrolling and swiping for the mass majority of people, and you find someone and you think you click with them for a little bit and then you get married or whatever. Don't you think that's kind of a weird way of kind of going about things? Do you think marriage it lasted longer in the past because you actually got to know this person over a long period of time, whether they were in your friend group or kind of in your community or something like that? And now it's just oh, swipe, I choose you. Let's get married after 1 or 2 years, and then you figure out you're not compatible.
Well, times have changed a lot. To get into this, you got to understand what marriage used to be. It's fairly recent in modern history where people who get married choose the people who they marry. Said another way, marriage for love is a relatively new thing.
Okay.
It's been around for less than a century. Just put it in perspective. In the past, marriages were either arranged or it had a lot to do with the people who you're around. So the family would, it's not necessarily arranged, but it's they would kind of put things in place and you married the people who are around you, who are close to you and your family, that kind of thing. When we went the opposite direction of marriage for love and things went from family creation to getting married for love, I think that's when we started to see the divorce rates increase. And then there were certain movements that started to happen, which saw a dramatic increase in the amount of divorces. This happened around the 70s and 80s. You can just use your brain. You can probably figure out what movement I'm talking about. And then we fast forward to now, where the institution of marriage is basically a farce. It doesn't really exist in any meaningful way anymore. Marriage was about family creation and forming a household. Now marriage is not that. It's evolved into something completely different, divorced from its original intent. So yeah, it's weird in the sense that for thousands of years it didn't exist this way, but we also didn't have the internet. So of course it's going to be weird necessarily. And the reason why I think it's failing is because people are going in it for the wrong reasons. We have a group of people who grew up on Disney stories who think that marriage is a Disney fairy tale and that their happiness is not up to them. And that's been the greatest fallacy in my opinion of modern history, is that it's someone else's responsibility to make you happy. Happiness comes from within. It's internal. It's not the responsibility or even within the capability of others to make you happy. Just think about it. Even when you say it out loud, how can I make you do anything?
You can't.
Well, right. But for whatever reason, that's the level of discourse that we see. It's like, I want someone who makes me happy. It's just like that. That's first, as unfair. It's not someone else's responsibility. And two, well, that's impossible, because if you if you say you're a free person and that nobody can control you and tell you what to do, then how can someone make you be happy? Right. So it's a bunch of things wrong. I don't know if everybody is using dating apps and getting married that way. Maybe it is. I haven't seen the data on that. But yeah, I know people use them. I've never used them. And someone here says that they've never had Tinder. Yeah, Cruz never had Tinder. I never had Tinder or any other.
Yeah, I've never had it either. But it's very, very common for, like, I guess, Gen Z, millennials, I guess, to go about dating that way.
Well, it's not just Gen Z and millennials. It's also Gen X as well. I'm Gen Z, or I'm sorry, I'm a millennial, by the way, in case you didn't know that. But it's also Gen X and some of the later boomers. Like, they all use it. The older ones still use it for that. I mean, I don't understand it, to be honest. In my opinion, I don't care about people on the internet like that enough to form a relationship, like that kind of relationship on the internet. That doesn't even make sense. For one, how did I meet you? Like, if I met you on the internet, unless it's kind of like, this chat channel, where obviously you found my content because we have similar interests, or maybe we have certain things that like in real life we would connect over. On dating, a lot of that's not the case. Like, every person who I've dated, I met them through what I was doing in life. So, school, for instance, I'm in college. Well, oh yeah, we have a lot of things in common. We live in the same city, for one. That's a big deal if you go out of state or out of the country or another city, like it's the case for me. Or areas of study, like, okay, well, you're in my major, we see each other all the time, we obviously decide to take the same class. That's something in common. Or maybe there are activities, maybe I'm into photography and I meet people who are always doing photography. That's different than I just go on a website with the intent of finding someone. But I don't know if everyone is swiping like that. I think that is one group of people who does most of the swiping. And yes, there might be another person who will swipe, but I know one person who does. I won't say his name, but he told me that his method, his strategy is to, which one is the good swipe? Is that left or right? I don't know which one is which. Which is the one where it's like, I want to talk to this person more.
I honestly, I don't even know.
Okay, well, let's say accept, because I don't know what else to say. His strategy was
swipe right.
Oh, swipe right. Okay, so his strategy was to swipe right on everyone. That was his strategy, and I remember he was here one day. He was on the couch, and like we were having a conversation, and the whole time, like, he's not looking at his phone, like he's looking at me. He's engaged in conversation. He's just doing this. I don't know if you can see me. He's just swiping fast. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm just swiping right on all of them. I'm like, is that what you do? He's like, yeah, like I do it until it tells me that I can't anymore, because it limits you, I guess. So that was his strategy. He's just like, anyone I match with, and even people who I see, I just swipe right. And I'm like, all right. I'm like, well, what if you don't like him? He's like, it doesn't matter. It's just like, that's not the point. I was like, okay. So I think one group of people are actually trying to swipe, and they're being they're actually filtering, and I think the other group is just swiping right.
And then people have a bunch of different motives too, right? Like, whether it's just like a fling or a relationship, or
I am going to go out on a limb, and this might be a hot take. You may disagree with it. That's fine. I think that it's only women who are on these apps looking for relationships. Just being real.
Really? You think? Well, I guess I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. When I say relationship, I mean like an actual committed relationship. I'm not talking about, I'm talking about just a committed relationship. I think it's only women who are looking for that on these apps. And it's funny that they think they're going to get it. A lot of them have bought into this hype, this fallacy that because they have a lot of matches, that they have a lot of interest in, like men's interest who actually want to deal with them. And I'm just like, as someone who knows men, because I am one, it's just, it's kind of funny how stupid, how stupid that mindset is. It's like, y'all really think we really want to be with you like that? It's interesting. Even to this day, I've been watching some content. I don't watch all of it. That's part of the reason why I'm doing these after hours, is to try to watch it, because honestly, I'm not that interested in it, to be real. But one of the things that I've noticed when watching some of this content on these streams is that a lot of the females tend to not understand that they don't really, I don't know, like they overvalue and overestimate themselves a lot, like to a large degree. It almost seems as if they can't understand, like, this talk, all this
like
talk about,
hoflation?
no, not that. Like this talk of empathy. Let's frame it in that. So one of the things that a lot of females will say is that they're incredibly empathetic. Now, me as someone who knows the meaning of words, empathy means that you can bring yourself out of your own mind, your own shoes, your own perspective, and place yourself into someone else's shoes, perspective, and understand how they may be seeing the world, their perspective. That's what empathy is. And for whatever reason, the people who claim to have the most empathy seem to lack the most fundamental skill in employing that empathy, which is look at it from a man's perspective. They seem to not understand that we don't get the same thing that they get. We're not after what they're after. It almost seems like they think that we're worried about what they think and seeking their attention and their approval all the time. That's what it seems like to me. Where, a lot of them, they're just like, oh, well, like one of the things that I'm going to be watching today is they're trying to figure out like where the men are. How come men don't go to singles events? It's just like they can't fathom that maybe we're okay with not being in a relationship with them. And it doesn't go both ways, because I don't know if you've ever had a relationship, but if you have a long one, you'll realize that you do more. You don't really get much. I would frame a relationship, the person who you're in a relationship, they are a liability. That's how I look at it. But they think of themselves as the prize. And I'm just like, in my world, assets are the prize. And that's what we are as men, is we are assets to them. I'm gonna just be real, like the types of men who they want are people who don't need them. They want someone who's better than them, and they don't want to say it, but in reality, that's true. They want someone who's bigger than them, stronger than them, faster than them, smarter than them, makes more money than them. In a sense, they want someone better than them. And for whatever reason, they can't fathom this idea that someone better than them doesn't need them in the way that they need someone who's better than them. No, I don't need someone to secure my safety. I don't need someone to provide for me. Right?
You do need someone to bear children, though.
Well, yeah, right? but that's not a need for me. Okay,
yeah, I guess
that's the difference.
I think for the majority of people, though, I think they do want end up with a family.
Well, yeah, I mean a family, but I don't know. Like the thing about having a family is that it can be broken apart by them at any moment for any reason. Very true. I don't know if, in my case, fuck a family. I don't care about a family. I can have kids, and honestly, I can have kids without all of that other crap. Just think about Pookie and Ray Ray. They have all the kids. I can do the same shit. And that's the part that a lot of them don't seem to understand, is that yes, I need a female to have a kid, but I don't need a relationship with a female to have a kid. Just saying. Just like them, they can go and have a kid without a man. Well, same goes for us. I can go and buy a female. Straight up. And I have the means to do that should I want to. And that's one of the issues that I'm seeing. And I'm saying this as someone who I would like to think, and just based off of my experience in life, that I am the man that a lot of these women want. You know, like all that bullshit, how, you know, that superficial shit, they want someone above 6 feet, 6 figures, 6 other things. They want all that shit. It's like, okay, well, that's me. What they don't seem to understand is that I don't want them. I don't even think about them. The only time I talk about them is on these streams. Or if I'm in the Discord and we're talking about shit like that, like that's the only time. For the most part, I'm focused on me and things I want to do. And they're like a distraction in my mind. When I go to the gym, a lot of times I have my headphones on and I'm just ignoring. Like, don't approach me. Don't look at me. If one of them comes up and say hi, I'm like, what's up? I don't even really say where I do the head, you know, and I go back to what I'm doing. Cause I don't even want to deal with them. And it's kind of interesting how, like, you know, they all think that they deserve someone who's in a position like mine. And they don't understand that someone who's in my position understands that we don't need them. Other than for what you say, like if I want to have a kid, sure. But even then, do you really need one? Can I just go and purchase an egg and then go and have someone do a say like, yeah. So it's just like, I don't need them. But you know, the difference between me and them is that I don't go around constantly bragging about how I don't need women, because that's stupid. You have to be a fucking idiot to go around and say that you don't need the opposite person. So I'm implying that a lot of them are fucking idiots. And that's another thing. It's like, why would a smart man want a dumb bitch? Maybe some of them do. I don't know. I've never really been into dumb bimbo types. That's just me personally.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess, well, maybe that was a rhetorical question.
What? What's that?
The only reason why I would see like a smart guy wanting someone that's like really dumb is just like control. Just another form of control.
Well, from my perspective, someone who's better than someone else can control them whether they're smart or not. Let's just be real. Let's be 100% real. If I want to have my way, I will have my way. What the fuck can they do? Like, let's just be 100. Like, what can they do? The only power they have is to go and call another man to try to protect them and hope that they get there in enough time. That's the only thing they can do. So it's like, if I really, really, really like just boil it down to like, let's just be real. Well, I can do that whether they're smart or dumb. I can do that whether or not they have a degree or not. None of that shit actually matters. You know, when you look at nature, I don't know if you've ever been out in actual nature, but it's big eat small. It's survival of the fittest. And in our species, the fittest of the amongst us are people like me. You know, we're bigger, we're stronger, like all these things. I'm not just saying that because like I just believe it. That's what the evidence shows. We are bigger and stronger. And in every other animal species that exists on Earth, the bigger and stronger of the two is the one that dominates. So the only thing that really protects them is us. And that's the part that's concerning to me, is that we have a whole group of women who don't seem to understand that, who don't understand that the only thing that protects them is the patriarchy. Because if you erase that, then you have anarchy, and anarchy is there is no hierarchy, right? So if everyone is at the same level, well, if someone wants to do something to you, well, unless you have more strength and all these other attributes than them, they're going to do that to you. But for whatever reason, we have a whole group of people who've been brainwashed to believe that the thing that's not in their best interest is the thing that we should be doing, which is tearing down the rules, the regulations, the culture, all of the things that ensure their safety, their provision, like all of that. It's kind of insane to me. But, you know, that's generally what communism does. You know? We tear down the old so we can bring in the new, so that the people who are actually in control now have more of it. And I'm starting to see that, you know, play out now. I don't know if it's going to revert, but maybe it does. Hopefully it does. Because I often like to tell people. Is this the first time you've
seen something like this play out, or has it kind of been like cyclical?
No, this happens all the time.
Your lived experience.
Yeah, this happens often, and not in my lived experience. I'm only 36. Like, of course, I haven't had it happen in my life, but you know, it eventually will happen in our life. And honestly, if you look at stories, you'll let's take the well, you're raised in America, right? You're raised in
Yeah,
America?
born in Queens.
Okay. Now, whether you believe in this or not, irrelevant. But the Bible
Hmm.
is a collection of different books written over multiple centuries by multiple people across multiple societies and civilizations throughout history. Actually, over I would say millennia, not just centuries, millennia. Because some of these stories come from older civilizations like Sumer and Babylon and Israel, like Judea, that the old school Israel stuff. What's interesting is that a lot of the things that we see happening now are things that they wrote about and put in these books. Now, I look at it as like, well, if people wrote about these things thousands of years ago, and let's say that I'll play devil's advocate. Let's say that all of it was made up when the printing press was established, even though we had print before then in Venice. But let's just say when the printing press came out, the Bible, right? That was printed. Let's say that it was made up at that point in the 1600s. Well, even then, in the 1600s, the same stories and parables and tales were being talked about that are happening right now. To me, that only means one thing, that it's happened before. And if it happened before, I can only infer that it's a cyclical thing, right? Because, if something happened in the past and then it happens again, well,
Right.
So whether you believe in the stories or not, I like to say are irrelevant. The fact that these stories exist, that says a lot.
That's what you're thinking.
It's not just in the Bible too. Like it's in other religious documents, and not just our civilizations in the East. It's also happened in other civilizations. I guess like government states in that regard. The most recent being the Weimar Republic. Not that long ago. It's about 100 years ago. I'm sure you're familiar with that one, right? The Weimar Republic.
No, what's going on there? Or what happened there?
Oh man. You know what? Maybe that should be the next video. Hold on, let me pull that up right quick. We're gonna watch this other one first. I'm not gonna skip off. Republic. Alt hist. What if alt hist? Yeah, I think he did a really good one on it. Okay, all right. So this is going to be in the next video. We'll watch it next. But I'll give you a very, very, very high level overview. The Weimar Republic is the republic that formed after World War I in Germany. They went through insane inflation. They had a huge amount of hedonism and debauchery. The whole genderless trend, the trans stuff, the gender, like a lot of the stuff
right now.
Exactly, the stuff that was happening now. And then people they had a huge amount of inflation, and a person was elected democratically, by the way, to come and try to put an end to that. And he formed a new government, the Third Reich. We fought a whole war with them, by the way. The one
It's one of those things where it's like, if you don't understand history, you're doomed to repeat it.
Yes. Yeah. It's one of those things. And I think when we watch it, you may be very surprised. You may be very surprised by how closely what's been happening here happened about 100 years ago. And the results of it. And this is something that I was talking about a while ago, where I was just like, I am actually fearful for what people are asking for, because I know the history of certain civilizations. Like, I'm not going to call the Weimar Republic a civilization. It was a state. But also Iran. Iran isn't what it used to be. Neither is Iraq. Neither is Afghanistan. Neither is Pakistan. There are a lot of countries that you would call backwards and like, oh, they are all this stuff, that weren't that way less than 70 years ago.
I saw some pictures of Iran, like how they dressed back then, especially the women.
Yeah, I want to say I shared some of that stuff once upon a time in Discord, But yeah, it's
That was a mind fuck for me. I didn't imagine that at all.
well, yeah, that's the problem with our education system is that we don't talk about these things, and you know, I kind of understand why, because maybe America had a lot to do with that. You know, overthrowing democratically elected people, having wars with folks, and what ends up happening is it swings back in the opposite direction. And I was talking about this a couple years ago, 3 or 4 years, maybe 3 years ago, to some of my friends, and I was just like, "Yo, like the current direction that we're going in as a country is dangerous because there is always a swing back, always." And I'm just like, we're too far in this direction, so I'm like, we're going to overshoot in the opposite direction. And you know, here we are. We elected a leader, and I say we, I'm not saying, I don't know who, I don't really vote, but like we as Americans, we elected a leader based on his promise to save us. That is normally the beginning of the end. When you're in the end of times, essentially, the people always elect a person who comes in who says that they can save them. They want a strong man who can save them. The problem is that strong man never saves them, because why the hell would a strong man save you? That's not how this works. Like, that's not how it works. Like, if you are someone who has power, why would you cede your power for someone else's benefit? Now you could be like, oh, you could be altruistic. You could say, oh, that's the right thing to do, but no, morals are very subjective.
Do you with this whole power thing, like why would someone give up power? I don't know. Do you see it as like a zero sum thing, or do you see it as kind of like, I guess, why people go public in some cases with their companies, where they say like, okay, I'll give you a percentage of the pie, but the expectation is that we grow the pie together. You know, that kind of thing.
Show me a time in history where that's happened. I'm not really going based off of, like, I'm just going based off of the history that I know, which, name a leader other than there are a few. I'm not saying they're not any, but they are very much the minority. Like,
you don't think like okay, man, this might be really dumb. I need to catch up on history. The founding fathers, right? After, you know, we gave the Brits what they were asking for. You don't think they had an immense amount of power, and they still decided, hey, we're going to be a democracy, and we're going to, like, you know, set up this country to be fair?
But we weren't a democracy when this country first started. We've never really truly been a democracy. We're a republic. And on top of that, only citizens were allowed to vote. Citizens were property owners. Most of the people who were here were not property owners. Now, it was later amended so that non-property owners could vote, but that wasn't everyone. That was just white men. And later on, during the women's suffrage movement, they did allow white women to vote. And then later on, they allowed, you know, blacks and everyone else to vote after civil rights. But voting is not power. The institutions are already there. Like, what are you voting for? You're voting for a politician, but who controls the politicians? You really think that what you want matters to a politician who's getting donor money from his like from other folks? I like to say that money is power. Because if you have capital, like, let's remove it from money. If you have capital, you have control, and that's power. You as someone who can
you
only
say that's
vote,
only true if the majority, I guess, the majority of the poor people don't get together, which I guess they don't really do.
Well, they don't
right now, but
that's the system that we have here. So in other countries, the way that they control the population is through outright control by limiting what can be done. The way that we've accomplished that same means here in the West is through division. Divide and conquer. So only people within a certain class get the ability to organize themselves. It's easier for them too, because there are far less rich people than there are poor people. So, you know, when you're in that class, Of course, you're going to organize to protect yourselves because you are outnumbered. And the easiest way to make sure that no one else can get anything accomplished is to divide them. And you see it happening all the time, and people fall for it. Like this, that's one of the things that, honestly, like I have such a low view of most humans is that most of them will fall for anything. Like they let their emotions do most of the thinking for them. So there are a lot of wedges that have been happening over the past few decades that, I'll talk about these things and I'll say it's like it's not that important, but other people, they'll get really emotional about it and they can't see past it. Where, like, for instance, I was brought up around people who believe that racism is truly a thing, and that racism is the reason why, like, black people can't get ahead of X, Y, or Z. However,
I heard that.
You heard that?
Yeah.
Well, what I found out, and this is at an early age, is when you are amongst people in a higher class and they accept you as being a part of their class, race doesn't matter as much, if at all.
It's like value, pretty much.
It's not value per se. It's just that the class outweighs the race. Because when you get into rich circles, it's diverse.
Yeah. Oh.
Like no one, like it's diverse. It's only in like the poor circles where they've been divided, where they can't see past that. They're just like, oh, everything is this, everything is that. And I've even said this a couple times, even on my channel, and I'm like, it's really a class war, and people don't seem to get it. And instead of banging my head and trying to just say, oh, it's class war, like I don't really like. Unfortunately or unfortunately, like I have kind of pulled myself out of that class. So I'm just like, if you want to listen, great. If not, I don't care. I'll be all right. But it's a class war. The people who are rich do not like people who are poor. Don't ask me how I know this. Like,
do you think they actually don't like them, or do you think that they're just indifferent?
Despise. Hate.
Really? Despise. That's strong. And you like definitions of words, so coming from you, that's really strong.
Yes, despise. It's the reason why you don't see rich people living around poor people. It's the reason.
So they see them as like cattle or something.
They're workers. They're labor.
Huh.
That's it. Like,
that's crazy.
And you know what? Like, one of the biggest complaints that you will hear is how much we have to pay them. So the goal is always to pay them as little as possible. And now we have AI. You're
talking about like taxes or like actual like wages and salaries?
Wages, because taxes don't pay people, it's companies. So if you start a business, your highest expense is going to be labor. And that's been the case forever. The Industrial Revolution was probably kickstarted by that fact. How do we get more? Like, we want to make more money. All right, well, we can build these machines. Now we don't have to hire as many people. And yeah, there is prosperity. More people become richer and all that kind of stuff, but it's always a very small amount of people who become richer. And now we have this new revolution, AI. They're selling it to most of y'all as, oh, we're doing this for your benefit. But in reality, it's like, no, we just don't want to pay you.
How do you think about that? And when I say that, I guess I'm talking about like the value and how it's spread amongst like the rich and poor. Like, I'm sure there are a bunch of things that came from a whole bunch of different revolutions, like the Industrial Revolution, where it's like, yes, the rich did get very rich off of that, but the standard or the quality of life for like a bunch of people probably also increased as well. Like,
well, yes,
we're driving around in fucking cars with AC.
Our wealth has increased, but I think this is a mistake to think that just because you have an increase in wealth or living standard that your quality of life has increased, or that your happiness. That's how I measure quality of life, is your happiness. We have more than we've ever had at any point in human history. Why is our suicide rate so high? Why are deaths of despair higher and climbing? Why are more and more people choosing not to have kids? Why do we have more and more people with all these like mental disorders coming out now? Our GDP is the highest it's ever been. The amount of stuff we have access to is the highest that it's ever been. Yet for whatever reason, our happiness isn't. Have you ever heard of the Mouse Utopia experiment? Or is it the Mouse Utopia? Mouse Utopia.
You don't. Uh, man, how do I even ask this question? Uh, have you heard? Well, you've definitely heard of the hedonic treadmill, right? Where it's like you can increase X, Y, and Z parameters, but you're still gonna like go back to a baseline level of happiness, right?
I think that this is a relatively new thing.
Like the concept of the hedonic treadmill.
Yes. Because in the past, people were busy. You had to be. If you wanted to eat, well, you had to go and grow food. And growing food and doing all that is a time and labor intensive task. And nowadays we have more, I guess, more free time. I don't know if it's really free time, but we have less purpose. How about that? I think that's really what I'm trying to get at. Yes, we do stuff. We are, working and all that other kind of crap. But what is our purpose for doing it? I think that's been lost. A lot of us work because we want to eat food, because we have to, essentially. Not because that's something that, gives us a purpose, right? Like think about your job. Well, maybe your job is not a good example, but think about most people's jobs. What do most people do at their job?
A lot of people just, I guess, dick around on Excel spreadsheets, maybe PowerPoints.
Do you think they like it or enjoy it or think about it and they wake up in the morning refreshed and saying, I'm looking to do this?
Definitely not.
Even people who have what most people would consider amazing jobs. Not the case. I'll give you an example. What year was this? I don't remember the year, but I was a software engineer for a well-known company for a while. When I quit, I was making about $85,000 a month, and I quit. Just put it in perspective. I turned down $2.3 million of the rest of my equity because I was just, I'm done. I'm good. At a certain point, money it's not fulfilling. And yeah, I understand most people won't get to that point, but when you do, you realize it's like, oh yeah, this shit is stupid. What am I doing this for? For money?
So you're the type of person to have like enough.
I don't think I'm.
Because there's some people that'll just keep going. They can't stop.
I don't know if I thought that was me. Like the thing is you don't know until you know. So in my case, yeah, I was a money chaser. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do whatever. I was the kind of person where it's like, I don't care what the job is. If it pays enough, I'm gonna do it. Why the fuck would I quit and walk away from money? And it's like, I didn't understand it until I understood it. It's like, oh, okay. I understand now why, some of these rich ass actors, they'll just say, fuck it and not do shit again. And they'll just go move to some like fuck all place and just be in the woods or something. I get it now. So this idea that, even if you have I guess a high end job that is more fulfilling, it's not true. At the end of the day, purpose is the thing that's been lost. A lot of people don't have it. And I mean, even just listen to how people talk. They don't know who they are. They don't know what they want out of life. They seem lost. They don't really have a sense of agency, or maybe they feel like they're not in control of their own lives. Stuff like that. Oh, I got some chat. Let's see here. You gotta be too busy to commit. What do you mean you gotta be? I don't know if I understand that. As long as I got enough money to eat some good food and travel the world, I'm straight. Well, that's kind of the mindset I'm in now for a while. It's something I've been working on for a long time because I made quite a bit of money when I was 27, so almost a decade ago now, and I lost most of my motivation to do anything. It's just like, for what? And even now, like I struggle with like trying to earn money, like wanting to earn money is what I mean by that. So, in my mind, I'm just like, yeah, I can go and do these things and yeah, I can probably make a lot, but like, what is that really going to do for me? I'll have more money. And what am I going to do with it? Nothing. It's weird when you get to a point where you realize that everything that you buy is the same. There's no difference. So put it in perspective. Let's say right now you're making 100K and you're wearing, I don't know, what the people who make that, like Joss A Bank, or let's put in shoes. You have a pair of, what's a nice pair of shoes that you own?
From New York, so I'm going to say Tim's.
Okay, let's say you have some Timbs. All right. Now, let's say in 10 years, you now have a net worth of 1.2 mil and you're now earning 350K a year. You may be like, oh, I'm going to go buy some better shoes. Better. But in reality, you already have shoes.
Right.
So, like, what are you really getting? Or like, let's use me as an example. I went through a bunch of cars. I started out with, pretty, like most people would consider nice cars. And then I went through a phase where almost every year to, 14 months, I buy a new car. Suddenly, the most expensive car that I had at the time was a car for $90,000. And then by the time I was like, yeah, I probably got a problem. I'm looking at cars that are worth $350K after I just purchased a car for $250K. And it was at that point where I realized, like, oh shit, like a car is a car is a car is a car. They all do the same shit. Literally. They all do the same thing. So I realized that I wasn't doing anything new. I was just going in a circle. It's like, okay, all right, I made some more money. I can buy this car now. Okay, I have this car for a little bit. I'm happy for a few months. All right, I buy another car. It's even more money. I'm happy for even less time. It's like it does the same shit as the other one. It's like, what did I really do? What really changed? And that's why I realized that, once you get money, like all you can really do is buy the same versions of the same shit you already have.
Do you think that's like, do you think that's one side of the equation, right? Where you're looking at consuming, but if you were to be, let's say you were really interested in building stuff, whether it's companies or hard tech, etc., you would actually have a use for all that money, right?
Perhaps, but you don't need money to do that.
Thing.
That's the thing, is that you don't need money to build things. And I know this because I was able to build things before I had money.
I think software is very different, where it's like software, you don't really need capital to like build a lot of stuff.
Well, that's not
if
the
you're
only
building,
thing I built. I built a studio at one point in my life. Music, like when I was
I don't mean to diminish your accomplishments. My bad. But like, I don't know, if you're building Tesla, right? Like you're gonna need a bit of cash.
Well, yeah, you raise it. Like now, like I bootstrapped my first company. I would never do it again. I would just raise money. That's really what you do. You don't need your own money to do that. There are a bunch of people who had nothing, and now they're multi-billionaires because they raised money.
But when you raise money, right, it's no longer just, I guess, how do I say it? It's not just your ideals that's going into the company, right?
I get that.
Like the shareholders do want their returns, and they do want their returns in some like amount of time, right? When I say this, I'm thinking of like Jeff Bezos and his company Blue Origin, right? Where it's like,
I understand what you're saying, but here's something that you should consider. You are not going to build a large, successful company alone. Period. Like that's something you do with people, regardless of.
Don't you think money gets you there?
Like
you use money to attract the people?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Although money might not be enough, because there are definitely a lot of complaints about equity.
Yeah, I don't think money is the thing that gets you there. It's like if you have an idea and there's value behind it, and you're actually working to build it out, people are attracted to people who are doing stuff regardless. That's one thing I've realized. Like if you're just doing something, people are naturally attracted to it.
High performance track high performance.
I don't know if it's high performance. I think it's action, because and you'll find this out over time. Most people don't do anything in life. They do nothing. It's very rare that you're going to come across anyone who does something. You know, and when I say something, I mean more than just they go to their job. Like, you know, there are people who, when you meet them, you will know that they're always doing something, and everyone talks about them, or they're the people who people go to when they have problems. It's always, you'll meet people like that throughout your life, and what you'll find is that they are rare. And people with money know this, because everyone is coming up to people with money, talking about opportunities, and if you just give me this amount of money, I can do X, Y, or Z. But it's very rare that you come across someone who's just doing something with what they have. And for whatever reason, that attracts people. Like let's say in my case, I can only use me as an example. I don't like talking about others. But when I was building my thing, I just decided to build it. It wasn't this I didn't have this mindset of, oh, let me go and talk to all these other people, let me try to raise money. It was like, no, fuck that. Let me just start doing it. And so doing that, people became interested. They're like, oh, you're always working on this. What are you doing? And I would tell them, and they would become interested and ask more questions. And they'll be like, oh, like you're doing, you should talk to X, Y, or Z, so-and-so. Or they'll go and talk to some of their friends and they'll be like, oh, he's doing this, you should talk to him. And then, next thing you know, I'm having all these meetings with all these different people interested and curious about what am I working on. I wasn't out here in the street saying, oh, I'm working on this. Hey, can you come give me money? It was very much, I'm building this thing with or without you. It's like, and I turned down money. I regret that now. I was in your mindset where it's just like, I want to do this for me. I want to have 100% control, equity, all that bullshit. But now I'm just like, if I were to do it again, yeah, I probably wouldn't have turned down the hundreds of thousands of dollars I was offered to from certain people in certain places to do it, because now I realize that when you take their money, it's not just the money that you're getting, it's access to them and their network, which is more important than money. So now my mindset is fuck money. Relationships are what matter. Like if you have the right relationships, you can only fall but so far.
How do you value those appropriately? So I think one of the biggest companies doing this right now is like Y Combinator. At least they're the loudest. Maybe not. Maybe they're not the biggest. Um, but it's kind of known that a lot of the companies that they fund, uh, as they do give them money and they do build that network, is usually with a bunch of other YC companies. Like, hey, use this other YC company's product,
Right.
to advance your startup, and they're kind of like recycling that kind of way.
Well, yeah,
I guess how would
it
you?
works because for one, you get it for mostly free or at extremely discount rates, but it also helps these other companies out because they get users. Like,
So you don't see it as a negative for anyone.
no, like
Okay.
one of the things that would have helped me a lot is having more users, because at the end of the day, if you're solving a problem, yes, I started out solving my problem, but after a while, you realize that other people have that problem, and the best way to refine your solution and to make sure that you're adding as much value as possible is to have other people who have that problem use it, so they can give you their feedback and they start to also influence the direction of the product.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that.
Uh, give me a second. You had a McLaren? Hell no, no. I refuse to buy a McLaren. Like I said, like once I got my Porsche GT3, I was just like, there's no need for a McLaren. It's all that's. I got the Porsche GT3 a little bit later. I think I want to say I was 31 when I got that, if I'm not mistaken, or 32. I don't remember. I had it for a couple of years. I had matured by then to realize that all this shit is diminishing returns. So I had driven the McLaren 720S and gosh, what's the other one? The 600 LT and a few Ferraris and all that. And they're dope. I'm not gonna lie, they're great cars. However, compared to my GT3, I can't say that they were twice or 3 times or 4 times better than my GT3. And I'm saying 2, 3, 4 times better because that's how much more they cost. When I purchased my GT3, I purchased it for $197,000 out the door. And after driving all these other vehicles, I was like, why the hell would I go and pay 300, 400K for another car that isn't that amount of money better? And
Would
really,
you say it's better at all?
no, it's better in some ways, but this is where you start getting into, these are very niche specialized cars where they are going to be better for certain things. However, as a full package, they aren't better in any way as a full package, except for maybe a Ferrari, because they have an actual trunk. Like, no, they have an actual trunk. And yeah, maybe that, but not even that, because you're not going to daily a Ferrari. I could daily my GT3. In fact, that was a time when that was my only car, because I got rid of something for a while before my other vehicle came, and I only had a GT3 for a while, and that was my daily car. It was just fine. Reliable. That's the part that no one talks about. The reliability of a Porsche is bar none compared to all these other ones. I didn't have to worry about whether or not it was going to start. Fuel economy was great. I got 26, 28 miles to the gallon in a GT3, bro. Like, like I never had to worry about it. My insurance was cheap. I think my insurance was only $130 a month for that car. So it's just stuff like that. Like, you know, you start to appreciate these things after a while when you get older. Like just having a car that you know you can go downstairs and it's going to start 100% of the time. So I can go do like a cross state tour and not have to worry about my car breaking down in the middle of nowhere in Texas. I did that a couple times. Went out into the middle of nowhere. No worry in mind. There are certain cars that I would never do that. Just nah. I would only do it if I'm in a group of other people, you know, because there are certain places in Texas where you're not going to have cell service or coverage. And I was in those parts of Texas. So yeah, I can't say that any of them are truly better when you're looking at it as an all-around vehicle. But if you're just saying for the track, yeah, a McLaren is probably better on the track. Depends on the track though. No, tracks with longer straights, a McLaren is going to be better for sure. If you drive stupidly aggressive and you don't like manual, the dual clutch transmission on the McLaren is slightly faster. Slightly, you probably won't notice it, but it's slightly faster. It has more mechanical grip, stuff like that. You can take a turn going 130 instead of 125. It's like, okay, but who needs to do that? It's all diminishing returns. And I'm very glad that I came to that point. I had my midlife crisis when I was a kid. That's what I like to tell people. I realized it's like, yeah, there are better cars than the GT3, but for 98% of the time, there's not really a better car. Someone says, give me an orange McLaren and I'm good for the rest of my life. I mean, you say that. I used to say that kind of shit too. I used to think that if I made $100,000, I would be happy for the rest of my life. And I made $100,000 at 22. And I don't think there's really been a year that I haven't made substantially more than that. And what you'll find is that you get something and then that's where your basis starts. Like it resets. So it's like, nah, you'll probably get it and then want something else. I have a neighbor, my really good friend actually, who's going through a few McLarens and a few Lamborghini Uruses and a few G-Wagons. And every time it's like, oh, when I get this new one, I'll be happy. And he gets the new one. And then all of a sudden, a couple months later, he's talking about, oh, I want to get the Performante. I want to get a 765. It's like, oh, what's the new McLaren? He wanted the Revelto. Is that what it's called? The Lamborghini Revelto? He was contemplating getting one of those. And he was, if I get this, I'll be happy. I'm like, no, you're not. You said this for the past 4 cars. And I know the signs because I went through that phase myself. I went through like 8 cars in a very short amount of time. All right. Well, back to the video.
constantly show his love by paying, by providing more resources. And it's insane. But here's the thing, the only people that can get bamboozled and pushed into this way of thinking are pretty much feminized men. Men whose brains have been conditioned to think that that is his sole purpose. And until he's sucked dry.
Wait, why can't we see what's going on? All right, I think my stream is frozen. Are there any, is anyone online?
Like
Oh,
Discord guys?
No, not Discord. Okay, never mind. It just flipped. The stream seemed like it froze. Maybe my computer's just misbehaving. All right. Now this is the video, the hidden danger of feminizing Western men, or whatever this says. How feminizing Western men is hurting women in society. This is something that I 100% agree with. I think that now that we have weak men, we are going to necessarily create very bad times. I think a weak man is the most dangerous thing. I think weak men are the most dangerous thing. For one, weak men are not in control of themselves, which is dangerous because men are inherently dangerous, whether you're feminine or not. Like, you're more dangerous than a female. We tend to release our aggression physically through violence, not necessarily like, you know, to other, but like we tend to affect our environment. And a weak man is one who has no control over his emotions. And if they're effeminate men, that means that they think emotionally like women. The difference is that unlike women, we actually can do things in the world, which is the scary part. That's why I'm like, I think that feminine men, weak men, are the most dangerous things to our society. And when you think about most of the revolutions that have happened, like especially in the communist types, it's always the weaker men who lead those things. The intellectuals, like, it's always them. The rich people who don't really do anything. That's actually what's kind of interesting. If you study who Karl Marx is, and the other guy, he wrote his stuff with someone else. I forget the other guy's name. They were both rich aristocrats. Just let that sink in. Rich aristocrats.
Where he's of no more use to a woman, that's when the game's over. So I just want to get into a few videos that sort of address this problem, because it's a sickly, frustrating problem that a lot of men got to deal with. And I hope a few women get to watch this. So let's listen to this woman here.
One thing we should all learn from men as women is putting ourselves first. A man will leave a woman with kids all because he's putting himself first. A man will choose to cheat on you all because he's putting his happiness first. A man will lie to you all because he's protecting his peace. So in conclusion, as a woman, stop being selfless and start being a little bit more selfish.
That was the most retarded take I've ever heard. Like, it's hard for me not to. They're just grown children, bro. It's hard for me not to see them that way.
I was about 22 years old having breakfast with my daddy at a restaurant when he asked me about my relationship. And I could feel myself about to cry. And I was like, well, Daddy, I want to break up with him, but he keeps making me feel like I'm the only person he has in the whole world. He said, and I quote, Shonda, if that boy had found somebody else, he would have left you in a second. Men will put themselves first, regardless of it being inconvenient, regardless of what all you've done for them. They will still do what's best for them. They don't care if you've moved cross country to be with them. They don't care if you've just had their baby. They don't care if you've just been diagnosed with cancer and you really could use their support. Women are always taught to sacrifice and put everything and everyone first, but never forget that your happiness matters. You're not going to good deed your way into making him a better man than he already is. So I don't care if you were with him when he had nothing and now he has everything. I don't care if you supported him and let him live with you rent free. I don't care what you've done for him. It's not going to make that man into a better man than he already is.
I don't know where these women find these type of men that they have to build up and they have to bring into their house, and they have.
I'm just curious. What's the likelihood that a woman is going to get with a man who's a loser who they have to build up? Because if you have to build them up, that means that, well, for one, they're probably not making the kind of money that they want them to make. but it also probably means that they're probably not in shape. They probably haven't accomplished anything. How many of those men are, I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe it's just me.
Have to provide for until, where he don't see any more use for her. Where do these women find these men? A lot of women have this uncanny way of projecting the way they think into a man's pathology.
Yeah,
What
I've
is a
noticed that
man's
too.
natural pathology? What he's naturally designed to do? Protect and provide. What part of that, any of those two things, is a selfish act? I'm going to protect you. Is that a selfish act? Answer is no. I'm going to provide for you. I'm going to help provide for you. Is that a selfish act? The answer is absolutely no. So if that's the man's role, how can these women now come in and say that men are inherently selfish?
I don't like how he said that that's the man's role. This isn't the 50s anymore. It's not my role to protect or provide for any woman. She's equal to me. She can do it herself.
That shit makes sense. Make it make sense. It makes absolutely no sense. But let's look at the person who's receiving. The person who's receiving, which is the woman, she's receiving protection and provision, right? She will suck him dry until he's of no more use to her. That is her natural pathology. And so when you listen to women like this gentleman, and ladies, listen with some critical thinking skills, please. Guys, subscribe, book a session if you would like to have a chat with me. Listen, I'm trying not to put all of the advertising at the front of the video anymore. I'm trying to mix it in, okay? But of course, I got to tell you guys these things. Pick up my Content Creators Toolkit as well so that you can actually start producing some content for this year and years beyond. All right, let's get into this one. Media feminizes black men.
Consistently feminizes black men. There is a real push and movement to create a very feminine visual of black men. Feminine, feeble, goofy, not leader. That is the entire push for many brands, marketers, for media, movies. You can see it in all aspects of life, even down to just basic commercials. If they have a chance to show a black man, he's either going to be gay or goofy. This is something that has to change. We need more marketers who are not going to continue to give in to showing black men as being these broken individuals, showing black men in dresses, showing black men always being weak and just feminine.
That's something that's been going on for at least 30 years. Black men in dresses. It seems like it's a humiliation ritual because it happens to all of them. I don't know if it's more and more common today. I think more and more people are just realizing it now. Or maybe it is more common, but maybe it's because there are more black people who are, well, I mean, yes, there are more black people, but just who are also in that industry. But yeah, it's been a thing since I was a kid. Here, I'll show you an example. My first time seeing it. So let's go to Google. Okay. In living color, Jamie Foxx dress. This is the first time that I saw it. Just saying. He wasn't the only person who did it. No, Will Smith, Fresh Prince, in dress.
It's like a Tyler Perry Medea type of thing.
Yeah, but but kind of different. Oh yeah, Eddie. Not who is this? Gosh, what's his name? Chris Rock. That's Chris Rock. I thought. Oh man, no, maybe it was Chris Rock who was in it. It was maybe never Will Smith who was in it. But I know once I saw it that one time when I was a kid, I noticed that it happened a lot. There was another movie, White Chicks. That was a big one with the Wayne or Marlon, whoever they are, dressed up as women, white women. It was a little bit different though. It wasn't a mockery type, but it's been a lot. It seems like every black actor or artist or whoever they don't really become extra famous until after they do that. We can't forget Medea. Yeah. Will Smith played a gay guy before Fresh Prince. Well, wait, what? Before Fresh Prince, who?
It doesn't happen with like white people. Huh.
Mm,
What about Tom Holland doing like the Rihanna umbrella thing on SNL?
who?
Spider-Man, the newest Spider-Man.
Who? I don't know. The newest Spider-Man. What's that? How many? I'm sorry, I'm not connected to what's going on.
No worries. His name is Tom Holland, but he's a white dude, actor as well. The issue.
This right here.
I don't want to point out just one thing.
Talking about this guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he's not the only one. Who's that other guy? Sam. Gosh.
I guess what I'm getting at, Sam Smith or whatever, but I think Sam
Yeah.
Smith's gay.
Well, he
but
is.
like, is it a race thing, or is it not a race thing?
I think it's a race thing. When you look at the incidents of black men versus white men, and then you normalize based off of how many black men versus how many white men, there's a higher proportion of black men who are cast in that light. And I have my suspicions of why it is. And it goes back to the old slave days, right? Where it's like, I think deep down, they may know that the people who they bred to be better than them are better than them. Like, it's a fear thing, right? Like, black men or African men in general, like, are capable of putting on more muscle mass, stronger, faster, like all of the things, right? Like, it's not just me saying this. This is what they wrote in the 16, 17, 18, 1900s. This is what they wrote. And it's like, if they feel like they are inferior to us, which they may be, I don't know, but let's say if they feel that they are, I think that's more important than whether we are or not. And I think the best way that you can send a message that you'll never rise above us is to take the leaders and subjugate them in that way. And we don't have any leaders anymore. No, they killed all our leaders. So now our leaders are now entertainers. And I think we're the only group of people here in America where our leaders are comedians, are singers and dancers and actors. It wasn't always that way. Let's see.
Do you think this concept of like leaders takes too much agency away from, I guess, everyday people? Like,
I think that in this country, it's always been a problem for black people to organize. I'll leave it at that. If you know your history, I don't know if you do, but if you know your history, you will understand that there was a point in our time, not that long ago, where we had actual leaders, and each and every one of them were systematically killed. The last one being Martin Luther King Jr. Now, I do understand that, MLK, he was also involved with some communist shit. But once he realized, what was going on, and when he also realized what the real problem was, and he said it, it's very ironic that he was quickly executed after that. I don't know if you remember what he said or the gist of what he said, but it has something to do with economic reparations. And soon after, he's no longer here. And to this day, our government will not release any of the evidence or any of the things about that situation. It's not just him. There have been others, but if you don't know the history, you should start to learn some of our history. We have a very rich history, and it's important that we don't forget it, because who the hell else is going to remember it? And I don't mean this Black History Month bullshit. Like, I mean like our history, because it's there. Our history is American history. Like you can't really say you can't separate them. They're one and the same. Look up 6 Degrees Separation movie. Will Smith's. Okay. Why do they want to put this on TV and movies and normalize it? Well, I think that when we watch the second video, you may understand why they want to do these things. There's a reason for it. That's why I'm like, you would be surprised. There's a lot of parallels between what's going on now and what was going on in the past.
That is not how black men are. And to continue to portray this visual that we only have black men who are basically wanting to polish their nails and want to get their hair done and want to be ultra feminine is incredibly problematic.
It's not though. Here's why. Yes, it's problematic for us, but I think it's important to consider that in every negotiation or in every I don't want to use fight, but let's call it negotiation. In every negotiation where there's two parties, there's one party and a counterparty. Yes, it may not be in our best interest, but it could be in the best interest of the people who are counter to us. So you got to ask the question, what do other people have to gain with making or emasculating black men, with destroying the black family? And why is it specifically the black family? It's worth asking, worth looking into.
It's incredibly black problematic. So I'm very excited to see a movement of conservative marketers, especially conservative black marketers, who are ready to show a renewed and empowered visual of the black American family.
It is true. It is true. There's only one thing I want to correct about what she said about the over-feminization of black men. It's not only black men. It's all men. If the push to make men feel like they are the weaker sex is just universal, it's not only in America, it's across the entire Western Hemisphere. Because if we keep men in a more feminized state, with his brain pliable and as emotional as a female, guess what can happen? We can start to sell that man more. Who are the highest consumers right now? You guys got to understand what's happening.
It's more than that. He's looking at a commercial, and yes, he's right. Commercially, yes, you can make more money with emotional men because they're going to make decisions based on emotion. However, I'm going to go and say that it's a level deeper than that. It's about control. It's easier to control weak men, and it's always done indirectly. Remember how I was saying earlier how in the West, the way that the rich, the capital owners, that class of people, the way that they maintain their power is through divide and conquer, meaning that they make sure that other groups are not able to organize themselves so that they do have power. Well, if you have a bunch of effeminate men who are emotional, it's very easy to break them apart, to divide them. So you do that because, for one, it requires no violence. Number two, it's very little effort to do. And number three, it has an incredibly high success rate. I can't really think of an instance where divide and conquer did not work. Divide and conquer is so powerful that we've taken that concept and we brought it over into my field, computer science. Some of the most powerful algorithms in computer science are divide and conquer algorithms, which is kind of unsettling because divide and conquer is so powerful that you can boil it down to its essence and like to a computation, and it works. And it works quickly. Divide and conquer algorithms are typically the fastest algorithms. They generally operate in order log time, which is fast.
Man, who are the highest consumers? Women. Why? Because their brains work different from men. We've conditioned women to think that they just need more stuff, more things.
I don't know if we've conditioned them for that.
They need the shoes, they need the makeup, they need the house, they need the trips, they need every single thing. They need the cushions in the house, the sofas in the house, they need plants, they need the pets, they need the freaking pictures on the wall, they need all of this shit in order to be happy. What happens now if we can groom men's mind to think the same way. Guess what? Those men are going to start to spend. Let's look at gay men. Gay men.
So there's something interesting happening in China because that was starting to happen. Men now spend more money than women. Turns out that the things that men buy are bigger ticket items. For instance, a female will go and buy a purse. Purses aren't that expensive. Let's just be real. Like, yeah, they may be expensive. Some people like 2, 5, 10 grand. Sure. This right here is just with this lens, and this is about $7,500. Get that other lens that's back there. This becomes $10,000, and this is just a camera. Let's go to a car. A G-Wagon is $215,000. RSQ8 is $180,000. A GT3 is $195,000. AMG GTR is $170,000. All of a sudden, that $10,000 bag is just like, that's pathetic. It's chump change. So he's right. If you can convince men that they need these things, you can probably earn a lot more money, because there are men, and I know a lot of them, who, for whatever reason, they're into watches. And watches aren't cheap. Well, some of them are, but not the ones that some of these people are talking about, like AP, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000. I almost bought an AP once when I was in Singapore. I'm glad I didn't. Like, really? Because like I don't even like wearing my Apple Watch. I don't really, yeah. Like, these are expensive watches. I know someone who has a $400,000 watch, right? Like, all of a sudden the Birkin bag is just like, haha, that's funny. It's nothing. So, I mean, he's right. Like, if you could condition men to spend more money, or to buy or purchase based off of an emotional response to the need or the want to buy something, you could probably make a shit ton more money. Because, yeah, men spend more money on things, I guess. I don't know. I don't really like spending money that much anymore. I like to. It's a game of how little money I can spend now.
Spend a shitload of money on fashion and the shoes and the makeup and all of that other crap. Now, they're very notorious for actually making money and investing as well, but they also are very high spenders. That feminized way of thinking.
And that could also be it, is that if you have more money to spend, then you will spend more money. Yeah. I mean, I do invest too, obviously. Maybe that's not obvious, but I do all that other shit too. But yeah, when I do purchase things, it's always a very large purchase. Like, my most recent large purchase was my motorcycle. And those things aren't cheap, especially now. Oh my gosh.
Thinking is one of the sure ways to get people to spend. Man, I had a gay guy called me about 1.5 years ago, and he had an arts degree from one of the most prestigious bloody schools in America. He had a $500,000 debt in art.
God damn.
And he was driving a truck for freaking Amazon. Couldn't get a proper job. He said, I've done some great art pieces.
$500,000 in debt? God. Man, that's insane. From an art degree?
Who in their right mind gives that kind of loan?
Well, all right, let's be fair. We have to extend some grace. Who goes to college? Undergrad.
I guess mostly middle class people.
Kids.
That's
That's the correct answer. Kids.
Okay.
So, yeah, like, you can sign a loan. No, somehow we can do that, but you can't go and drink alcohol, or you can't smoke. You can go fight in the army, but you can't drink alcohol. So it's weird. Like, it's kids. Our system is fucked up.
That's predatory.
Bro. Yeah, it is. That's why I'm like, you gotta extend grace, bro. It's like, yeah, you can look back and say, oh, you shouldn't have did that and all that, but like, this kid was probably 17 when he decided that he wanted to go to school before he graduated high school. And maybe he turned 18 during the summer. and he wants to go to the school and he can't afford it, and they're saying, hey, you just sign this piece of paper, it's a government thing, you'll get your loan and you'll be able to go to school. So yeah, and I imagine that a lot of people don't pay their interest while they're in school. Fortunately for me, I, along with my grandmother, we paid my interest. And I think she paid one of my loans while I was in school, but I paid my interest on all of my loans while I was in school. So by the time I graduated, I'm going to say only, it's still a lot. I was only $87,000 in debt when I graduated. Now, my school costs a little bit more than $87,000. However, the interest didn't compound because I was paying that. I have some other friends who weren't paying interest. And by the time we graduated around the same time, they leave with $160,000, $170,000 in debt. It's insane. Also, I never took the full amount. That was another thing. Cause I was just like, for what? But some of my other friends, they're like, well, the government is giving me $45,000. So I'm gonna take $45,000. I was just like, okay. Whereas in my case,
couldn't declare bankruptcy on those loans, right?
Nope.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, to me, it's more crazy that those are being offered to kids. That's what's crazy to me. Yeah, our system's fucked up, bro. Like it's broken, but it was designed that way for a reason. Yeah, I know someone. I won't say the exact amount, but if I told you the amount that she owes in student loans, she's a doctor though, so she'll be all right. But wow, just her interest alone, holy shit, bro. I'm just like, you need to pay that off ASAP. Just be broke for the next 5 to 7 years if you can, and just take every single dollar of your incredibly high salary. It makes a lot. Fucking
the
pay
feedback
that
loop is crazy, right? Because like if these schools know that the government's going to give you the loan anyway, they're just going to keep raising their prices, and it just gets worse and worse.
I'm glad that you said that, because you just identified the primary reason why college went up. If you rewind 20, 25 years ago, college was nowhere near as expensive as it is now. In fact, it didn't start to increase in price until after the federal government started to subsidize loans. When there was this big push to get more people to go to college, and the government started guaranteeing loans and all that kind of stuff. Well, now there's a lot more demand for college. Well, because there was a lot of demand in college classes, like they want to maintain their size or whatever, they jack up prices. And over time, they start competing to try to get more students, because, especially public schools, they start doing things to compete to get more students because they understand that each student is guaranteed money. So now they start putting money into building out facilities like the gymnasium, the rec centers type stuff, shit that doesn't matter, which increases the price of college. And now college, actually, I don't know what college costs these days. Let me check. I'm going to look at just 2 schools, the ones that I went to, because that's the ones that I went to. Tuition. Okay. Fuck. Wow, my gosh. $70,000 a year. Oh my gosh. This is literally insane. $70,000 a year. I don't even know, bro. Like, this is a lot. And this is actually 70,000. This isn't where, if you live off campus at Trinity, you have to live on campus your first 3 years. So your fourth year, you only pay 62, except the price will be higher by your 4th year. Fuck. God
Is
damn.
Trinity like a well-known, well-renowned school, like a
Yes.
Harvard or a Stanford or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's regional. Like, I mean, it's one of these schools where it's like, you know if you know. It's
Yeah.
like one of them. Wow. It's not a big school though. That's the thing. It's that's why I'm serious. It's like if you're in Texas or in this region, you've heard of it, you know of it, but not a lot of people go because it's a very small school. Let me see if it shows missions. All right. I don't even know how you use. They've changed the site. It's different than what it used to be. All right. Let's see students. Maybe it'll find it. Number of students. Would it be student body? Maybe that. No, I'm gonna use Google. How many students Trinity University? Yeah, there you go. It's 2016, but it's probably not much higher. So this is the full, but this is a full student body that includes the couple of, we have like a few graduate programs, but it's primarily an undergrad. It's an undergraduate school. Yeah. Wow. Shit. Oh my gosh, that's expensive. Okay. All right. Let's see how much. Is it about? Wait, shit. All right. I don't know how to use their site either. Academics. All right. Obviously, I don't know how to use the Harvard website anymore. Oh wait. Man, I hate these new sites. Let's see, costs. Maybe it'll find something. There we go. Oh. Well, hold on. This isn't fair. I didn't go to Harvard College. I went to graduate school. So, SES. Okay. Oh. Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, man, I feel so bad for these younger kids. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. All right, this is insane. Man, I feel really really bad for these people these days. For the record, and I don't remember exactly how much it was, but I think all in per year, my first year was 36,000, and by the time I left, it was about 40,000 for undergrad. For graduate school, I want to say it was $38,000 for tuition, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. It's been a while. Wow. Yeah, indeed, expensive. But you know, this is what happens when everyone feels the need that they need to go to college. I am of the mindset that most people don't need to go to college. I went to some other schools as well, and my opinion was formed at those other schools. I'll show you some of the, like, I went to UH for a semester. And I was like, nah, I can't be here, bro. Like, oh my gosh. Talk about, I'm just like, I am not like these people. I can't be with these people. Let's see here. Where are costs? This is cheaper though. So like I had a full ride to UH, but I didn't go because I was just like, nah, I'm good. Tuition. Resident. Yeah, since it's a public school, a Texas school, so it should be cheaper. Select. We'll do undergrad. 15, supposing. I don't know why they do it by hours. Is that 52? Oh, that's total. Oh, okay. I was about to say, holy shit, UH is expensive now. It used to be like, I think UH when I was younger, it was like $6,000 a year. And I'm sorry, I didn't get a full ride. I got the engineering scholarship, which was a 50%. So it would have been like $3,000 or $4,000 a year. Well, shit, yeah, 52 grand is that's less than tuition at Trinity. Wow. Well, all I can say is that I got lucky to have been born earlier in life where I can go to these schools before. Like, it was expensive even for me back then, but now it's just like 70,000 a year. And then you're going to come out and you're not going to be earning $70,000 a year. I think when I graduated, the average salary of a graduate from Trinity was like $54,000 a year. And out of the engineering computer science students, it was about 60.
Yeah, those guys are cooked nowadays. You're freaking fry cook at McDonald's now. That degree.
What, a computer science degree?
Yeah, it's half a joke. I mean, if you're determined, like, you could definitely get something. And if you you have agency and you're a go-getter, you'll definitely get something. But for a lot of people that thought it was just going to be like an easy money grab, I guess like during like COVID and zero interest rates, it's no longer like that.
Well, I think it's always been that way, to be honest, because in software engineering, it's a bimodal distribution of salaries. So, everyone, they only focus on the right hand side of the distribution. The folks who
Right.
are earning, but they don't realize that those people, I normally don't like to use like flowery language, but I'm gonna use it. They're passionate. Like, these are
Right.
the people who are good at the thing because they want to be good at that thing, and they are going to make more money than the other folks because the other folks simply just aren't that good. They're not putting in the kind of work. And it's not just the work. It's also all the other things that a lot of folks just don't think. I don't know why, but it seems like a lot of people think that just because you develop a skill, that means that you're going to get the same results as other people with that same skill. Maybe you, like, let's be real. Like, maybe you could be a better engineer than me, right? Hold on, give me a second. So yeah, let's say you could be a better engineer than me. That doesn't necessarily mean that your results, that you're going to get the same results as me, because it's not necessarily about, who has the most technical skills. And I think that a lot of students, they don't seem to get that. They'll focus on just shit that doesn't matter and not realize that, who is important. Also, your soft skills are really important. They're more important than you may think. Just how well-rounded are you? It's interesting how many people come out of school and don't know, they're fucking useless. They don't know how to do anything. They suck at writing, for one.
I really, really think that during COVID and the era right after it, things were a bit different. And I think it was just way easier to like get into tech. Like, and when I say tech, I mean like FANG companies and get these crazy salaries while not knowing how to do anything. Like, TikTok was like basically documenting the entire process of like these people going into interviews, failing their technical interviews, and still getting a job offer for like $150,000+. Now, I guess companies are cutting back a whole lot more because money's more expensive now. But
wait, I don't know. People know $150,000 in the Bay Area, where most of these companies are, is not that much money.
I was being conservative with that. I think entry level for SDE1 for like Amazon is like 170, 178, 180. But yeah, I still see what you're saying. It is kind of low for Bay Area. Things are expensive out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the average starting salary is 150 in Bay Area. Well, no, 120. I've seen 120. Most people aren't getting those salaries, so. But yeah, I think it was easier for certain people from certain feeder schools. I've never heard of anyone failing these types of things, especially coming straight out of school. and making that kind of money. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just where I've been at. But yeah, I mean, they're gonna find out now, because it's like,
Oh yeah,
if you don't
they're
have
finding
actual
out.
skill sets, it's like, well, good luck, because yeah.
A lot of them are getting laid off now. You see it on TikTok. The same people that were like, going to pool parties, during meetings and stuff like that. They're
Yeah, that
just,
kind of shit
hey,
pisses me off, because like I've been remote for a lot of my career, most of my career, and to see these people doing these things when I had to like slave and bust my ass to even get into that kind of position, and to see how they treated it, just made it. I don't know. I'm kind of glad that they got found out and fucked out of the industry. Like I didn't like that, especially those. I saw some of those shorts of people talking about how little work they do, or they'll do their day in the life and they don't really work. They just kind of show up to the office for a couple hours and just fuck around. I was
Yep.
just like, as someone who actually works, I was like, man, this is like, what the hell am I doing? Because I have actual skill set. I've done a lot of different things. I'm just like, how is it that they can do the bare minimum and get all of this, and then I had to be over here slaving away, carrying the loads of other
Yeah,
folks.
exactly. And it was crazy. A lot of people had like multiple jobs where they would just do nothing. It's like 2, 3 jobs. You have 2, 3 laptops on your desk, and it's just like you're just jiggling your mouse all day, so you appear active on Teams or whatever. Crazy time.
Well, yeah. Well, they also fucked it up for a lot of other people, though. That's the
Oh,
problem.
100%.
That's kind of how I look at everything. It's like, yeah, this is how people are just immature, right? They don't think beyond themselves, right? Where it's just like, if you fuck around, this is why we can't have nice things, right? Whereas the reason why we had all of these benefits is because people actually worked hard, and companies wanted to compete for those people. And now it's the opposite. Now we have AI, and honestly, I think AI is a bubble. I think that we're going to see a swing back. It's probably going to take longer than a couple of years. It's probably going to be within the 5 or 6 years. But I think we're going to start to notice that the quality of all of our services and products are going to go down even more than they already have. And companies are going to start losing money as a result. And that's the only thing that a lot of these corporations see is money. So when stuff starts affecting the bottom line, then all these so-called smart people will realize that they're fucking idiots. They won't realize that, but we'll know they're idiots, and they'll have to course correct. So either that, or these companies will realize that if they have AI and they fire everybody, who the fuck is going to pay for all their shit? Like, and the government's probably going to be pissed off too, because who is the government going to make their money from? The government steals from the poor to give to the rich. And what happens when the poor have nothing and there's no one else you can go steal from? All right. Anyway, that was a detour from the video. But god dang, I didn't know college was this expensive these days.
Created some things, and I just don't want to sell them because they're so precious and so valuable to me. But I know I can get 20, 30,000 for them easy. And I said, dude, you're in $500,000 debt. Sell the damn things and start bringing your debt down. I know, but it's just so hard. I said, how long you've had these paintings there? 15, almost 15 years. I'm like, oh God. Oh, you can't reason with a man with that type of brain. So what do you think? Of course this is going to happen. And you know what? A lot of the marketing that are done and painted and pushed towards men, a large percentage of the marketing departments worldwide are run by women and gay men. And listen, I'm trying to be as fair as possible. But we know this. Most of the departments are run by feminine men and women. These departments are run by these people. And let's not even talk about the movies. Woo. But then you get women like this backing it up. Listen to this crap.
Most men think that like Thor is like the woman's like ideal man, when really it's Loki. So Loki's really
Wait, hold on. Why do both of these women have multiple chins?
female gaze as opposed to Thor, that's men. That's
Right.
which is ironic because that's a patriarchal standard.
Right?
Like men have to be big and strong, and
So who said that?
man, not I. That's all right. I'm like, that doesn't mean dog shit to me. It's
Literally. I mean, who is always in this conversation? Harry Styles.
I'm just going to be honest. The one thing that disgusts me, and I mean it, is a woman that weighs more than me. That's disgusting. How are you bigger than me? A full-grown, 36-year-old, 6'4" former athlete. How in the hell are you bigger than me? How do you displace more volume than me? It makes no
Sorry, I'm
sense.
loosely following. Is this?
Oh, wait.
Are
Oh.
these ladies saying that they like feminine men?
Oh, I don't know what they're saying. I forgot. Oh, big men. I think they said they don't like big men or something like that. But they're big.
Okay, so
they're big
that girl,
themselves.
that.
On,
when they say big,
back.
do they mean like muscly big? Or
I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know.
That girl's boyfriend is like he's fucking jacked.
He needs to be to fucking deal with her.
That's men. That's
right.
Which is ironic.
But she's
because
known
that's
for
what
like
they
creating
say,
like
right?
TikToks and stuff, like shaming a lot of. Well, maybe it's not just men. Maybe it's people in general. But I don't know. She attacks a lot of people in her TikTok.
Man, I remember
her
when,
name
when
is...
beautiful women were the ones who would be in the public eye. Now she's literally a 10 out of 10.
Not
no,
divide and conquer, you know?
No, she's a 10 over 10. You know what I mean? She's a 10 over 10, bro. Cruz say people love to eat. Well, she don't love to exercise, that's for sure. How does he know that girl? I don't know. Cruz.
Oh, she's gonna make a TikTok about you, bro.
I don't give a fuck. The thing is that I don't care what fat, disgusting women have to say. I don't respect them. I'm not like these weak men who like give a fuck about what they have to say. Fuck them. I understand my place. I understand hers, which is beneath me. She can think how she wants, but it's just like she's still gonna be a fat bitch to me.
and strong, and
So who said that?
man, not I.
And look at her looking like a fat witch.
Your standard.
Hold on,
Like
wait.
men have to be big and strong, and
So who said that?
Look at her, bro. Like, what the hell? She's from Texas, no wonder. She's probably from San Antonio. Y'all know about San Antonio women? Hold on, I gotta.
I bet you couldn't do that to them big ass women in San Antonio.
He's right. The women in San Antonio are big as fuck. And what's crazy is that they be trying to fit inside of the roller coasters at Fiesta, Texas. I shit you not. Sometimes it's inconsistent depending on who's on the ride. But you know, sometimes the first drop is faster than in other times.
and not I. That's fine. I'm like, that doesn't mean dog shit to me. It's
Literally. I mean, who is always in this conversation? Harry Styles, Shawn Mendes, all these like really effeminate men. And
Yeah.
it's like, they're jealous of that because it's like, they're scrawny. They don't even lift.
And it's always these absolutely obese women
Yeah, fucking orcs.
on these podcasts just pushing this crap. When they know that if they had a Harry Styles, a little scrawny ass Harry Styles type dude versus a dude with muscles, approach them anywhere at night, we know exactly who they're gonna prefer pounding them down. I just don't understand why women push this narrative, because in reality, your biology is going to take over and you're going to go with that man who has the muscles, the frame.
My wife told me to be more in touch with my feminine side, so I crashed the car.
They really can't drive though.
And then ignored her all day for no reason.
They be doing that too.
Oh, that was hilarious. I can tell you, man, that's just the emotional state of a lot of women. I had to keep it light there for a bit, man.
My husband is becoming more and more feminine. I've been in a relationship with my husband for 5 years, married for 1. He's always had some feminine hobbies / traits. For instance, he took ballet classes while we were in college, in brackets she wrote.
All right, hold on. I gotta be real. Is ballet feminine? I mean, it's dead ass. Like, I don't consider ballet feminine or dancing in general. But maybe that's just me. especially because I know some. They're not called ballerinas. I forget what you call them. The male ones, but they're strong as hell. They're kind of like the gymnast people. I used to be in gymnastics. Maybe that's why I feel the way I feel. But these people who do ballet, the dancers, are strong as hell. Like I wouldn't fuck with them. Oh, in your mind it is. But have you ever met one and been around them and see the backs fucking just ripped as hell? Nah, bro. Get kicked in the face. They flexible. Basically, they are what all men should be: flexible and strong. Strong in every position, in full control of their body through space. I wouldn't want to mess with one. Just saying. But I know some. That's why I'm like I'm feeling that way.
And was doing them at the time we met. He has always had plenty of female friends, and he worked for 3 years.
I don't know if you can
women workplace. Also, his best friend is gay, and he sometimes goes out with him in a.
My dad's ex girlfriend did ballet. Yeah, I mean, yeah, girls do ballet too. I'm not saying that. I understand that a lot of girls do it, but I don't think that just because a man is doing ballet makes them feminine or makes. I don't think it's a feminine thing, right? In all ballet, there's always been the males, because who the hell else is gonna throw these women up in the air and catch them? It's damn sure not gonna be them. I forget what you call the male ballerina. They're not a ballerina. Let's see. Male ballet dancer. Yeah, but what do you call them? That's what I'm interested in. All right. I guess I'm not going to find them. I used to know these things, but now I don't. So, yeah, I'm not going to find it. Or maybe I could say, what is a male ballet dancer called? Dancer. Okay. All right. Well, it's a ballerina or a dancer. There's this really good movie that is about a ballet dancer, and yes, I liked it, and yes, I watched it. It is called Miles' Last Dancer, I think. Yeah, this movie right here. It's an excellent movie. Wait, that didn't do what I thought it would do. I thought this was that. And one of the reasons why I love this movie, it's not just because of the topic and the history and all the other stuff, but it takes place here in Houston. It's based on a true story. And the guy who it's about was here in Houston. He lived in Houston. So it's one of the few movies where you will see Houston in a movie, which I don't understand why, but that's the case. Here, let me see if I can find it right quick. We'll go to my server. We're not actually going to watch this movie. I'm just going to show a scene. Is it that? I don't know my password. I hope it's I am Will. No, it's not. That's not going to work. There we go. Mouse. All right, let's not have the audio. How do I turn off audio? I only want to show my city. Look at this. This is my city. This is IAH, George Bush Intercontinental. I know this terminal really well because I used to fly out of here all the time. They're going through, I think this is downtown. Looks like downtown. Or it could be the Galleria area, uptown. Yeah, this is downtown. I actually know where this area is. I live not far from there. That's why I'm like, I like this movie because it's showing my city. I think there's more here, somewhere. Yeah, look at that, downtown Houston. It's like one of the few shots of downtown Houston you'll see in this movie. Obviously, well, it's not obvious to y'all, but Montrose is represented here. That's the Ferris wheel that gives the date away. If y'all ever watched any of my moto vlogs, you've seen that Ferris wheel. So I like the movie because of that. I don't know if I can find the Ferris wheel here, but yeah, anyway. Let's go back to the regular programming, which is this video.
Group to gay bars and clubs.
Wait a minute, hold on. I can't let this go. Are these pillows on top of his legs? Or does this man really have... This dude is really shaped like a pear. This dude is pear-shaped. God dang, look at, like, he's wide. Oh my gosh, he need to go to the gym.
I could accept all that and it didn't bother me. Much. Although I did worry in the first 2 to 3 months of us dating that he might be a closeted gay. Those concerns quickly abated. In brackets, I discovered he has a very high libido and is clearly attracted to me and is turned off by guys. But in the last year, he has had something of a transformation. He has grown his hair long, adopted a skincare routine, he is dressing well and learning about color matching. He has a hair care routine that is more onerous than
He's like, you're one of those guys who got that.
my own. And he has gotten into self-care.
Well, I think most black dudes, because like we're muscular, we have big glutes. At least I do, from my athlete days.
Including going to spas, massages, sauna.
I like massages and spas in the sauna.
Bath bombs.
I don't do baths though.
Then
look at him. He's like, oh,
he got his ears pierced.
Oh, okay.
I asked him why he would.
I was on his side until now.
I asked him why he would pierce his ears, and he said that he thought it would look good, and he wanted to wear earrings. Sorry. He is currently wearing small emerald green studs in each ear.
Green.
This is all very feminine, and I'm starting to worry that there might be something else deeper going on there, and it could be bad for our relationship. Has anyone ever encountered this before? Should I?
You know what? I'm just going to go out on a limb and say he's just getting in touch with his feminine side, which is what they wanted.
I talked to him about it and asked why he's doing all of this, or should I try and let it go?
First, like just off the jump, sounds like you're getting what you signed up for.
Factual.
You're
Since
linking,
college.
you're linking a ballet dancer.
Since college, he's been on this stuff.
This is what he's on.
And
he likes to express himself physically.
He likes to physically express himself, and this is what he's been about. You said it didn't bother you before. You knew his best friend was gay. You knew he went to gay bars. This is the...
I'm in the same boat as you, bro. Like, why would I want to destroy my body? Like, no, I'm good. I don't understand earrings, but no, sure. But yeah.
I see what...
This is the guy you
There's nothing wrong with it, I guess, if he wants to get earrings.
We have to understand that there's a difference between being gay, being homosexual, and being feminine. And here,
the metrosexual.
A gay guy loves a man. He has that emotional attachment to men, including sexual attraction, right? So a homosexual man can also be a butt bro. I've heard this term before. It's not very commonly used. But these are men that, like, for example, who've been to prison, right? They had no other choice but to have sex with other men. But they're not gay. They don't love these guys. That's the option they had, or that's what turns them on. But they're not in love with these people. They just like getting their butts reamed. Love giving it. They love taking or having sex with men. But they do not love men. It's just the act of doing it, right? Homo, meaning same, sexual. That's it. So we got to understand the way these terms are used.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
And then you have feminine men. These are men who do not have any of the traits of the other two, which is they don't love men and they do not want to have sex with any man. They love just being feminine. All the traits that women.
Hey, they like butt plunging, bro. I don't understand it, but hey. That's just nasty, though. That's just nasty. Like, do you wipe your ass with your hand? That's what that feels like to me. Except that's even worse. It's disgusting. I couldn't imagine going into my room and it smells like straight ass and shit and sweat. Oh my gosh. Especially like sweaty butt sweat. Ugh.
Carrie, they enjoy that. Let me know if I'm clear on this, but these are the three types of men who operate in those particular spaces. So this man might be the latter. He's not homosexual, but he still relates to other men who are feminine. Listen, back when I was in the West, when I was back in Cayman, I had quite a few gay friends.
Oh, he's from Cayman.
It's not like I'm hanging out with them on a regular basis, but if I...
Yeah, I mean, that's the same for me. I have some gay friends. Yeah. It is what it is. They're gay. I'm just like, all right, well, so long as you know I'm not. I'm just like, you do you. But I ain't a part of that shit. And I don't give a shit. Just don't be, I don't know. There's like gay and then there's just like, just flamboyant. I can't handle that flamboyant shit. I'm just like, you need to settle down. But
you can't handle the accent?
No, it's not just the accent, but it's the, you know, like the people who are just out there, you know? Like, I don't know how you explain it, but I'm sure you've seen people who are just the way they walk, the way they carry themselves, just everything is just extra. Like, yeah. I'm just like, I can't deal with that. But if you're gay, I don't give a shit. As long as you know I'm not gay.
I ever had parties, I would invite them. If they ever had parties or they were inviting a bunch of girls out, I love these guys because, man, they had a lot of hot girls around.
Yeah, that's the thing right there. That's low key. If you don't know, now you know. Yeah.
Found them. And they know I wasn't into the man thing. And we know, man, gays have some of the freaking best parties. These guys know how to freaking get the best booze and the best of everything. So when parties were going on, I kept quite a few gay friends that I got to have a lot of enjoyment with the women that came with these gay men. And they never hit on me because they know I was as straight as an arrow. I didn't give a shit what other people thought, you know. Oh, you hanging out with this gay guy? Listen, man, the guy is just a human being.
Yeah, he got my same mentality. I'm just like, when some of my friends, you got a gay friend, you hang. I'm like, yeah, the fuck. I don't give a shit. Like, they can be gay with whoever the fuck they want. Just know that they don't do that shit with me. It's the only thing that matters to me. And what do you mean by you don't think gayness exists? Of course it exists. What do you mean? There are literally people who are, they like dudes. And I don't get it, but hey, well, it is what it is. One of my friends from college ended up being gay. He was always sus, and you can kind of tell. And when I say sus, he was like metro. Like, you know, he was a little flamboyant, a little bit. You know, somehow he was flexible in ways that a normal man shouldn't be flexible in. I was just like, and I was just like, oh, maybe it's because he's from another country, you know. You know, not everybody is like us here in America. But now he ended up coming out, and he's a gay dude. I was like, okay, well, I guess that explains that. That was it for me. I don't give a shit.
What do you mean flexible in ways that a man shouldn't be flexible?
You know what the hell I mean.
You were just talking about ballerinas being like...
Nah, bro. You know what I mean. Like, the people who can do their wrist a certain way, I can't even do it. You know, hold on. You know how, like, they do their wrist in their hands? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he could do that. I was just like, I can't do that, but sure. But he used to pull, though. Maybe he was pulling extra hard because he was secretly gay. I don't know. But he used to always be pulling and all that. People loved him, you know. But I mean, that's not a flex, bro. You should be able to touch your toes, because you're young too, right? Like, you shouldn't be being outdone by someone who's almost 40. I could literally palm the ground with my hands, I'm pretty flexible. Although I need to get back in the gym. I've missed a week and some days because I was sick. I have a really good excuse. Biology and nature will take over. Give the gayest gay dude and put him next to Rihanna naked. Nah, Rihanna's kind of ugly, bro. I don't know. If you put me next to Rihanna naked, nothing would happen. I'd probably give her a towel to cover up and be like, go somewhere else. I want to see her big ass forehead. She's fucking ugly to me. I'm sorry if you like her. It just means your standards aren't as high as mine. No, we all can't have high standards. It's okay.
His preference. That's what he wants to love. That's the sexual act that he prefers to keep. That's his thing, not my responsibility.
Bro, hold on. You about to say this alien looking bitch is hot? Hold on. Well, I'm over here typing, bro. Rihanna.
It might be one of those things where she's desirable to him because a lot of other people find her desirable.
She's maybe a 7. Maybe
yeah, but like
7.
we don't know what part of the United States this guy is from. You know, like a 7. Your 7 might be like a Kansas 12.
I'm saying objectively, like I'm 7 is not ugly. Let's be clear. 7 is not ugly. I'm not saying. I mean, she's not that fine to me, but like, I'm at least giving her that. She's above average, and she's maybe a little more than cute sometimes, but in most cases, not to me. Like, bruh, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. She's ugly to me. I'm good. That's all you. That's more for you, right? Like, you can have her. I'm good. Let's see here.
How would you rate Ana de Armas?
Who? Oh,
Ana
no,
de Armas?
Ana de Armas?
Ana. A-N-A.
Her?
Space D-E.
This person?
Waiting for your stream to catch up.
Okay.
Yeah.
A 6?
Interesting. Okay. What's a 10 in your book? I'm curious.
I don't know if I've seen a 10. I don't know. It's hard to know because most of them are fucking liars. Like, is this actually her face, or is this what she made up?
I don't know.
I don't know. I can't think. I don't know. I don't really.
Does it matter if you don't really care about kids?
Do I care about kids?
If you don't care about kids, do you matter whether it's fake or not?
Yeah. Like, if you're ugly, just because you put on makeup doesn't mean you're not ugly.
Oh, I thought you meant like plastic surgery or like Botox or something.
Well, that too. Like, you're fucking ugly. Just because you hide it don't mean you're not ugly. I'm not
if
vain.
You can't tell,
you know?
You're right.
No, but
like, you see what I'm getting at?
You can tell. You know, their body don't match the rest of their body. You know, like, you can kind of tell when people are different because they only focus on the things that they don't think look well, but they don't realize that if you change one thing, like, you got to change other things, but you can't change everything. Kelly Rowland. I would put Kelly Rowland maybe. She looks better than Rihanna, so I'm like, I don't like to do half ratings, so I'll have to say she's an 8, even though I think she's still a 7 too. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, I don't really. Not doing it for me. But there's more history behind some of these people, so like I don't look at them as the same way as y'all do. Like, I may have been around some of these people when I was a kid, kind of situation. I don't look at these people the same way you do. And I say these people, I mean just the last person, not the other. I wasn't around Rihanna.
Straight people that have some weird ass kinks. I don't even know, or if I do,
But I can't think of anyone who's a 10. I don't think I'm attracted to most females. Most of them are like, I think that beauty follows a standard normal bell curve. I think that there are very few people who are a 10. And when I say very few, I mean it's like you are in the tails of the distribution if you are a 10. Even a 9, you're in the far end, the tail. There are more 8s than the 9s, but not that many more. I think most people are average by definition, which means that there are 5. And, that means that half the population is uglier than that. And half the population is more attractive than that. I would say for me, I need to have at least, I would accept a 6, but 7, I'm good with a 7. I don't need an 8, 9, 10. No, that's too much for me.
All right, I'm not into that shit. I'm not into that. You guys do your thing with, the ball gag and the tying and the whips. I'm not into that shit. That's your thing. Sexually, I don't care what people do in their bedroom, and I don't care who you're willing to love. As long as you do not interfere with kids and animals. If you're not doing anything with those two, I'm good with you.
Wait, he don't like the goat fuckers? What's wrong with a man wanting to fuck a goat? I'm sure there's a lot of men who fuck goats. I've seen some, actually. I'm not even lying. I am not even lying. I have literally seen with my eyes a man doing something with a goat in the mountains in another country.
That's crazy.
And I was taken aback. I was like, wait. Cause I thought it was all fake. Cause you hear shit. You're like, oh, that's just bullshit. And then I saw it. I was like, is that man fucking the goat? It's a mountain goat. And I remember there were a bunch of goats. I camped out on a rock. Oh my gosh. Pitch black. I don't know where I was. I was like, y'all fucking took me here. I could have walked a couple feet to go take a piss and I would have fell to my death. Anyway, let me see if I can find some images. Maybe I have them. Hopefully they're in Apple Photos. If they're not, then I'm not going to be able to find it.
That's got to be incredibly dirty. There has to be 20,000 STDs that you can get from doing shit like that.
I don't know. They could be cleaner than the average American female. Just saying.
Yikes.
So I smelled them in person because they were, they just show up. And it wasn't one of these goats. This is a clean mountain goat. But the other goats, I was just like, man, they funky as hell. All they do is eat everything and shit everywhere. And yeah, this is one of the goats. This wasn't one of the ones that was being, taken. I was on a drive and I was just like, is that man fucking a goat? Also, these goats climb anything. Oh my gosh. They'll if you stop for too long, they'll climb your car and they'll just sit up on the car, just looking. They climb the side of mountains. It's crazy. It doesn't matter how steep it is. It could be a vertical cliff. They're climbing it. It's insane. Yeah, look at this dumbass goat. He kept bothering me. He kept coming over, trying to get stuff. Yeah, you can see them. They're coming over there eating stuff. Here, let me find the area where I could have fell to my death. So this is an actual picture, okay? This wasn't an accident. It was literally pitch black. I have another image on my Instagram of just the sky, and maybe I'll find it in a bit just to show. But I was literally camped out right here, and that's where my death would have been. I was just like, y'all fucking brought me here in the middle of pitch black night, and that's the tent. You can see the tent right there. I'm like, I could have died coming to take a piss. And they just laughed. I was like, my gosh. We out here, though. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let me see if I can find the picture of the stars. Somewhere on my posts. Or maybe I didn't post it. I thought I did, though. Oh, here we are. So I took this image that night. This is it's a fairly long exposure. It's probably 20 seconds looking at the trail, the star trails. It's not 30 seconds. It's about 20. Taking on my Sony A7 III. And yeah, it was the first time in my life where I saw that many stars. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is what our ancestors saw. I can understand why they were infatuated with looking up and trying to figure out, how all this stuff worked and where we are. It's amazing. Are there any other images of that area? None of these are in chronological order, unfortunately. I post things randomly. Maybe I need to keep going back. Oh yeah, here's an image of the edge of that cliff. I don't know if you can really get a sense of how deep it is, but it's like the Grand Canyon, but deeper and more dangerous. It's just jagged rocks everywhere. And here's that goat that kept bothering me. Fucking mountain goat. Anyway, that's that.
Adults, that's your thing, man. You do what you want to do. Whatever makes you happy, but don't bring it around me. Let me know what you guys think.
Isn't it crazy that a male feminist was just nearly taken down by a feminist? This guy, Justin Baldoni, has staked his entire identity on being a man who worships feminism. So much so that his life's work is a movie he directed and starred in about domestic violence against women. And what was his reward for being such a powerful ally? His feminist co-star taking over his movie and then suing him for sexual misconduct on set. Yeah, so it turns out that positioning yourself as a male feminist does not gain you an ounce of respect. It actually just makes you a target to be taken advantage of because they all just see you as a beta.
Being a soft man really don't have much rewards, whether it's with women or men, because you're not going to get much respect from both. Feminists, they don't even freaking have any respect for women who do not comply with what they accept.
That's the part right there. That's not even a lie. It's kind of crazy. How can you claim to be a feminist, but then you dog out other women who you don't agree with? Maybe that's what it is, right? Like you embrace all of the aspects of being a female. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't understand what these men who consider themselves feminists think that they're going to get from feminist groups. It's going to be worse. These female feminist groups, they're going to freaking suck you and they will abuse you and they will do whatever it takes to use you for their cause. But any one little slip up that's contrary to their agenda, and they're going to crucify your ass, my friend. So, gentlemen, aligning yourself with a feminist group is not the best idea. I can tell you that, because they don't have your best interests in mind. Today's feminist organizations are hate groups. So these are the ads that are pushed on Valentine's Day.
So this is love. So this is love.
So she's rubbing some flowers that smell like literal shit. Roses don't smell good. If you've ever smelled a bouquet of roses, you would know this. And the music is This Is Love. And she's just rubbing the flowers that are going to die in a couple days because, let's be real, they can't take care of shit. They can barely take care of themselves. I wonder which one of her broke friends filmed this for her.
A day for overpriced roses. I don't understand why you guys think that women actually want these.
Girls don't want flowers for Valentine's Day.
Dude, what the fuck? I want flowers. I want flowers. I want flowers for Valentine's.
And for what reason? Because every woman I know that ever got roses, she throws them in a freaking vase of water. She looks at them once and then that's it.
Yeah.
2 days later, she throws them away.
He even said, yeah, in my case, it wasn't 2 days later she threw them away. They would just die after a few days. And then I would have to throw them away. I mean, she would throw them away in the trash, but then I would have to go and take the trash out.
I don't understand the sense of it. It's just the stupidest thing a man can do. Buy her roses. Because what does she want the roses for? To take a freaking photo so that she could post it on social media to say, hey, look, I got somebody that loves me. It's a waste of freaking time and money. When on the 15th, you can get the same damn roses for 50% off. Man, don't get duped into this crap, man.
If a man tells you that he does not believe in Valentine's Day, I want you to strain your ears to hear the silent with you. Because there are only two reasons that a man will...
That was the dumbest thing. Believe. Is she an idiot? Believe in like, what is the belief? What is there to believe in? As far as I understand, belief is what you have in the absence of evidence, but this isn't that. I'm pretty confident she doesn't even know the history of the holiday, like most women. Don't really know much. I'm talking about women here, not in general here. Like, we have a lot of idiots in our country. It's not just women, though. It's men, too. I got to be fair. I really do. We have a lot of idiots in our country who don't know shit. Just look at the videos of people who don't know how many states there are in our country, who don't know what the capital of our country is, how many stars are on our flag, how many stripes are on our flag, how many continents there are. People can barely name other countries outside of here, which is insane. It's actually kind of appalling how stupid the average American person is. Seriously. Average for, I don't know for all of you, but for some of you, just understand that most people are average and then half the people are dumber than that. Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, imagine the most average person you know and understand that there are people who are dumber than that.
Press that he's not interested in Valentine's Day. One, because he doesn't want to do Valentine's Day.
She's not American. She sounds like she's in the UK.
He either will be or in future will do Valentine's Day with another type of woman. Or two, because he wants to create a culture of bare minimum. So he wants to be in a relationship or situationship where you have little to no expectation.
I'm just curious. When these women are making these videos, what are their men who they're laying next to doing? Are they just looking at them, or are these just all single women? And let's be clear here. There is a difference between a single man and a single woman. It is very easy for any woman to have any man, well, not any man, but to have a man. All you have to do is say yes. It's very easy. And on the other end, for guys, I mean, as far as I understand, a lot of them just don't approach women. Some of them, myself included, don't care about them. So it's like, I'm good without them. I mean that. So I'm just curious, when these people are making these videos, are they single or are there men next to them? And if their men are next to them, how can they say this next to their man and not understand that that's disrespectful to their man? Unless, of course, they don't have one. And this is why she's out here making these videos about what she will and won't accept, as if she has a choice. She gets nothing.
Expectations of him. And they all have the same excuses. It's hilarious. Oh, I'm not going to celebrate Valentine's Day because it's a holiday and, you know, they just want to make money from us. Even if that's true, it's a holiday that everybody's celebrating. So you want...
Oh, wait. This is female logic. This is where they exist in groups. Groupthink. This is their thing. She's literally saying, well, everyone else do it, so you should too. So I like to do this logical exercise where, you know, in sentences we have verbs and nouns and all this types of thing. We have the subject, the object, the action, all that. I like to pretend, and I'm just saying this to be facetious. I like to pretend that if you keep the structure and the argument of the sentences the same and you substitute out different subjects or different actions and you say it again, does it still make sense? So here's an example. If everyone else is jumping off of a bridge, you should jump off a bridge? Because that's the argument she's making. Well, everyone else celebrates it, so you should too. So everyone else jumps off of a bridge, so you should too. This is an idiotic way of thinking.
To be left out.
No, not everybody's celebrating it. Cut that crap out. And just because everybody else is doing it, that doesn't mean that your man has to do it. He's a smart man if he does not.
Yeah, it's like, come on, like everybody else is fucking watching TV and making nothing good of their time. So I need to sit on my ass and watch TV all day because that's what everyone else does. When I was in high school, most of the people around me, most of the people in class, like I was in a different track. I will admit that. But most of the people in my school didn't study. They didn't take hard classes. So I should do the same thing that they do. Most of the people in my school didn't play sports. They weren't on the debate team. They weren't in bands. So I should do what all of these other fucking stupid ass idiots are doing because that's what most people are doing. That is retarded. So I should be broke because most people are broke? What kind of foolish ass thinking is that? This is why these average ass bitches are single.
Go with the conventional crowd. All right? He's a smart man.
Or they'll say something like, oh, no, I don't believe in that. I think every day is Valentine's Day. I treat my girl like every day is Valentine's Day. Knowing full well that if we actually went and asked their girl knows full well that's not the case. She knows every day is not Valentine's Day. And if every day is
It looked like she got hard hands. Anybody else notice that? I just had to point it out. It looked like her hands are harder than mine. I have nice, soft, supple skin. It's kind of interesting. I lift weights. I don't use gloves or anything. But my skin is soft and nice. It looked like she got hard skin, like leathery. You see it in her hands. Need to drink some more water. She looks pruny.
Valentine's Day, then why is every day Valentine's Day in your home but Valentine's Day? If you're that big of a lover and you love on your girl every day, why are you missing her out on the day when everyone's being celebrated? Because it's not
why does she even care about other people? Like, why is she concerned about what other people got going on? That's one thing I've never understood is why are so many people so concerned about everything else that's out of their control except for the one thing that is in their control, which is themselves. I don't think it has anything to do with your skin complexion. I think it's her diet, bro. Like, she just looked like she don't drink water. And I don't know, you might want to take care of your skin. It's your largest organ. And, like, just take care of yourself. Shouldn't be ashy. Oh, you said dry. Well, same difference. You shouldn't be dry or ashy. Put some lotion on. I can recommend the lotion I use. I would go get it, but I don't feel like getting it. But I'll show it to you. Maybe I can show it to you. It's fairly straightforward. It's unscented Shea Moisture. I think it's something like this right here. I don't know if it's this exactly, but it's basically this. I used to make my own with actual shea butter. Oh, here we go. This is the one that I use right here. This one. No scent. This is the coconut oil one. But I used to make my own because we have these African stores here where you can buy 100% natural shea butter, argan oil, or argan, however the hell you say it, tea tree oil, all these other oils. So I used to make my own stuff and I would whip it, and I use that. I also have cocoa butter, of course, because of course you have cocoa butter. So all of the scents that I have, they're naturally scented. So like whatever the butter or the fat oil, whatever you call it, whatever it smells like, that's what I smell like. And it's relatively light. I also have coconut oil and all these other things. No, I'm out here walking around moisturized. Yeah, you gotta put some lotion on, bro, every day, or oil. I like oil and like butters and all that kind of stuff. But lotion is fine too if you don't have anything else. I have all of it. Right, and same thing for my hair, my oil, for my beard. You can't see my beard right now, but I use I forget what kind of oil it is, but I put oil in my beard. For me, I can't walk around feeling ashy. It feels weird. Like, I don't know. I need my whole body to be moisturized, So it's got to be all up on my arms, my face, my hair, my beard, my legs, my quads, my feet.
government institution that suffers or the people that puts on these holidays. It's your girl who you claim to love and treat like a queen every single day.
There it is, right there. Treat like a queen on every single day. This is the kind of crap.
I don't know if I would do olive oil. That's, first of all, it's expensive. Like, that's a cooking oil. And it also has a scent that I don't like. It's grassy. I wouldn't put olive oil. But I would put a thin, like an oil that doesn't have a shine. That's the one thing about most of the oils that I use is that they don't make you shiny or glistening. It's, you know, like, I don't know how you explain it, but you don't become greasy. It's not all oils are created the same. You know, you want a fairly lightweight oil that's not going to clog up your pores and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll make some videos about that kind of stuff. Maybe, probably not. I also have almond oil. I like almond oil. I like the scent. I normally mix it with other things. Back when I used to make my own stuff.
Black women have convinced themselves of, oh, I'm a queen, I'm a queen, I'm a queen. Oh, I'm a queen. Treat me like a queen. I'm a queen. It's just exhausting listening to freaking women like this. More than likely, she's single. And there's a reason for that. Gentlemen, don't get caught with these sort of messages. Just scroll on by. Let's listen to another woman demanding shit right here.
What? What's your question?
What's the best gift a guy can get you on Valentine's Day?
We do not want necklaces with the hearts on it. Okay? We don't want those. We do not want those. I will tell you what we want. We
She's
want
annoying as hell. She's annoying as hell, bro.
a gift card for $100 plus.
You're
And
an
we
idiot.
want flowers, and we want a bottle of wine, and or a nice fancy ass dinner. Yeah. That's what we want. Do not waste your money on a heart necklace this Valentine's Day. Please. Fuck.
You're an idiot.
Bruh. Oh, yeah.
How dare you? If I get one more heart necklace, I'm gonna snap.
You heard what she said. If I get one more, meaning there are men out there doing some dumb shit, and she's just making sure she don't get repeat gifts. Gentlemen, you're in a rotation with this one, okay? And so with that said, I want to end it with this one video so that you guys can understand the type of woman you want to get. Right here, 5 signs, my friend.
5 signs that she is a wife material. Number 1, she advises you not to waste your money, not even on her, but to invest it into something that would guarantee the both of you a future. Number 2, she wants a peaceful relationship. She does.
I'm sorry, like this AI voice thing, it's annoying. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and skip it. But if y'all want to see it, this is The Hidden Danger, How Feminizing Western Men. You can go watch it there. There's another video that I said I wanted to get to. I'm trying to get to it. And
I
it's
made
this
a
one.
poll a few weeks ago about what.
It's a whole switch up. So if you're here for women shit, I'm sorry. I'm not really. I can only tolerate it for so long. And honestly, that was a long time for me to tolerate it. Because as I said earlier, I don't give a shit. I don't suffer from the problems. I don't deal with any of it. I have decided that, you know what, it's in my best interest to focus on me and what I got going on and like stiff arm them. That's what I do. I'm out in the world, and this is, I mean, I haven't actually touched. I'm not saying I do it on for real, but like, let's say that when I go downstairs sometimes, in one of the there's a building, it's a lesser building right down there where a couple girls are, and I don't know, they moved in. Every time I'm down there, they be whistling and they be trying to get me to make eye contact. Fuck them. Like, that's how I am. I'm walking, I hear them, just like, say nothing to me. Even the concierge people, I'm just like, hi, William, Mr. Shepard. All right, hi, leave me alone. I go on about my business. There's very few females who I'm willing to talk to. And the only ones I'm willing to talk to are the ones I know. And what I mean by that is I have known them for a number of years. I'm like, y'all are enough. I know my sisters. I know my stepmom, my mom. My grandparents aren't here anymore, but I knew them. my cousins, all of them, my sisters, maybe I've already said that. And some of my friends from high school and college who like, it's just like, they're just in the club. So it's like, yeah, as long as you're in the club, I'm not about to kick you out. But as far as new ones, I'm like, no new friends, but it's mostly reserved for, unless you're a coworker. That's like the only way that you will get any kind of access to me is you work with me. So it's like, all right, well, we have to work together. So I might befriend you that way. But outside of that, no, I'm good. It's like, leave me alone. It's been a lot of videos of like people asking where are the single men at. And I'm like, I'm here in my apartment avoiding your bitch ass. Just being real.
Enjoying my rent.
Did you say enjoying your rent?
Enjoying my rent.
Like, you like paying rent?
No, it's like you pay for rent, and it's like I might as well fucking
Okay.
get something out of it.
Oh man, I got triggered because I'm not enjoying my rent, bro. Oh my gosh. I'm like, the hell, where you live, where you enjoy your rent? No, my rent used to be okay at this place. So when I first moved here to this building, my rent was $26.50. I mean, it's relatively expensive, but I live in a very nice place. Now my rent is $3,600, and then there's a $75 amenity fee, and then there's some other fees, and then by the time it's all said and done, it's $4,000 a month. So I'm not really a fan of it. And everything is cost more money. That's what I'm just like, man, where the hell is my money going? It's like, oh, I go to the grocery store and I get 8 items and that's $150. I'm like, oh, okay, interesting.
What videos the
Inflation.
audience wanted, and I'm going to make the 2 most popular results as videos. The most popular result was this video, or what the parallels between our society and the Weimar Republic are. The second one was a video on how propaganda works, but I want to read a few books on that topic before I make it. The Weimar Republic was a period of German history between 1919 and 1933, or after the loss in World War I, and before the rise of the Nazis to power. It's a strange period of history, nothing like the time period before or after, in which Germany was run by one form of conservative militarism followed by another variety. And the time period in between was some bizarre psychedelic trip that barely makes sense. On the other hand, though, it totally makes sense. Weimar seems out of place for the era of history it was occurring in, given the Western world in the early 20th century has a reputation for being prude, upright, and
Can't just let that pass. That is right. I'm pretty sure y'all know that back in those days, this was not the typical dress that people dressed in. But in the Weimar Republic, it was. And just think about how people dress now in our modern society. How much it resembles this.
sterile. Meanwhile, the Weimar period is this bizarre libertine sexual world. It's something which seems much more out of our era of history. Let's look into why this happened. In a lot of ways, Weimar seems like a prologue to the degeneracies of our era, a sort of warning that wasn't heeded. I frankly hadn't thought that much about the Weimar before this poll wanted me to make a video about it, but now that I've done the research, I see that there are lots of fascinating threads to pull on. This is a time period in which a lot was happening, and which surprisingly influenced our world more than I think a lot of folks would realize. Let's get into the Weimar Republic.
Just keep in mind, that image that we just saw, that was in the teens and early 20s. This right here, this was not normal back in those days. You know, it was like, you know, you had to cover yourself up, modesty, all of that. Not here.
Folks would realize.
We noticed they look so much older.
What's that?
In that image, they just look so much old. You're saying those are their teens / early 20s, right?
No. I'm saying this is in the 19 teens.
Oh, okay. Got it.
20s, yeah. When that wasn't normal for how people, you know, behaved in public.
During the Weimar period, Germany faced feminization and German men were emasculated. This feeling can be found in our world today. Testosterone levels have been declining for decades. Sperm count and strength in men are also decreasing exponentially, with a 1/3 decrease in mean sperm count over the last 50 years. Researchers call these changes alarming from an evolutionary point of view. But there's hope. Black Forest Turkesterone with Tonkat Ali limited edition supplement has been dubbed the feminization killer since it combines two of the most potent natural testosterone boosters. Turkesterone is a natural.
So while he gives his whatever, I am going to say that you should never take supplements. You don't need them. You can just eat food. Take it from someone who never really did supplements. Every now and again, I would do creatine, and then for a few years, I would not. I use it for energy. You actually get energy from creatine, just FYI.
Tonkat Ali, and I can personally vouch for its effectiveness. I've noticed a significant difference in my energy levels, strength, sleep, and overall well-being. I can really feel the difference when I take this. And the best part is you can try the Black Forest Turkesterone with Tonkat Ali with an amazing buy two, get one free offer already applied on the website. So check out Black Forest and reclaim your masculinity now.
Again, you don't need to take a fucking pill. Just go to the gym. You don't even have to go to the gym. Just go outside, do some sprints, do some push-ups, some burpees or something, some pull-ups. It's not that hard.
Part 1, Weimar Germany. There are certain eras of history.
I think diets are stupid. That's my true thoughts. I think all fad diets are stupid and a waste of time. Just eat normal food. There.
That shouldn't happen. However, due to weird combinations of events that no one expected, they end up occurring. The Weimar is one of them. Due to bizarre, which is a word I keep using to describe this time period for a reason, factors, a social group which would never otherwise take over society became dominant in German culture for over a decade. To start the story, Germany is a large pluralistic country. I think it's easy for Americans to forget how diverse European countries can be, in that a nation like Germany 100 years ago was filled with loads of different regional cultures, dialects, political and interest groups, all jostling together. Germany was also the largest economy in Europe and the most advanced society in the world artistically, culturally, philosophically, or scientifically. This means that the Germany of this era had immense internal contrasts, much like America today. Carol Quigley, in his book Tragedy and Hope, has said that the Germany of this era was run by 5 different social groups, that being the monarchy, the Junker warrior nobility in Prussia who led the military, the industrialists concentrated in the Rhineland, the imperial bureaucracy, and the trade unionists. Except for the trade unionists, all of these were incredibly conservative. This is one of the biggest divides in Weimar in today, in that the conservatives were the deep state and the establishment, while today the left dominates those. What had occurred with the end of World War I was the creation of an artificial Germany which very few people wanted. For example, before Germany signed the humiliating Versailles Treaty, the Germans had conquered almost all of Central Europe, out to the Baltics and Ukraine, turning them into colonies. Germany was technically a monarchy, but had really devolved into being a centrally planned socialist military dictatorship. The remaining allied countries at the Treaty of Versailles, or really Britain and France, since America was out to lunch at the time, crafted this incredibly humiliating treaty, which removed Germany's colonial empire, saddled them with an obscene amount of debt, cut down their military to an absolutely pathetic size, among half a dozen other things. The thing the Germans felt most resentful of was that the Allies had forced the Germans to sign that they were guilty for starting the war. Since the Germans had always felt like World War I was forced on them to protect themselves as they were surrounded on all sides, this was especially stinging to their sense of honor. The problem with the
Here, I'll pause it here for anyone who wants to read it. Or I'll read it. How about that? In the modern world, where it's not okay just to be Genghis Khan and rape and pillage because you want to, everyone for the last few centuries structures wars of aggression as defensive, finding a way to turn themselves into the victim to warrant it. Sounds like us. This happens even under ridiculous circumstances like the Germans in World War II, blaming international Jewry, the Japanese blaming European colonialism, the Taliban or Iran blames Jewry in America. The South blamed Northern aggression, the Europeans colonized Africa, so other Europeans wouldn't. No one will admit to having bad motives, which they used to in the ancient world. Assyria made stelae of torturing their enemies to death. Now, there is something that I think is worth saying. I don't know if he knows about this. Judea declares war on Germany. So, just for what it's worth, I know that's not taught because, you know, certain interests in our country, but this happened. Just saying. So I think it would be remiss to just ignore the fact that they declared war on Germany before any of all that stuff started happening. Just something to point out. But, of course, most Americans are silly and they don't know history, so they'll believe anything you tell them.
Themselves as they were surrounded on all sides, this was especially stinging to their sense of honor. The problem with the Versailles Treaty was that it was harsh enough to be humiliating and build up resentment, but it wasn't hard enough to incapacitate Germany. Germany wasn't divided up as a country or militarily occupied. On the other hand, it wasn't like the end of the Napoleonic Wars either, in which the Congress of Vienna was very careful to not hurt France's pride, thus making it resentful and causing more wars. I mean, an issue here is that Germany is so big and its people so vigorous, brave, and intelligent that the British and the French had no real way to enforce humiliation upon them for a long period. However, in a prime example of cringe Westoid social engineering, the Allies replaced Germany's monarchy with this vague liberal democracy. This is comparable to America trying to establish democracy in Iraq or Afghanistan. The issue is that most Germans
how did that turn out? Yeah. It's almost as if every time we go somewhere and we try to force something, we make shit worse. Not only for ourselves, but the people who live there. And let's be real, most civilians who live in any country are ruled, meaning that the state does things within its own interests, which are often at odds of what the people who live in that state want. It's no different than here. So if you are someone in America and you're like, you don't like what our government is doing, you should extend that same grace to everyone else on earth. Assume that they live in a state as well that does things that they are not okay with, but what power do they really have? Apparently, we think that we have a lot of power in our country, but in reality, we have very little. So if we in our country like to believe that we have more power than other people in their countries, then that would imply that people in other countries have far less power to affect change than we do in our country. It's just something to keep in mind.
Didn't really want Germany to be a democracy. There were a pretty small group of classical liberals who were concentrated in the Rhineland.
All right, I'll read this because I don't think he reads any of these. America basically killed German classical liberalism. Germany had a strong classical liberal movement which erupted in the 1848 revolution. However, Germany exported a truly vast amount of people to America. These were German classical liberals moving to liberal America. At the same time, Bismarck neutered German liberalism either by co-opting nationalism, which was intertwined with liberalism, and by creating the good conditions for workers, thus removing that resentment among workers.
While most Germans were either old stock conservatives who ran Germany's deep state or Marxists who wanted the revolution. That being said, you had this awkward situation in which the German monarchist and nationalist establishment was forced to maintain a government which they hated due to foreign intervention. Right after World War I, Germany had a series of small internal civil wars between rightists and leftists since no one respected the new government. There were the Spartacist communist revolts in Berlin, who were crushed by the reactionary Freikorps. A lot of you probably know how Hitler launched a coup in 1923 with an attempt to take over the government, while using World War I General Ludendorff as a prop. The really insane thing is that Hitler only got a little bit more than a year in jail due to the German...
I just gotta point out this Humpty Dumpty looking dude right here. How is he so round with a jaw so square? It's very interesting to me.
Deep state being so insanely conservative biased. On top of this, the judges who gave Hitler sentence empathized with Hitler since they hated the regime too, and they wanted a nationalist like Hitler to win. It's similar to how the Antifa types get really light sentences today from the leftist deep state. I think a lot of the American left projects the social structure of Weimar Germany onto our modern society, since our current ruling class has Nazi derangement syndrome. Thus, they obsessed over the historic conditions which existed in the Weimar period, which ended up creating the Nazis, even though they bear basically no relation to life today. This is a theme that we're going to see repeated again and again in this video. As a general rule, everything the left complains about in modern America was true of Weimar Germany. It actually was a racist, hierarchical, nationalistic, patriarchal society with a conservative deep state biased against the left. The Weimar government was dominated by these moderate left-wing types who were ineffective at governing the nation. They also couldn't accomplish much due to either being blackballed by the more radical left, who were Marxist revolutionaries, or the conservative establishment. A disproportionate amount of them were Jewish, which was part of the origin of Hitler's anti-Semitism. The Weimar period has this strange waiting room kind of feel to it. Like everyone involved knew that it wasn't what Germany was supposed to be, but no one had a better idea. An interesting fact...
Did you say Mark Andreessen? The dude from Andreessen Horowitz? He is an oddly shaped man.
Yeah, that guy kind of has an egg head.
Yeah, he is oddly shaped. And I'm not a fan of his network state stuff that he's been pushing. Are you familiar with that?
No. What does he put in?
Oh my gosh.
Is that Weimar
hold on.
Germany was the
nothing
most...
good.
I'm sorry, man. I've been taking you on so many tangents.
So it's a book. I would recommend you read it, just like Stakeholder Capitalism, which is like, I believe in reading stuff, whether you agree with it or not, is irrelevant. Just knowing what some of these people think and what they're pushing for is important. Wait, what is this? A PDF? Is it free? Oh, look at that. You can read it for free. You have zero excuse not to read it. So I'm going to throw this in general.
Jason Horowitz book. Cool.
Yeah, so this one is a book worth reading. I haven't finished it. I have other books that I got to read, but maybe I'll go through it. Maybe if y'all are interested, we could do like a read live, where we go through some of these things and talk about the ideas and yeah. Yeah, that part.
Well, what if you could summarize what you don't like about it? What don't you like about it?
Everything.
Okay.
Like literally everything. They are pushing to replace our current form of governance with some new bullshit where the technocratic elite are at the heads of things. And let me see.
Oh, I mean that's already happening. Have you seen Elon with Trump?
To some extent, but this goes beyond that. There's I dropped one of these things in After Hours, maybe, or I don't know. Maybe it wasn't After Hours, maybe it was general. There's a bunch of land that's been bought. Let's see, land.
Farmland.
Yeah.
Yep. Gates, I heard he's been doing that.
Yeah, it's them and a few other folks, and they're all tied to the Palo Alto region, and they're trying to build their own city and all this other. Yeah, it's yeah. I don't know if Elon Musk is a part of that. Elon Musk seems to be his own. Yeah, he seems to be in his own world. And California Forever. Yes, cruise. Yeah, that thing.
Do you think he's thinking on a longer time horizon with his Mars thing?
Well, he's been wanting to go to Mars forever, but it's like, yeah, sure, let him go to Mars. Like that has nothing to do with us. Like if he wants to establish something on Mars, go for it.
Okay.
It's different, right? Like America and our states already exist, and most people, like the social contract is what it is. No one's asking for it to change. So if Elon is like, I want to do something different on Mars, okay, sure, go do it. I don't mind. But yeah, this California Forever crap. I mean, maybe we can go through these too if y'all really want to start going into like learning more about these. We just talk about them live. But I'm gonna throw it in general. Actually, no, I'm gonna throw this in the chat, the chat for everyone. Let's see here. I saw this on Joe Rogan's podcast. Oh, he's talking about that. Okay, I haven't seen or heard Joe Rogan in years.
Oh, I think he did one of that like a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. I need to see it. I'm behind on podcasts.
Yeah, I haven't listened to many podcasts in a while. The only podcast I listen to these days is No Agenda. Literally, it's John C. Dvorak and Adam Curry, and I've been listening to that one podcast since 2006.
Dang.
Yeah.
Long time listener.
Yeah. Since I was a kid. So like that's the only one I listen to for the most part. It's mostly entertaining. Yeah, I mean I've heard some of Joe Rogan's stuff, but for the most part, I'm just like, I don't know, it's just No Agenda. It's enough for me. Like I can only consume so much content because I do all these other things that are more important to me. All right, let's go back to the video if I can find it. Yeah, here we are. Now, I keep bringing up the time period because I don't know if y'all realize, but this wasn't typical dress of that time period. This was back in the days where women never showed their legs, let alone their shoulders, let alone this right here. This is not normal. And I'm drawing parallels to now, like how people dress, and it's basically they're on the stage naked, essentially.
Legally free country in the world in that time period. It had total suffrage across social classes and even among women. It was a democracy with freedom of speech, religion, and other things. The reality, though, was that the ruling class were authoritarians who viewed this all with contempt. Possibly the biggest issue Weimar Germany ran into was financial problems. The reparations the Allies demanded from them were insane. The logical conclusion to all of this was to insanely artificially print money and create inflation so as to lower the value of the currency so as to pay off the debt with a depreciated, cheaper currency. This is not a bad choice, but it does come with some very dark consequences. Part of me feels bad for saying Weimar was poorly governed, since it was definitely better governed than most countries in the world.
Yeah, I've seen the B2 bomber, but I don't know if I buy that 99% of anything, because 97% of all statistics are made up on the spot. So yeah, it's like, I don't think so.
The world today, and the leadership was dealt such a really bad hand by circumstance. The Germans were by nature a very serious and responsible people, the kind who kept large personal savings.
By the way, this art style, the Bauhaus movement, this gave rise to brutalism in like a lot of the art style that we have here in America today. There's a kid, actually, a guy, he does art history, and he talked a lot about the different movements in art during that time in Germany. I don't know if are y'all into art at all, or do y'all consider art when you're studying history or literature, or I guess poetry is part of literature, or the music that comes out during certain periods? If not, it's worth listening to music during different periods. You may realize that you may notice some themes in music. You also may notice some themes in art and writing and even, well, I guess writing. I'm more talking about novels and all that kind of stuff, but also in the philosophy of how people thought, the political discourse that was going on, like how people wanted to organize society. It's very enlightening stuff.
Savings. The inflation completely wiped out those savings. The German middle class, one of the largest and most prosperous in the world, was effectively wiped out overnight. You can hear about something like this happening in abstract, but it's hard to convey what it was actually like to live through this time. People were legitimately starving in Germany. A great story which shows it is that there was a family which was stockpiling potatoes to survive, but they had to rent out an extra room for cash. The way they dealt with this was by filling the entire room with potatoes, except a path from the bed the person would sleep on to the door. Prostitution became ubiquitous as there were lots of women with nothing to offer except
that sounds like OnlyFans.
their bodies. On to the door. Prostitution became ubiquitous as there were lots of women with nothing to offer except their bodies. The inflation under Weimar was absolutely insane and exists with very few parallels in history. You'll hear crazy anecdotes like that families would use money as wallpaper, given the money was so worthless that it was cheaper than the paper itself. Alternately, that someone would order a beer at a restaurant for 5,000 marks, and then the next beer they ordered that night was 7,000. People had to resort to barter and very primitive economic measures. Germans were completely desperate for money, and it was said that you could sleep with an entire family in exchange for $1 American. Ironically, the economy wasn't that bad for the whole Weimar period. They were able to restabilize the currency so that the middle of the 20s decade was an economic golden age. Not all of the Weimar period was completely miserable to live in.
Interesting.
Although Germany still wasn't as prosperous as it was before World War I. Germany started with a new currency, and the exchange rate from the old to the new was literally a trillion of the old currency translated to 1 mark in the new currency. That being said, this era of wealth was built off loans from the Americans. Thus, when the American stock market failed in 1929, causing the Great Depression, Germany was one of the countries which was hit the hardest. The brief period that was okay in the Weimar was biased towards city inhabitants, who were, not coincidentally, the kinds of people who were most likely to support the moderate leftists in charge. The rural areas and small business owners were really hit hard by the economic, tax, and regulatory system. These two demographics rebelled by supporting Hitler, who used the new Great Depression to rise to power in 1933. We'll get into why Hitler was so popular and what he symbolized later in this video, but beforehand, let's look at what about the socioeconomic conditions created by the famed social degeneracy of the Weimar period were like. Part 2. Decadence. The kinds of people who dominated in the Weimar period were those who were impractical. The artists, degenerates, socialites, and libertines. This was a time period where
Just let this image sink in for you. Does this remind you of anything? If I told you this was in the early 1930s, late 1920s, would you believe it? Or maybe I was just too far from that age. I don't know what history is like for y'all, the younger people. I don't even know if they still teach history beyond a certain point. I do understand that my education was vastly different from modern education. Also, probably helps that I didn't like, even though I was in a public school, I was a part of the GT program, so I had completely different curriculum than the average people, and it involved, you know, a lot of different topic areas. So it changed, or what? Reminds me of the Babylon movie. 100 years. Wait, what did we do? Yeah, I need to. I don't know. You got to be specific. I'm sorry.
To large macro social, political, and demographic forces, nothing could be accomplished anyway, which removed any levers through which the normies could hold the weirdos accountable to social standards. One of the ideas which I have in my head is that humans are a lot closer to...
Let's just let this sink in. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 men here. One of the women is being, I don't know, like she's just chugging a bottle of something. One of the kids, there looks like there's some kids down here. These two look like kids. He may be a teenager, maybe he's grown, but these two look like kids. What's going on here? And this is back in the day, right? Where like images, you had to be a little more still than you do today. Now, we got to be clear, you know, Germans, as far as I understand, they invented the handheld camera. So, you know, maybe this is shot on a Leica, maybe, probably.
To insanity than they realize. Normally, a few bad historic events, and that happens. All of this happened to Germany. The thing is that once the economy doesn't work, your country is not allowed to have military aggression, and no one respects the ruling regime, is that you have...
By the way, this art style, I'm very sure y'all have seen it. It came from this era. The art from this era is insane. It is so different. And the reason why it's crazy is that if you look at just a few years before this period and the years after this period, completely different. This is like, it's a standout during this time. It's crazy how much the art changed in such a period, a small period of time.
Have no leverage you can hold against the weirdos. One of the biggest differences between our era and Weimar is that Weimar was an incredibly young society, while the modern West is aging. What happens when you have lots of bored young people with nothing to do is that they start fucking and partying. Another factor to keep in mind is that due to World War I, the gender imbalance between men and women was off because so many young men had died. This would thus create a leverage in which women had to put out more sexually to compete for men, which is effectively the opposite of our current dynamic in which women have sexual leverage over men. Keep in mind, alcohol and human bodies are very cheap, and thus, if there's nothing else to do, why not be a degenerate? The horrors of World War I, combined with the mass social instability caused by inflation, I think made people live like there was no tomorrow. Keep in mind, inflation erases any savings, thus there's an incentive to spend everything now. To be honest as well, if I had spent years in filthy trenches getting shelled and my friends dying in front of me, I would want to party like there was no tomorrow as well. I think there was a lot of PTSD in this time period that people were drinking away. The 1920s were possibly the decade of the 20th century which saw the most social change, and especially so, the one with the most long-lasting effects. For example, our comprehension of a bunch of different cultural things stems from the 1920s. As a macro-political example, the 20s was a decade in which pacifism, feminism, women voting, a majority urban society, cars, advertising, consumerism, vegetarianism, dressing skimpily, Hollywood, clubbing, science fiction, popular music like jazz, professional sports, and so much else either stems from or became popular in. Paul Johnson wrote a book called Modern Times, and his start of Modern Times was in the 1920s.
For what it's worth, the time, the 20s here in America was the Roaring 20s, the Gilded Age. I think it's the Gilded Age. No, wait, hold on. I gotta Google this. I might be wrong. My history is rusty. Gilded Age. The Gilded Age may be before. Oh yeah, it's before. So gosh, what was it? Roaring 20s? I think it was called something else too. Oh, I guess maybe this is called Roaring Twenties. I thought it was called something else too. Maybe not. So yeah, like this period of time was in America too, and it's the period of time that happened before the Great Depression. And I love how he just throws in jazz as if that's something that isn't black. Like this is black people specifically. But of course, other people want to try to steal it as usual. Oh no, okay, well, give us credit, but yeah, it's black people really. So is our art. Like a lot of the art that for instance, Picasso, for instance, that's black, African specifically.
Which I agree with. Statistically, the decade in which the amount of clothing women wore declined the fastest was the 1920s. The empowered girl boss archetype is a creation of the 20s. A lot of the flappers would not be out of place among hipsters in Brooklyn today. One of the things people forget is that fashion trends go back significantly further than people think. A great example of this is that this guy from the 50s who looks like a 2010s hipster. People were wearing sunglasses, bikinis, t-shirts, sneakers, and anything else you can imagine.
Wait, I just have to point out that look at how white her ass cheeks are. Even in black and white. Oh, man.
Decades earlier than most people would think. The art and architecture which dominates our era of history comes from the Weimar period. There's a great book called The Geography of Nowhere, which is about why so much of America looks like this, or giant concrete steel blocks with no culture, meaning, or design. Ironically, this school of architecture comes out of Weimar, Germany. This was a derivation of the Bauhaus school, which was created by communists who wanted architecture to not represent the oppressive past, thus opening us up to a future of utopian social engineering. The great irony is that this architectural style saw its total victory in that this style is by far the most
For what it's worth, I absolutely hate this architectural style. And I have for a while. And I know a lot of people who love it. I was just like, how can you love this? It's so devoid of anything. There's nothing human about it. It's just boxes. It's literally anti-creative. But people love this, and I'm just like, these are people with no taste, in my opinion.
Popular around the world today, not even in just America, since its brutalist, blocky architecture was cheaper to produce and didn't require making an artistic stand. Thus, corporate capitalist America took what were creations by these artistic German communists who were trying to be avant-garde and then turned it into these soulless, dead concrete blocks. A lot of modern art is from the Weimar period as well. Dada, or this nihilistic style of art which is meant to convey nothing, came out of Germans in this time period. German art of this era was a big proponent in pushing the disturbing, nihilistic, ugly, surreal, and disturbing trends that we see even in art today. You could make the argument that art today has not escaped the mold which was set by this time period on any level. If you watch music videos or modern art, or things that art shows even show, it's all very similar to the artistic mold set by Weimar. It still shocks me how crazy and dysfunctional Germany was in this time period, and yet how creative it was. Yet the far more wealthy and functional Germany of the second half of the 20th century was far less inventive. That being said, Germany in this time was still doing massive technological and intellectual advances. Germany in the 20s was still the country in the world producing the most Nobel Prize winners in science. Albert Einstein came out of this time period, and if you want to expand this to Austria or Switzerland, this was also the era with Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, and Oswald Spengler, or thinkers who are still influential even today. The sheer scope of the deviancy in the Weimar period is shocking. Like, you hear stories about teams of family members who worked as pairs in balls. You'll hear stories about bestiality and other absolutely disgusting stuff. The first gender people we hear about are from the Weimar period. There were in which women would dress as men and men as women, and they would pair up with the other. The idea of breaking out of the gender binary, as Camille Paglia has said, is one which pops up in very urbane societies, in which flaunting the natural order is seen as cultured. Being androgynous, just like today, was seen as a positive in the Weimar period. Homosexuality was the most accepted in the Weimar period of almost any other period before the 1960s, which I can think of in history. Bisexuality was very common, and homosexuals were important cultural leaders in the Weimar period, thus eliciting, although not justifying, their later persecution by the Nazis. This was an era of a lot of research into sexuality, in which loads of the theories which underlie the stuff that the modern left believes today, such as
I'll read it. To be clear, the thing I just said weren't researched in the Weimar period, but in American post-World War II. That being said, the Weimar period had a lot of sexual research which then resulted in the 1960s and eventually evolved into the sexual theories we have today. My bad. So this video is basically saying we're headed towards some type of, no, I don't think it's saying that. I think it's drawing parallels. It's comparing our current period to Weimar period.
Is a gender spectrum, and 10% of the population being gay were tested, although that stuff later turned out to be pseudoscience. Cabarets, or what were basically strip clubs, became incredibly popular and normalized across Germany. Something I just thought of is that the Weimar period was the first time in German history in which a majority of the female population lived in cities, and much like today, women were more urban concentrated in the Weimar period than men were, and so leaving behind stifling villages where everyone around you and your parents knew who you were sleeping around with gave women of the Weimar period a sexual freedom they hadn't had before. In a way, this video is funny to research in that it leads back so easily to John Haidt's moral foundations theory, or that politics is an extension of irrational biological states or genetic self-interests which we rationalize in retrospect to being rational political opinions. Here's a text wall to explain how progressives and conservatives...
All right, according to John Haidt research, there are 6 moral foundations that conservatives, libertarians, and progressives pull from. Conservatives are equally balanced across all of them, thus pulling on loyalty, liberty, care, authority, purity, and fairness. Leftists are obsessed with caring a little liberty. In the last 10 years, due to wokeness, the left moved from not caring about purity at all to being the people in the world most obsessed with it. Thus, when leftists and rightists talk about the world, they're rationalizing their moral foundations.
Have differing moral intuitions. That being said, it's funny that I'll see conservative and progressive historical narratives about this time period in which they will be reporting upon the exact same historical fact, but will have wildly different interpretations of what it means due to how they process the world differently. What this shows indirectly is the Weimar period is still part of roughly the same historic era today as was what was going on a century ago, or that the ramifications of the Weimar period are still comprehensible to life today in the way that, say, the 100 Years' War isn't. I mean, the two sides which were fighting in the Weimar era, the right and the left, are the same factions as today, although they've changed a little bit. A big reason for this is that even on a sexual front is that we haven't resolved the philosophic or political issues that were boiling under Weimar, while at the same time the modern left is a creation of Weimar. The modern left, and frankly the paradigm of the entire West today, is fundamentally postmodern in that our society is ruled by the principles that reality is inherently subjective, that we will never know the truth, and that he who is in power controls what the truth is. If you...
All right. How do leftists care about purity? I don't know. How do they not care about purity? Nothing's pure about... Well, if you are limiting your view to just gender, then I suppose you're right. But political ideology is centered around more than just gender. Like, you can think of it as like either you're all the way this or you're not that at all. That's also purity as well. The irony is that if you tell most people in the West what their societies believe and the principles through which they run their societies, the response in most cases is that sounds like complete BS. Most people think reality is real and that the people in power don't get to change reality to whatever they want. Phrased in those terms, it becomes so obviously clear how stupid and authoritarian that agenda is. That being said, you could view our entire society as an attempt to avoid thinking about this. All the hedonism, stimuli, sex, and drugs is to we don't think about our inner nihilism, and that the elites are evil. There might be a typo in here, but all right.
You ask top universities or governments what they believe, they're going to openly say these things. That being said, these ideas came out of the Frankfurt School, which again is in Weimar, Germany.
Oh, I know that.
The Frankfurt School, who were, as the name suggests, based out of Frankfurt in Germany, were Marxist philosophers who constructed the philosophically subjective framework under which Marxism operates, which boils down to that we control reality, that the oppressor-oppressed dynamic is the most important to the universe, that those in power create truth, and that all social relationships in all different human interaction are based upon power.
Everything is perspective. I'm going to read this before it goes away. A very important detail about the Frankfurt School and postmodern worldview that people don't pay enough attention to is that they see all relationships through oppressor-oppressed economy. That's important because how do current people, especially woke folks, how do they frame most relationships? It's that same way, through the oppressor-oppressed dichotomy. Their worldview literally doesn't have a concept of competency. For example, if there's a really good teacher at a school, he has to be oppressing the students. If an entrepreneur develops a new invention which increases efficiency massively and becomes rich, his creativity means nothing and all the value is from him exploiting his employees. You see this worldview as literally no place for good. You assume everyone is evil, and that's projection.
Again, this is the dominant worldview of our society today, but was created by a pretty small sliver of society in a very strange context, that being German Jewish Marxist academics during the Weimar period. What happened with the rise of Hitler is that these German Jewish Marxists had to flee Germany for...
This is why it's important to know history. You know, sometimes if you know a little bit about certain groups of people, and it's not just Jewish, like there are a very specific sect of them, which I guess he's not going to go into. But, you know, just like in every religion, there are different sects, S-E-C-T-S, of that. Same thing here. I would argue that it wasn't all Jews. It was rich Jews. Not just Jews, but a certain sect of it who, you know, had a lot of control and influence of finance, of entertainment, of the schools, of culture, all of that. But, you know, of course, we don't really teach those things here for reasons. I mean, you can learn these things here. I learned about them, ironically, from people who are of Jewish descent, but I don't know if they were part of that sect. You know, they were born here. I think it was a lot of the rich people here, the rich Jews here, who fought for that to happen over there. Like, so I think that a lot of people in Germany just kind of got sacrificed in a sense. It's what I believe, based off of some of the things that I know.
Very obvious reasons. They came to America and became top professors at Ivy League universities. Them and their buddies gradually took over the Ivy Leagues.
He's talking about that. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Maybe I should just shut up and let him talk about it. Okay. All right. He's getting to that.
The professors in the university system to their ideology. As the assortative method for the ruling class in the period since World War II has been the universities, this has allowed the indoctrination of the future ruling class with Frankfurt School.
For what it's worth, remember how I was saying that MLK was kind of co-opted by communist? Yeah. I don't know if he's going to get into that. He probably won't. I don't know if he even knows about this because, you know, he seems to be mostly concerned about European history, like his people. I'm more concerned with my people. And our people were co-opted into this as well. It's just not very known because for whatever reason, you know, we don't really care about history in my community as much as we should. I'll read this. A detail people might tease out is that the creation of our modern leftist woke worldview. Before I even continue, I absolutely hate how these people who ain't like us are always stealing our vernacular, our culture, our words, and twisting it into some bullshit that has nothing to do with where it came from. Woke meant something completely different before these people decided to steal our words, our slang, and use it for themselves. And I notice they do it all the time. And I'm listening to people talk on YouTube, especially. I'm just like, why do you talk like you're from where I'm from? They're using all these words and acting like us. It pisses me off, to be honest. But woke does not mean what he thinks it means. I mean, I guess it does now. Just like the swastika, a lot of people think that that means something that it really doesn't mean, and not realize that that shit was co-opted. But woke literally meant that you were awake to all of the bullshit that the oppressors, like typically the man, what they were doing. It had nothing to do with none of this bullshit that it has something to do with today. Just gotta put that out there. It's just yet another thing that they steal and just co-opt and turn it into something else. And it's off the backs of our own movements. They always co-opt our movements. And it's not just our movements, it's every movement. And I think, honestly, I won't get into what I think right now. Maybe we have time in the year to get to what I really think about a lot of things. But anyway, I'll keep reading this. Our modern leftist woke worldview was a 3-step process. Step 1 was Frankfurt School German thinkers during Weimar. Step 2 was French postmodern thinkers after World War II. After that, there was an American breakthrough around the 2000s, which created wokeness. Okay. Thus, the Weimar was the first step ahead of us. Now, just because he's wrong on that one thing doesn't mean that everything else is wrong. I'll give him that. So we'll move on.
Thus resulting in them taking over society. This sounds like a conspiracy theory, but all of this stuff literally happened, and we have very good records for it. This leads to an important point in that we're not actually that similar to the Weimar period in historic conditions, but since our ruling culture was formed during the Weimar period, we end up with a significant amount of cultural similarities. We're not a starving country with a...
Wait, let's go back here. Interesting. You want to know what's interesting? Let's go to Wikipedia right quick. Oh? President of Mexico. Who is the president of Mexico? Scheinbaum. Scheinbaum. Okay, all right. Let's see a little history about Scheinbaum. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's keep going.
Weimar period, we end up with a significant amount of cultural similarities. We're not a starving country with a failed currency, at least not yet, who just lost a world war, with a huge young population which is constantly partying while living through a cultural golden age. The opposite, actually, in most of those ways.
What is that, and why is it so angry looking? It almost looks fake, like a mask. Why is this fat, pudgy kid here in the front? And why is gravity stronger on her? It's pulling her down a little bit too far. What is this thing with a neck tattoo talking about black women?
Have a hot take here that we are a very degenerate society in one way, which is obvious, but at the same time, in a different way, we're weirdly not that degenerate. For an example of this, I find it very strange prostitution is not vastly more popular today. The reason I say that is that on paper, we're perfect for mass prostitution. We're a society which is supposedly sex positive, which supposedly supports prostitutes, yet at the same time has a large group of desperately poor young women and sexually frustrated young men.
They're on OnlyFans, bro. What are you saying? He just doesn't know. No one actually believes in empowering sex workers. It's a luxury belief women throw around to remove competition. There are a lot of luxury beliefs in America right now. And they all, not all of them, but a lot of them come from white women. Just being honest. Same thing with shaving your hair, being fat, hating men, being a lesbian, not having children, other things young women are told not to do. Yeah, luxury beliefs.
That being said, prostitution is still really rare in modern America. If a celebrity visits a prostitute, it's major gossip and probably will kill his career, and thus is not seen as normal. An irony here is that our relationship with sex is one of the strangest ones in history, where in the Middle Ages, for example, it was on paper a much more sexually repressed society, but the Catholic Church unironically sponsored prostitution. In the time of Victorian England, which again was a Puritan society, there was an incredible, obscene amount of prostitution and pornography. At the time, it was just assumed that all the generals in Napoleonic France had used prostitution, and if a major figure today is caught using one, that's again probably the end of his career. Young people
No, I know several men who say that they will never ever not pay for it again because they say it's cheaper. And the way they justify it is they pay them to leave. Honestly, I get it now. It's just like why would you go and marry someone or have a relation? Like, you don't even want that. You just want, what you need and you move on. Like, none of these people are worth dealing with like that. I think that the reason, if we ever were to legalize it, I think a lot of women will find that nobody is going to be willing to tolerate their shit. I think the vast majority of men only tolerate it because they can't get it an easier way. Like, if you could just go spend $100 or $200, most of these women would be single. And I guess they would actually end up having to be forced to become prostitutes because, like, most of them wouldn't be able to secure anybody. I'm for it, though. Like, why the hell is it? Apparently, we're all fair. We're all equal, so it's fair. So, like, yeah, let if they want to be sex workers, let them. Maybe it'll put certain people in their place.
now party the least of any period in over a century. Young people have the least sex of any period in over a century on top of that. I used to hang out in Los Angeles influencer circles, where there are lots of parties which you would expect to reach Weimar levels of degeneracy. That being said, people are too anxious to cut loose, and a lot of partying is at social clout.
It's not just your friends. I think that's most men who are in relationships. Oh, fine. It's like, just look at it as like, yeah, like it's good for them. You know, I don't think it's worth judging them. It's just let them do them and you go do you. Hopefully what you do ends up, you know, being beneficial to your life. You don't just waste it away. You know, that's been one thing that I can say I at least got that. I mean, yes, I did have a few long-term relationships. So like my first two was basically 10 years. And then I had a couple of, you know, just here and there and just not long. Mostly for me, because I was just like, I don't want to deal with them anymore. I'm just like, you know, no fucks, you know. But yeah, it's you know, hopefully you take that time and you do something meaningful with it.
In networking. It's about social signaling, not fun. I think an important difference is that we as a society are vastly more economically stable than the Weimar period, although most young Westerners are poor, but also we are far less psychologically stable. This is why we're still holding onto the cultural forms from Weimar, since we're not creative enough to actually find anything new. Young people today are too anxious to do the crazy stuff they did in Weimar. Gen Z barely leaves their houses. The only exception, from what I've heard, is state school college frat parties, which I've heard are still crazy. That being said, a great irony is that what's flipped is we've moved from a system where the outsider youth are degenerates or leftists to one where the elite are said degenerate leftists and the youth counterculture is conservative. A real bizarre trading of places. Our era will probably be remembered as a creative period for conservative culture comparable to what the Weimar was for the left. We're already seeing this in that the new slang today is all from 4chan. The new interesting comedians, YouTubers, podcasters, thinkers, and popular artists are all at least conservative coded, with examples including Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, Russell Brand, Shane Gillis.
It's very interesting to me that Jordan Peterson would be considered conservative. It just goes to show how far left progressives have moved. To call a Canadian liberal a conservative, that just means that leftists just went left. That's what that means. The fact that Joe Rogan is considered a conservative or conservative leaning or conservative coded, that only goes to show just how much the left has moved left.
Or even someone like a Mr. Beast is a middle America bro. History is a twisted mirror, and every era of history is a
I don't know if you can call him a shitty comedian. Dude makes money from his comedy, so you know, just because you don't find it funny doesn't mean he's shitty. There are a lot of comedians who I don't find funny, but I can't call them shitty. They're selling their tickets and they have a large cult following and all that kind of stuff. You know, people like it. You know. That being said, you know, I do have the comedians who I like and who I'm not really feeling. Like, you know, it would be not right for me to say that Kevin Hart is trash just because I don't think he's funny. But the man sells out arenas. Someone thinks he's funny. It's just not for me.
Reflection of certain historic events from both the far future and the far past. Our era of history at different points, for example, reflects the fall of the Roman Republic, the Weimar period, the French Revolution, or the 17th century. That being said, the Weimar has glimmers of much later periods of history. It foreshadows the degeneracy of later eras of history in an interesting way. We tend to view the people from the first half of the 20th century as prim, proper, hardworking, disciplined, and all that stuff. When young people think of the kinds of people who lived in the 50s or who fought in the world wars, that's the image we get in our minds. That being said, I think that stereotype has more to do with the incentive structures of that kind of society, which actually rewarded hard work and discipline. The reason I say this is that the Weimar is an example of removing those incentives to see what happens. I think part of the reason that we parallel the Weimar period is that we're a society in which social mobility has died for complex reasons, thus removing the incentive to not be a degenerate. This is the era of the lowest social mobility in American history ever, which also is played into by the incredibly high inequality rates. The real drama of this time period is to think that the Kaiser's Germany, World War I, and the Weimar period, followed by the Nazis and the Cold War colonization of Germany, all happens to the exact same people. If you were 18 years old in World War I, you would be 50 years old when the Cold War started. You might even be able to live to the 21st century if you held on for a really long time. Imagine the insane trauma that one life would have. We like to split history into different discrete eras, but to the people involved, this was all one lifetime.
Yeah, that's one thing that's really important to know. Like things can change a lot in your life. That's one thing that I've noticed. America today is unrecognizable from the America I grew up in. It's unrecognizable. Never in my life could I have imagined that things would be like they are. Which I guess that's the naivety of being young. Is that you assume that things are going to be constant and I guess that things will always improve, but there is no natural law that states that things have to continue to improve. In fact, the natural law is the exact opposite. Things tend to go towards higher entropy. Chaos is natural order. Anyway, I'm going to read this. I'm going to make some people in the audience feel very old, but I mentally bracket in the world wars with Napoleonic Wars as old Europe, and I constantly forget the Soviet Union only fell 10 years before I was born. Oh, he's young. God dang. Okay, so Soviet Union fell when I was born, or around the time I was born. I'm so young that I forget how much of our politics is still 20th century. Calling someone a Nazi has no emotional effect for me. Well, people still use it, and even people who don't even know what the hell it is or don't even know the history, they go around throwing it out like it's an insult. And I guess certain people they have such low self-esteem that they actually take it and internalize it, and they are afraid of it. I'm just like, you can call me whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a fuck. I don't respect most people. So it's like, okay, sure, I will be that to you. It's fine. My life won't change.
We like to split history into different discrete eras, but to the people involved, this was all one lifetime.
You say born in 2005. Oh, wow, you're young. Shit, you're younger than my sister, I think. Well, no. You're older than one of my sisters, but I have three of them. I want to say, I think Whitney was born in 2001. Yeah, so you're 4 years younger than her. Yeah, I'm much, much older than you, bro. I was not born in the 2000s. I was born in the previous millennia. I lived through the transition from, I lived through a millennial transition. Like, I went from the 1900s to the 2000s. So I went from one century to another, one millennium to another. And I was born in the 80s. So
What happened with the Weimar period to make it appear like our era of history is that due to the Great Depression and World War II, the seeds planted in Weimar lay pregnant for decades. Then in the 1960s, a lot of them started to flower again. The 1920s are the parents to the 1960s. As the 60s established the cultural code which we have until today, as the logic of the system started to work through, you ended up with a culture like that from which it originated it, that being the Weimar period. The irony is that most people hated the Weimar Republic except for one demographic, that being the leftist intellectuals and artists who, for them, it was a golden age. This exact group of people were the same who designed the new postmodern social compromise, and thus they tried to engineer an ideal society to be as much like the Weimar period as possible. This all begs the same question. We all know what happened at the end of the Weimar. We know that the degradation of the Weimar Republic disgusted the average German so much that they elected a certain Austrian painter who then took Germany into a hard right direction. Will that happen to us? Part 3. The Austrian painter. I want to hammer home the point that it's the exact same people who are living through each of of these phases in German history. This is one of the craziest things about the 20th century, and it's most evident in places like China or Russia. But even in Britain or America, the cultural changes of that century are so massive that it almost breaks your brain. Boys who fought in the American Civil War lived to see the atom bomb. I think having that much change that fast kind of broke our society's brain, but that's another point. I also don't think we have the tools to deal with the trauma of the world wars and industrialization, and thus we have psychological neuroses from that which manifest even today. That being said, and this isn't a video at the psychology of why Germans elected Hitler, although I am going to make that video soon, the Weimar period clearly established a situation in which Germans wanted the Nazis. It's fairly obvious that the social order of Weimar had far more losers than winners. This is one of the general facts about degeneracy, in which a small group of people have a lot of fun, and a large part of the population are vastly less happy with the breakdown of traditional social roles. One of the interesting things I've read from Amaury de Riencourt is that the most fervent supporters of the Nazi Party were young women. To be fair, the most fervent supporters of any dominant ideology will be young women, which is something George Orwell has written about. That being said, I think there is some sort of emotional story which happened to a lot of German young women. After being prostitutes during the Weimar period, they hyper-reacted when they grew older, overcompensating with the family and order-obsessed Nazis.
And that almost sounds like modern day women discovering Jesus. What that sounds like to me.
Keep in mind, the economic and social losers from Nazi Germany were the countryside, and most Germans were ethnically rural, in that urbanization was a very recent process, and thus most Germans were still socially conservative. More Germans than not viewed the Weimar period with complete disgust, while small isolated urban bubbles, which were still pretty small percentages of the city themselves, liked this age. What the Nazis were was an attempt to try World War I again. The irony is I think most Germans preferred the de facto social structure of Germany during World War I to the de jure legal condition. Germany was on paper a decentralized aristocratic monarchy with a parliament, total male suffrage, and a capitalist economic system. The actual reality was that Germany was a nationalistic military dictatorship in de facto union with Austria, in which all young men were in the military under a socialist command economy. For complex reasons I explain in this text wall, Germans believed that they nearly won World War I, and that they only lost since they were stabbed in the back. This was projected onto hatred of the Jews, who are an easy scapegoat across history. This was justifiable to the German people, since Jews were disproportionate in communist organizations, the Weimar government, among degenerate artists, and were on average significantly wealthier. That being said, the Jews were less than 1% of Germany's population, weren't in that many positions of serious authority, they didn't stab Germany in the back resulting in the loss of World War I, and most German Jews were very patriotic and served Germany faithfully. Germany's Jews were highly assimilated into German culture. Hitler gave the Germans the second shot they thought they deserved with World War I. The Germans fought heroically, but they still lost. We all know the story. The Germans destroyed their honor as a nation and are still trying to recover their national identity from the horrors of the atrocities they committed. With all of this, we see the Germans trying to wash out the shame of Weimar by going as far as possible in the other direction. The story of Weimar and the following Nazis is fundamentally the story of the lack of wisdom and the rationalizing of emotions. What religion at its best does is to teach us the cognitive biases implicit in our own minds so that we can gain self-awareness and are thus capable of not sliding into the natural flaws of our characters. The Germans were not self-aware. They first rationalized degeneracy and then in reaction to it rationalized genocide. They've continued the pattern and have since rationalized suicidal, nihilistic self-loathing as a further reaction. They need to break out of this cycle and take a deep breath if they want their nation to survive. That being said, as I've said a million times, we are not a wise society. We have already repeated the degeneracy of Weimar, but will we repeat the Austrian painter? If you folks watch my videos, you'll see that I have frequently said that the West is on the verge of a far-right backlash. There's frankly no way that we don't have it, given how much the left has pushed its agenda to such ludicrous logical extensions that the average person lives in poverty, mass immigration is changing demographics, the normal person is discriminated against in every possible way, and constantly humiliated by the culture for nothing they've done wrong. It's almost like the left is begging the right to create another Hitler. Much like the Weimar leftists, the modern left is completely degenerate, nihilistic, and short-sighted. They have no idea what they're doing, what demon they're creating. If you told them the logic, they'd just stare blankly at you and continue to be degenerates without a thought. That being said, the chaos that comes from this is further propelling a population to want the same things that the Nazis came out of. I think most people in the West today want a clean, family-oriented, nationalistic government. More and more white people want an explicitly ethno-nationalist government which pushes their ethnic self-interests. Eugenics is becoming more popular, partly due to the opportunities with genetic engineering. The irony is that none of this was true 10 years ago, but the Weimar descended left is so obnoxious that in an effort to keep people from becoming Nazis, they ended up making them anyway. With all this said and done, the future is still the future. We have the ability to gain self-awareness so that this backlash doesn't just keep this negative cycle going. Going from one extreme to another helps no one.
there you go. Hopefully that was enlightening, entertaining, educational. I don't know, something. So yeah, that is the Weimar Republic. I think very well. Yeah, that's normal though. That's nothing new. That's nothing new. So yeah, that's probably going to be it for today. I'm at 6 hours. If you've made it this far and you haven't liked the stream, you should consider that. It helps. If you have, then so be it. Thank you. I appreciate it. But I'm tired. It's 2:30, which is way past my bedtime. So I am going to go sleep. So I will see y'all in the future. Maybe tomorrow. Well, today, I guess. Maybe today. I don't
Stream.
know. Huh? Oh, dude, I forgot you were here. My bad. Scared the hell out of me. But yeah, I might be on tomorrow. We'll see. It's late, and I have things that I got to do tomorrow. Like I don't know if I want to be on the computer all day again. But yeah, I'm about to head out. So y'all have a good night, and I will see y'all in the future. Peace.
Yeah, I can hear you.